Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 3 of Derbyshire's game against Nottinghamshire. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham alongside me, Dave Fletcher. Derbyshire will resume on 164 for 2. They trail by 454. They need another 305 to avoid the follow-on. And we're starting on time, which is good news. There was rain this morning. When I say rain, it was almost like we were in a cloud. Very fine mist. But the umpires are making their way out now, and the Nottinghamshire fielders and bowlers have been followed by Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest. Both reached their half centuries yesterday. The Notts will just be looking for wickets and more wickets, Dave.
Yes, good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Going around Nottingham, my journey from Newark to here, suddenly had to put the wipers on. I thought, what is this madness? As we followed on from 40 degrees a couple of days ago to drive into the cricket in rain. Got here and steady drizzle. The covers were on. Did wonder if we were going to get underway on time, but the umpires came out around about 10 o'clock, and shortly afterwards it had stopped and the covers were removed and we're good to go. So the surface, the outfield, generally the atmospheric conditions all juiced up. Much fresher feel to the day. Whether that will help the bowlers remains to be seen. You can only imagine it might just give them a little more assistance than they were getting in the last session yesterday when Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest held sway. There weren't too many that inconvenienced them that much. This partnership currently worth 110. A batting day, Derbyshire will hope. They've got a lot of ground to make up in the contest, but this pair played beautifully yesterday.
Yep, no, they did all right, didn't they? They did all right. They showed a bit of fight, which is pretty much what the supporters want to see. And it's going to be Dane Patterson to open the bowling from the City end. I'll have an update in about a minute and a half, I think, by the look of it. Patterson is in and bowls to Madsen, who very comfortably pushes it out into the offside. He sets off for a single. Brooke Guest had absolutely no intention of running. We are up and running on day 3, which is good news.
You did make a good point, and we should emphasise, off air, there is an indoor school here, but we didn't see any of the Derbyshire players come out on the outfield to do their normal stretching and running and ball throwing, but there is an indoor school, indoor nets. They may well have been doing their work anyway whilst it was drizzling and just decided to stay in there.
It's very unusual, that. Very unusual. Here comes Patterson again. He's in and bowls to Madsen, who takes his bottom hand off the bat this time as he pushes it up towards mid-on.
He's running about like the Energizer Bunny at the minute, James Pattinson.
No change there.
Certainly up for the fight.
No change there. Don't forget your 11.
Yes, we'll go and do our updates,
I'm
and then
terrified that I don't like missing that.
Then we'll have a chat about all sorts of things, no doubt.
All sorts of nonsense. Yeah. Here is Patterson once more. In and bowls to Madsen and beats him outside the off stump. The Helmets line and just moved away a little bit. Yeah, it's all the fielders out there have got either sweaters or long sleeves on. Thank you to Ms. Q Mags for pointing that out. It's a very good point. There are no short sleeves apart from the 2 batsmen. Wayne Madsen, who's on 57. Brooke Guest, who's on 50. 3. Yeah, we are remarkably underway on time, Heidi. Derbyshire 164 for 2. Haven't moved on from their overnight score, and they've got a lot of work to do today because they're a long way behind in this game. 454 runs, to be precise, behind Nottinghamshire's first innings score. They need a further 305 to avoid the follow-on. But they've got 2 good men out there, where Madsen's on 57, Brooke Guest on 50. They've added 110 so far for the second wicket, in Derbyshire 164 for 2. Next delivery from Patterson is guided out into the offside on this occasion by Wayne Madsen. Just need to for Heidi. It's day 3. Still to see the first run of the day. 1 ball of the first over remaining. Dane Patterson hoping to start day 3 with a maiden over. He's on his way in now to bowl to Wayne Manson. There's a man in at short mid-wicket. And that one's chopped off an edge down towards third man for the first runs of the day, and 4 of them as well. There's nobody down there. Why would there be with such a big lead? And Wayne Manson's up and running. He moves on to 61 at the end of the first over. Derbyshire 168 for 2. A relatively safe edge, but definitely an edge nonetheless.
Yes, lifted away for the first runs of the morning. Just looking at the various scorecards, 8 county championship matches being played this week, 7 of them underway on time. Edgbaston, the match between Warwickshire and Kent, start delayed there on day 3 due to rain. Everybody else underway on day 3 except Grace Road, Leicestershire, where it will be just the second day. Good day for the home county. Leicestershire 388 for 6 against Glamorgan at the close last night. Vian Mulder, back-to-back hundreds for him. It's going to be Luke Fletcher to get us underway. Managed to sleep through the very hot night. Was it the night before last, or the night before, whatever? But last night, crikey, kept waking up stifling. I don't know.
Not hot enough.
Not. Here's Fletcher, 168 for 2. Probably got the 6 hours in bits and pieces. This one is pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. Did he manage to combine a pizza with a kebab after all the...
Yeah. Apparently it was going to be toad in the hole, but it didn't work out very well. It's like a biscuit, I'm told. So, yeah.
Do like a toad in the hole, like a Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah. I was looking forward to it at one point, only for about an hour and a half, sadly. And it was snatched away from me.
Pizza topping of choice?
Well, as long as it's got jalapenos on, I'm not bothered, really.
Dear,
it's hot as possible.
168 for 2 as big Luke Fletcher comes in and bowls, and this one's nicely defended by Brooke Guest. Not so starting with the 2 bowlers that have bagged the wickets so far. Luke Fletcher got rid of Lewis Rees yesterday, a mistimed pull that went straight up the chimney to Stephen Mullaney at mid-on. And Dane Patterson got rid of Harry Kane, clipped one nicely off his legs, and was heading towards the mid-wicket fence when Lyndon James flung himself away to his right and pulled off a pretty decent catch. 168 for 2, Fletcher is in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. And I've had a little bit of correspondence this morning from one of my regulars, Jim Metcalf, who he sent me a link and a piece and says, Dave, you might like to enjoy this, but I actually made the news on BBC Scotland yesterday and on the BBC Scotland website. I've been reading all about it, and Jim is Glasgow based, and the night before last was aboard the sleeper, the overnight sleeper, to go from Glasgow to London. Here's Fletcher running in past umpire Middlebrook. Bowls now. Brooke Guest pushes it back to the bowler, and it says on the piece, these are quotes from Jim saying that he's not very good at getting to sleep on the overnight sleeper when it's rattling along. So he likes to get on it nice and early, so he can get tucked up and fall asleep before the train sets off. Jim told the BBC, I can't sleep before it starts moving, so I get on early, try to sleep first. I got on at 10:30 and was probably asleep by 11 o'clock. Next ball is pushed up to mid-off. Slept soundly, and there was a knock on the door at 5 o'clock. A guy very kindly appeared with a roll and a sausage and a coffee. He explained that the train hadn't moved all night. We had to get off. We were still in Glasgow. I should have been in a meeting 300 miles away, but the train had just sat there due to the hot conditions, obviously. It wasn't able to run through the night, but they just left the sleeping passengers alone, so he's seen the funny side of it. But
magnificent.
He tweeted about it yesterday. BBC Scotland had picked up on it and made it into a little piece, and he got on the news. This has worked away on the leg side, so he missed his meeting in London, fast asleep in Glasgow railway station overnight, but he got his good 6 hours in. End of the over here, 168 for 2. Lovely to hear from you as always, Jim, and thanks very much for that absolute gem and sending me the link, which is entitled London-bound sleeper passenger wakes up in the wrong city.
Absolutely brilliant. But he got a free breakfast out of it.
Well, we can concur that trains weren't running because Kevin Howells, he got on Leeds way heading to London, and they threw him off at Derby, didn't they? We go no further.
He even changed his plans to try to get down to the West Country, but couldn't get further than Derby. So,
but he's gone this morning like a puff of smoke. He's disappeared.
I'm chasing the story, hasn't he?
Yes. There's only about 8 of them at the Oval.
Patterson in and bowls to Brooke Guest, goes up on his toes and forces this to backward point where Hasiba Mead stops it and then can't work out where it is.
Jim's come on. Thanks for telling the story, Dave. You're all welcome to join the many thousands having a little laugh at me. Come on, nuts, he says. Thanks, Jim.
Well, I was laughing with him there.
It's great. Nice.
It was a funny story, really good story.
I like the fact the guard came and woke me up with a nice roll and a coffee. He said, good morning.
I'd sleep on a train every night if that was going to happen. They're just changing the field now. They're going to put the man, Hasiba Mead, down on the sort of wide third man boundary, and they've moved Lyndon James across to backward point now. Patterson is in and bowls to Guest, who defends this straight into the ground. Patterson sets off like a hare. Brooke Guest wasn't moving. It was mentioned once yesterday, I think, when there was half a possibility. The last thing Derbyshire require here is a run out. Notts will get enough wickets by themselves without being gifted any, although I think they were pretty much... Well, they were gifted one yesterday, and it was a poor shot by Lewis Rees.
They'd be good at running 2s and 3s hares because they're able to stop and turn so quickly and go back in the same direction, aren't they?
These two are quick. I'm not sure they're that quick, but they're quick. As Guest waits and leaves this one from Patterson alone outside the off stump to go through to Tom Moores. There is only one person. No, there are 2 now, aren't there? 3. Well, it's all gone pear-shaped. Somebody said they're all wearing long sleeves, but they're not. They're not. Dane Patterson, the bowler's in his short sleeves at the moment. James Pattinson is in short sleeves, and Big Luke's in short sleeves down away to our left. But everybody else looks quite... It's almost as if it was a cold snap, when really, if the game had started in this weather, they'd all be peeling layers off, I fancy. As Patterson is in again, and again that's wide of the off stump, and Guest has nothing to do with it, allows it to go through.
And I think they are actually long sleeves. Sometimes you get these the elasticated sleeves, especially in the T20, the boundary riders. They don't like to keep grazing their elbows, do they? So they have the elasticated sleeves on, but these are the long sleeved either shirts, or they're not quite jumpers, are they?
No, they're not really, not anymore. But there are a couple of
fleecy,
those. Yeah,
a bit fleecy.
Yeah. It's all high tech now.
Yeah.
169 for 2 as Brooke Guest pushes this one out into the offside. Again, there's no run. Liam Patterson White, who's wearing one of those fleecy sweater affairs, I think. The good thing about them is, and it really irritates me, with the jumpers that they wear, they can still put numbers on the back. Whereas Middlesex wear the cable knit, which I do like the cable knit, but they can't. They say they can't get the numbers on, and yet they've managed to weave the sponsor's name onto the front of the sweaters, but can't weave a number onto the back. Here's Patterson again, bowling to Brooke Guest, who forces it backward a square on the offside. It's a second success. No, it isn't, because he's conceded 4 off the last ball of his first over, didn't he? It's a maiden. His first of the morning for Dane Patterson. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 54. Derbyshire remain 169 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is how it used to be, but we've gone soft. We do enjoy looking at the names and the numbers, more specifically the numbers, because they're so large. I think Somerset are the other ones, aren't they? And maybe Surrey. There's still 2 or 3 around that where they...
I very rarely see Somerset or Surrey in 4-day cricket. I see Middlesex a lot. It is the entertainment business, after all, they keep telling us. Well, at times you would question that as well, but it's a different story.
Well, they decided it was good enough to do in test matches, didn't they? Put the numbers on them. Here's Luke Fletcher. Once very briefly of this parish, played 4 games on loan for Derbyshire in 2016. So on outside the off stump goes through to Tom Moores. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Fairly regulation 6-3 field for Fletcher. Similar sort of sized crowd to yesterday. Numbers very low on the first day because, as Dave pointed out, they were told to stay inside, and we've pretty much got used to doing as we're told. It was hot. It was hot in here, and we've got the air conditioning on, and a cold drink or 2 not so far away, but out there on the field, the players were stifling. This one past the outside edge and goes through to the keeper, which, and I know people with a Derbyshire leaning on going to say well done to Ben Duggett and Asiba Mead for being out there in that sweltering heat for 6 hours when the Derbyshire fielders were, but with the helmets on as well, it must have been almost intolerable, but clearly wasn't.
There's a man out there at the moment batting for Derbyshire who's only not been on the field for 12 overs.
Yeah, Brooke Guest, yeah. A lot of effort involved. And all the bending, this one goes through to the keeper, as well as all the constant pounding in the palms of the hands and on the finger ends. It can't be easy being a number 3 batter as well as a keeper. Because, sometimes you perhaps just want to, just let their hands cool down a little bit and perhaps soak them in cool water after a long spell in the field, and then lo and behold, a wicket goes down early and you're in.
Remarkable season as well.
It's Fletcher. In. Bowls to Madsen, solidly behind it. Defends. Can he go higher, do you think? He's still improving?
Open?
No, not in the order.
Sorry,
Lions and beyond.
Nottinghamshire.
No, I didn't say that.
No, just putting it out there.
In fact, one thing Notts don't need at the moment is wicket
well,
keepers.
yes, there is that. Yes, I think he can. No question. 730 runs this season at 48, batting at 3 when you're keeping wicket is a very decent effort indeed, I think.
Fletcher once more. Bowls, and this one past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Stephen King. I don't think it's the thriller writer. Okay. I think the Notts players guys are just wearing the long sleeve shirts. I always liked a long sleeve shirt for fielding, short sleeve shirt for batting. Yeah, it's always short for batting, but depending what sort of day. Don't know how much bowling, I guess, for who's in the field.
Blimey, I don't think I need one shirt. To pull the sleeves up if you wanted them short.
Fletcher once more. Umpire is James Middlebrook. This one's played on the leg side and fielded by Asiba Mead. See, Tim Robinson's on the ground today. I think he's another, obviously, leading official in the game. I think
umpire's assessor now.
Yeah, I'm going to say I think he's got another.
Yeah, he's an umpire's assessor. We've got a match referee. There's no, the ACB's got no money, but we've got 2 former players currently watching proceedings from on high.
Yeah, Cardiff last week we didn't have a match referee because the scheduled one went down with the old positive one the day before the game, so the umpires were left to get on with it.
He probably survived, did he?
They were both level over 8s at the end of the game. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. Patterson in ball to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. Funny that. Yeah, we always used to get on all right.
I've got 1 or 2 birthdays and bits of trivia, but we'll leave those until a little later on.
Well, my update at 11:15's at 25 past. I've got a big guest on at 1:30. So
a big guest?
Well, it's a politician.
Of course, Derbyshire was making the national headlines. Was it on 5 Live last night?
Well, yes, and the 6 o'clock news and the 10 o'clock news on BBC. Both
did it go down well?
I've had some very nice feedback from a lot of very influential people, so I'm happy.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Patterson, to Poltergeist, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
We're all fragile. We all like a pat on the back.
Well, mine's more a case of keeping my job, really.
Yeah, well, yeah.
As a freelance,
Yeah.
if people in high places like what you're doing,
Yeah.
you've got half a chance. I always think, good morning to you all, you know who you are.
I'm the other way around. I just assume nobody's listening to this.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, sometimes I think there is nobody listening, but I'm sure people are listening, and you're all very welcome.
They are indeed, yeah.
Very welcome. Wow.
Was that you or me?
Not me. This next delivery is turned into the leg side. I don't know what it was. It was loud, though, wasn't it?
Probably somebody saying, we are listening.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll put you on mute, whoever you are. Thank you.
Lauren will be back with us as well today. No Kevin Helms, as
No.
Dave said.
No, he's gone. One day in Division 2 is enough for the headmaster.
Yeah, he's gone back to the First Division.
Yeah.
But Lauren will be with us again today. Not tomorrow, just today.
Was she only expecting a 3-day game?
I think it was getting the time off work was the key. Patterson, 2 slips in place. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends this one out into the offside. It dribbles barely 6 feet from his feet. And it's fielded by Lyndon James, and there's no run. So 2 slips. There is a man at third man. There's a long leg as well, mid-wicket. It's fairly standard, mid-off, mid-on. Cover and backward point, as well as those 2 slips, and the wicket-keeper, of course. It's been a pretty quiet start to the day so far. No major alarms for the 2 Derbyshire batsmen. The Nottinghamshire bowlers just getting into their work now as Patterson from the city end bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this out to Patterson White at cover.
Some fella by the name of Emerson says it's nice up here today, although a tad drafty. Thank you for that, Martin, our Roca Riviera correspondent.
I saw the pictures of his jellyfish last week, or earlier this week, can't remember which.
I've not seen the pictures. Saw a tweet to say he'd been out.
I tried to avoid them, but they just popped up when I was looking, so...
Don't like them.
No, I'm not a big fan.
We went somewhere and they were all over the beach dead, and I thought, I'm not going in the sea. No, Jay.
Patterson balls that inside edge onto pad, I fancy.
Yeah.
There was a stifled appeal. Patterson looked interested for a moment, turned around and asked the umpire personally, but nothing doing. And after another maiden over, the 3rd in a row, Derbyshire remained 169 for 2.
Yeah, they're not pleasant things at all, jellyfish. And
It was on
apparently a sting is quite a nasty thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but don't we on them.
Don't we on a jellyfish?
Don't we on the sting. That's
right.
a myth. You need hot water on a jellyfish sting, not...
Is it a tomato? I think I've been told if you cut a tomato in half and rub it on. Again, maybe
I
nonsense.
remember the last time I had a tomato.
In my line of work, I don't run into many jellyfish. Next delivery is on its way from Fletcher, a push and run from Madsen, who's looked a little frenetic this morning, and we've got a Ben Stokes incident.
Get to the boundary. He's not going up on it to get to the boundary, sadly.
Yeah, the ball was thrown by Lyndon James, and it hit Wayne Madsen. Wasn't going all that quickly, but it struck Wayne Madsen and then deflected away from all the fielders, a la Ben Stokes in the World Cup final, and was just dribbling towards the boundary.
I could be following Kate Bush. Mind you, the chances at the moment of following Kate Bush are fairly high because the song gets played every 30 seconds on local radio, I find. Even I had it in the sports show earlier this week.
Which song's that? Army Dreamers?
Running up that hill.
All right. 170 for 2. There's Fletcher, this time to Guest. Another little push and run. In comes a Seba Mead. He underarms it towards the stumps. And they're home. 171 for 2. Let's go out there and push some quick singles. Why in particular?
It's on a... Is it called Strange People? I'm not sure.
I have no
it's
idea.
It's a TV... No, it's not a programme. Or Stranger Days, I'm not sure. It could be on soon. I'll just disappear, if that's all right.
Yeah,
You
of course.
carry on.
Yeah, you disappear. Barely notice when you've gone. Madsen is 62 now. Guest 52. Fletcher to bowl to Wayne Madsen. This one long way wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. As mentioned earlier, they're playing everywhere else apart from Edgbaston. The other 2 games in Division 2, you'd have to say are going Nottinghamshire's way, in the sense that second place Middlesex very much up against it. Sussex 523. Chiteshwar Pujara getting his third double hundred of the season in that. As Fletcher bowls to Madsen, ups it to mid-wicket where Seba Mead does the fielding. Middlesex in reply 115
I've been bumped
for
for
1.
Carol Kirkwood now. What's going on?
Does she work for BBC Radio Derby
No.
now? And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 399 for 6. So they're on course. They need 1 more run in 9 overs. I think they might get that to get maximum batting points against Glamorgan. Vian Mulder 155 not out, and Middlesex are second in the table, 21 points behind Notts. Glamorgan a third, 22 points behind Notts. So both Middlesex and Glamorgan struggling. Here's Fletcher into bowl again to Madsen. It goes through to the keeper. Is Carol Kirkwood just having a bit of a chat about
I think it's
all things, or is it?
It's a pre-record. She's got a book out. She's got a novel out. I think she's got a novel out. I think I read.
idea.
Yeah, I think so. Stranger Things is that television program that the Kate Bush song is on, which is watched. It's on one of the streaming platforms, I think, and all the kids are watching it. So therefore,
I won't be.
well, no, but she's gone back in the charts, and it's a huge hit all over again.
Can't beat
He's
it.
having a chat again now. Luke had a chat yesterday.
Yeah.
With somebody down to our left-hand side.
Yeah.
He's having a chat again. We know he's a very sociable man. There is a member of the coaching staff down there. It might even be Peter Moores, actually. It's grey hair. It is. It's Peter Moores, I'm sure.
Let me have a look. Fletcher's in, bowls to Madsen.
I have to climb on the desk here, then.
It is himself, Peter
Yeah,
Moores.
I thought it was. Yeah, so Peter Moores has obviously shouted something, what's it doing, Luke? And he says it's wobbling a bit. It's wobbling a bit. So,
Who needs analysts?
Yeah.
Go and sit on the boundary rope and ask the bowler what it's doing. 171 for 2. Yeah, Kate Bush, the kick inside. That got me through my late teenage years. That and Blondie's parallel lines.
I'm with you on that one. I was never a huge Kate Bush fan, I have to say. But
Yes, had a poster of her on my wall in the Air Force, and Debbie Harry.
Patterson's in. Bowls to broadcast, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. Yeah, Kim Wilde was up there as well at university.
Oh, yes.
Didn't particularly like the music, obviously, but
She played the Newark Riverside Festival. I was going to say a couple of years ago, but it must have been 3 years ago. A couple of years ago,
Yeah.
of course, was the COVID summer, so it was probably 2019. Went down and had a bit of a look. I think there were UB40 on as well. Ali Campbell.
yeah, they're doing the round still at the moment, aren't they? Doing a lot of the festivals. Guest waits, and that's bowled wide of the off stump by Patterson. Goes through to the keeper. The 12th man has emerged.
Oh.
Tall. He's wearing a cap, so I assume he's the Nottinghamshire 12th man, because the Derbyshire 12th man wouldn't necessarily wear a cap to come out to see the batsman, would he? But
I'll try and do a bit of detective work whilst I'm next door.
okay. Dave will be back after we've done our little updates. The next update I do is the one where I try and teach Ian Skies this next time. He strikes the pad. Now then, there's a decision to be made as the no. Well, there was, but it was negative from the umpire. Lauren Tuffrey will join us actually now for half an hour. Oh, my computer wants to restart again. I think we might end up not doing the Teach Ian Sky How to Play Cricket feature this morning, because I'm still listening to Carol Kirkwood. 2 slips in place as Patterson is in and bowls. That's left alone by broadcast. Lauren Tuffrey has joined me. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are
Good.
you?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Yeah, very good. Been a reasonably good opening half hour for Derbyshire, not too many alarms.
Yeah, I've been watching through the window, just a couple of boxes down and a couple of shouts, but not too many this morning. So
Not bad at all. Not bad at all so far.
it's slightly different conditions today as well. So I need to.
It feels
Get
like
used to that.
feels like a bowling day. No, it's just asking me to check something on. This next one is pushed out into the offside. It's Rob Collins who sent us a tweet. That's pushed by Guest by Madsen. Guest out into the offside. He's going to come back for 3. Comfortably back for 3. Rob tells us that Kate Bush shares a birthday with Jimmy Anderson and the former Derbyshire players Tim Munton and Peter Bowler. Thank you for that, Rob. I hope that wasn't in Dave Bracegirdle's on this day. He'd be furious if you've usurped his on this day. I don't think it would have been. We just happened to be talking about Kate Bush because Running Up That Hill was on the radio again. So long since I've heard it. About 4 hours, I think. It's Patterson in bowls to Madsen, who turns this into the leg side, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, who is Ben Slater. And there's no run. 174 for 2 now. At the end of that over, Madsen has 62, Guest has 55. Derbyshire now trailing by quadruple Nelson, 444, which means 295 required to avoid the follow-on. It's a long way.
It's a long way. It does sound like a long way, doesn't it?
It's a full day's cricket. Near enough.
If they can maybe avoid a bit of rain today and just sort of keep batting. These two just need to keep batting, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, there is some batting, isn't there? Leas Deploy, Hilton Cartwright, Anuj Dal, who's had a terrific season so far, averaging 70 or 80 coming into this match. I think that was mainly because he was at 76. He's averaging mainly because he was run out for 26 in the second innings up at Durham when they were looking for some quick runs in order to declare. There's Luke Fletcher from the racecourse end bowling, and that one is a little aerially played down to fine leg. There is a man down there, and they're going to get 1 run, and Guest moves on to 56, 175 for 2.
Yeah, I think we know that obviously Derbyshire got a bit of depth in the batting lineup, but you don't want to leave too much to do, because then that puts the extra pressure on. They can't just go out and bat.
Well, these two are both having terrific seasons. Wayne Madsen is up to, he's in excess of 900 runs in the championship now. He's on to 937. Brooke Guest has got 736, I think, now. He's averaging 49, and Madsen's averaging 72. So both big players for Derbyshire as Fletcher bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Leas Deploy just starting to find a bit of form. He's almost up to 600 runs in the championship, averaging 53 after his centuries in each innings against Durham last week. And after his first ball duck on debut, Hilton Cartwright, bless him, made 71 not out, second time around off 83 deliveries. So we know he can bat.
You've just got to get those early ones out your system.
Yeah, 3 first ballers in the first innings at Durham, which was quite impressive. Equalled a record. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Madsen again. And then there's Anuj Dal, who's just been fantastic. I know he's only got 533 songs. I'm following David Bowie here. That's quite an accolade, isn't it? He's averaging 76. I'm going to do my update now. There may or may not be teaching Ian how to, or cricketing terms. I'm going to do it in outfield today if he asks me. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to read it. I do know what it is, but they're just pushing the man out at mid-wicket, out to the square leg boundary. Left alone. Good morning, Ian. Yeah, it's been a good opening half hour or so for Derbyshire. They haven't lost a wicket. They've moved on to 175 for 2. They're still a long way behind, of course. They trail by 443 and need another 294 to avoid the follow-on. But Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest have barely been troubled. There have been a couple of leg before wicket appeals, but on both occasions I think the ball hit the bat before the pad and therefore could not possibly have been given out. Wayne Madsen's moved on to 62. Brooke Guest has 56. The partnership's 121, and the key is for these two to bat as long as possible and then allow Leicester Ploy, Hilton Cartwright and Anuj Dal, who are still to come, to just have a little bit of the pressure taken off them, because we've just been discussing on commentary, you don't want the middle to lower order to burden or to have all the burden of scoring the runs. So these two are doing a nice job. Derbyshire 175 for 2. We are, yeah, excellent. Oh, yeah, come on. Is that Heidi? Is that Heidi? Is it? Well, no, it wasn't, but I must get her to do me a ringtone. Yes, no, that's very impressive. That was excellent, by the way. That was excellent work. Excellent work. Just a quick one, just incidentally, for those watching on and listening online, 175 for 2 at the end of the over. I want to talk to you about an in-out field. Do you know what an in-out field is? You know, when the fielding side. You usually have, you have 5 fielders who are quite close and 3 who are out near the boundary. So it's an in-out field, and it's basically designed to force the batsman into errors, denying them the opportunity to score, because the ones who are close in stop them taking the singles, and therefore they've got to hit the ball a bit harder. Now, not necessarily to the fielders who are out, but miss-hit in the way, really, yesterday that both Lewis Rees and Harry Kane did in the Derbyshire first innings. They were both out to miss-hit shots because they were being put under pressure by the Nottinghamshire field. So they're saving the boundaries but denying the opportunity to get the singles. Batsmen like to rotate the strike, so they like to get a single, get down the other end, and give the bowler something different to think about. So if you've got the in-out field, it can sort of put the pressure on the batsman. We've seen today already both of these batsmen, Manson and Guest, have forced a couple of quick singles when the ball's gone pretty much straight to a fielder, and that can obviously bring in the risk of a run out as well. But so far they've survived. But it's almost an in field here for Nottinghamshire at the moment. They have one man out on the boundary now. He's down at long leg, away to our left-hand side, and everybody else is around the batsman. Yeah. Right. No, dear. An in-out field, yeah. Yes, absolutely. That's a very good way of putting it. The formation that the fielders stand in. So you'd have them almost in a ring around the pitch on which they're playing. So you'd have a couple of slips, as Nottinghamshire have got, but everybody else is saving one, apart from a couple of fielders out on the boundary. They were just there in case the ball gets through. But the whole idea is not to let the ball through, to really put the pressure on the batsman and dry up the flow of runs. Excellent. We're back, Lauren. Apologies to everyone. I don't think there's been a run since I was talking about an in-out field. Of course, everybody online and on the stream will know exactly what it is anyway, because why would they be watching otherwise? As Patterson bowls, and that one's clipped out towards the square leg boundary by Brooke Guest. The outfield has slowed down a touch after that rain this morning, so that's allowed big Luke Fletcher to get to the ball. He actually bends down and throws the ball to Ben Slater with his left hand. The batsmen go through for 3. Guest moves on to 59 now, and Derbyshire up to 178 for 2. That was a magnificent piece of fielding by Big Luke. He's one of my favourite county cricketers.
Very casually done, that wasn't it?
Wasn't it? It was just to stop him having to slide, I think.
Yeah, as a bowler, you don't want to be sliding around, do you?
He certainly didn't.
Not this early on in the day.
No. But it was noticeable, and I think the outfield has slowed up a bit, hasn't it? Because that would have raced to the boundary yesterday and the day before.
That was a lot slower than yesterday.
Madsen waits now as Patterson bowls to him, and he drives up to mid-off. Goes straight to the Nottinghamshire skipper, Stephen Mullaney, who immediately removes the rag from out the back of his trousers and starts to dry the ball. So there we are. There's further evidence that there is still a bit of dampness about.
Yeah, we saw them with the rope out earlier, didn't we? And there was over towards the performance centre, there was a bit more water coming off the pitch than other areas.
Love to see a rope being dragged around a cricket pitch. It's one of my favourite things. No idea why they do it. But they always do. Patterson bowls to Madsen, who defends right in front of his pads, and then signals that one just came through a little bit. Wayne Madsen is one of the lots of batsmen do it now, but Wayne Madsen in particular often just indicates what the ball's done. I don't know why they do. Why did they do that?
Well, I do that quite often.
Why do you do it then? Come on,
I don't know. I know when I bat with a girl called Tash, who I bat with quite a bit. We both do it because we like to know what the ball's doing. So I do it when I'm on strike to let her know that that's what that ball's done. Is she not watching? Is she can't be bothered watching the delivery? Or that's up for debate. That is. But some people aren't bothered. Like there was this other girl who I batted with. Never batted with her before, and I was doing all these, and then after the over, she's like, "What are you doing with your out?" And I'm like, "Well, it's just what I do now."
That'd have been my question. Well, what on earth are you doing?
Makes you look like I know what I'm talking about, then you see.
Well, yes, yeah.
People think, "Oh, she's watching the ball well there."
If you're doing something that Wayne Madsen's doing as a batsman or a batter, rather, you can't go far wrong, really. 19,000 all format runs for Derbyshire. Here is Pattinson. Has he bowled yet today? Was he bowled in the last over? He could have been. Yes, he probably was. That one is pushed out to mid-on. I've not been paying attention. I don't know whether you noticed. No, it's his first delivery. I thought it was. That was big Australian with a tattooed left arm. The smile on his face. Can't keep still. Always chatting. We do have a 12th man on because the 94 I haven't seen before. In goes Pattinson and bowls outside the off stump. That one barely bounces, and it's taken very low down, possibly on the second bounce by Tom Moores. Can you see the name on the back? Your eyes have been much better than mine.
I can't read the name. I just know it's 94.
Yeah, well, even I can see 94, but I have no chance of seeing his name. Oh, hello. Yeah.
I don't know where these have come from.
Yeah, well, they're Dave's. King.
There
Is it King?
It is King.
Excellent. So King's on. Apologies for not knowing his first name either. Dave will tell us when he gets back. I did see a very tall 12th man before, and that's clearly him. Pattinson in and bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. Down towards fine leg by Brooke Guest for a single. He moves on to 60. The partnership up to 125 now for the third wicket. 179 for two.
I guess this looks like he likes that shot off his legs, doesn't he? He always seems to just turn it around the corner for the single. Takes that bit of pressure off those dot balls as well.
I don't know if it's true, but it seems like a wicket-keeper's shot. To me, a lot of wicket-keepers play that.
Yeah, I think it's one of those shots. I think there's a lot of people that struggle sort of playing off their legs because they sort of get into the wrong sort of position. But I think it's a good shot to have for rotating the strike.
Well, it'll generally bring you at least one run, won't it? Down a fine leg. Pattinson to Madsen now. Madsen plays this square. That's a good stop by Hamid. A backward square leg. Got both hands to the ball. Couldn't prevent the single from being taken as Madsen moves on to 63, 180 for two. But he's a decent fielder and he's a very, very fine batsman, Hasib Hamid. And almost certainly should still be playing for England, in my humble opinion. That's not to say I don't like Alex Lees. I think Alex Lees is a terrific cricketer as well, but they're now playing one opener who isn't an opener. And if Alex Lees is going to be aggressive like he has been for England, you can afford to have Hasib Hamid at the other end. Not that Hasib Hamid isn't an aggressive batsman when he wants to be. I'll stop digging now. Here is Pattinson in and bowls an inside edge into the midriff for Brooke Guest. I think you all get the sort of gist. Do we know King's first name? Simon King, thank you very much indeed. Like the weatherman. BBC Radio 5 Live's weatherman is Simon King.
Full of all the facts you are this morning.
Well, facts, it's just nonsense, isn't it, really? I don't think it's the same person, incidentally. 180 for two, I'd be surprised if it was. That'd be excellent, because he could tell them what the weather was going to be like as well while he's out there 12th man, and this one is left alone by Brooke Guest to go through. To Tom Moores, it's the end of the first over from James Pattinson. of the day. He's bowled 5 overs. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 12 overs, 0 for 42. Patterson's bowled 5 overs in this spell, and he's going to carry on. There's so many numbers on this screen in front of me. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
You said 5, and I was like,
Yeah,
5?
No, that was his first over, wasn't it? I'd established that. So Patterson's bowl, this will be his 20th over of the innings. 17 for Fletcher, 12 for Pattinson. Stephen Mullaney bowled 10 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 8. Of course he did. And Liam Patterson-White bowled 8 overs for 30. Dave's got a bit of information for me. Dane Patterson is on his way in, and that's wide of the off stump and left alone by Sammy. Not Simon, I misheard him. Apologies. I've got these big headphones on.
Blocks out all the noise.
Well, Sammy King isn't the BBC Radio 5 Live weatherman, so we can very firmly establish that they're different people. Thank you to Dave. He's just next door, watching on, waiting for this breakthrough for Nottinghamshire, which hasn't come in the opening 44 minutes or so, and Patterson is in again, and Madsen turns it into the leg side, just to the right of the man in at mid-wicket, Lyndon James, and they come back for 2. That throw is awful. Absolutely awful.
He just sort of kept sliding, didn't he?
Yeah.
It shows how it's so different to the outfield yesterday, because yesterday he was sort of slid and just stopped like you normally would on a dry outfield, where it's slightly wetter, and he just sort of kept going, and he wasn't on balance when he was trying to throw it in.
That was poor old Sammy. Didn't field yesterday, I don't think, so no excuses. 182 for 2. Madsen moves on to 65. I did establish yesterday. That's right. I'll keep my powder dry on that one. There's Patterson's in again and bowls to Madsen, who chops it into the ground. It actually gets a very thick bottom edge, and it's going to run away for 4 runs, and he's got away with one a little bit there. It could have gone absolutely anywhere. It missed the stumps by quite a distance in the end, and Tom Moores couldn't get there, diving away to his left-hand side. And Madsen moves on to 69 from 143 deliveries, and Derbyshire 186 for 2.
You've seen Madsen do that a couple of times yesterday. He's sort of trying to cut the ball when it's a little bit too close to the stumps to cut it, and he just got away with that one there. But
did miss the stumps by quite a margin in the end, but it could have actually gone anywhere, which is the thing that might make him not do it again in a hurry. But then again,
he is very good cutting the ball.
He's very good at most things, Wayne Madsen. Patterson is in again, and he drives this one off a thick edge, and it goes straight to Hasib Hamid at backward point. Again, that was in the air for a little while, but he practices the sort of same shot. I'm not quite sure what that shot is. It's a sort of drive, but not a classical drive.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get it in between that gap. There's quite a big gap between backward point, sort of like an extra cover,
Yeah.
more than a cover. So there is a big area there that is up for the taking, but it's just timing it just right, isn't it?
If he mistimes it, he could be in trouble. Patterson bowls a short delivery. Madsen ducks down underneath it, turns around and stares back down the track. Patterson's not interested in engaging. Nottinghamshire have brought themselves a little grey van, which is over next to the club shop. Bits and pieces in it, presumably for the whoever's going to be doing any running at lunchtime, because they've just brought some stuff out and plonked it on the dugout away to our left-hand side. The ice cream van will do slightly less business today, I think. As Patterson is in another short delivery, and Madsen again ducks underneath it fairly comfortably.
Yeah, this was the battle that we were sort of excited about yesterday, was the Patterson-Madsen fight that was going on. There's quite a few sort of LB shouts and a few close ones yesterday. But there seems to be less challenging going on so far this morning.
Too short, really, those deliveries, aren't they? He's got time to get out of the way of those. The ones that are most effective are those short balls that follow you. Second slip is, yes he is. The slip cordon's just sort of spreading out a bit. Joe Clark at first and Ben Duckett at second. They're almost at 1.5 and 3. Patterson bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. There's a shot at the stumps from Hamid. Brooke Guest have got home comfortably, and Wayne Madsen moves on to 70. 188 for 2 at the end of the over. And he keeps the strike. A couple of women's internationals today, which will be absolutely brilliant. Ireland against Australia. That Tri-Nations series, I think it's New Zealand who are there with them as well, but I wouldn't be 100% certain. And England take on South Africa at Chelmsford in the first T20. Of course, it'll be the third T20 here on Monday at the County Ground. So if you haven't got your ticket for that and you're not going down to Worcester, Derbyshire start the championship match, get yourself down here. That'll be terrific.
Yeah, they've got a great record the England women have here at Derby. I think I saw they haven't lost here since, I think, 2017.
Yeah, well, they played a lot as well. They played the entire COVID season here, didn't they? That was against South Africa, wasn't it?
There was one against West Indies.
West Indies. Could have been that one. Madsen ducks underneath the bouncer from James Pattinson. First ball of a new over from the racecourse end. No play before lunch at Birmingham.
Interesting.
Yeah, where it's been raining. Kent against Warwickshire. That is remarkable. The match has been delayed by rain at Northampton. So south of here, there is clearly a little bit of rain about.
I think there's some rain north of here as well.
Oh, we're surrounded. When we had some rain this morning, it wasn't torrential or anything like that. As this next delivery from Pattinson is pushed by Madsen up towards Mulaney at mid-off. And there's no room.
I was chatting to someone on the way in this morning, and he said he'd come from Manchester, and it was chucking it down.
Never rains in Manchester, Lauren. Don't believe a word of it. It never rains in the northwest. It's always glorious. The weeds in my front garden could do with a drop of water, though. So, I say front garden. There's no garden.
Bit of shrubbery.
Only the things that are growing through the cracks. I'm not really a horticulturalist. As Pattinson is in again, that one's turned nicely into square leg. Now it went straight to Hasib Hamid. I didn't see him there. He was hiding behind the umpire. Now there's going to be overthrows here. It might go all the way to the boundary. Ben Slater is chasing it. Ben Slater he hasn't reached it. That'll be 5. Oh, you're not telling me you stopped that, Ben Slater. Have a word with yourself, will you? The umpires are both looking at him, and they haven't signalled that it got to the boundary. So
a few in the crowd.
Going.
It's gone for 4.
If he kept that in, he is a miracle man. They run 4 anyway, so it doesn't really matter because he's only saved 1 run after the overthrow. Wayne Madsen moves on to 74 not out, which equals his highest score in first-class cricket against Nottinghamshire.
That's interesting, that is.
Powder dry. As this next one from Pattinson is turned into the leg side. That was what I was keeping dry. I looked it up yesterday because I knew he didn't have a first-class set. I mean, he's got centuries against so many different sides in first-class cricket, not just in this country, but abroad. When you look at some of his 112 against Essex, 135 not out Glamorgan, 204 against Gloucestershire, 163 against Kent, 172 against Leicestershire, 231 against Northamptonshire, 152 against Surrey, 176 against Sussex. I mean, it's remarkable. 141 against Yorkshire, but never got a century against Nottinghamshire. Well, he's now equalled his highest score as he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. And he will know because he's very up to date with his stats. If you ever see him, David Griffin having a chat with him or the other way around, and they know. Well, obviously Griff knows. He knows everything, but Wayne always knows when he's coming up to a landmark, and he'll know that this is one of the things missing from what is a remarkable CV, that he doesn't have a century against Nottinghamshire. And, he's 74 off 153 balls, having equalled his high score against Derbyshire's closest rivals in terms of distance. As Pattinson is in and balls, that one's down the leg side, and that was a quick delivery. Flew through. Madsen tried to flick it away. Moores flung himself to his left.
It was a good take from Moores, it was. We saw a few yesterday that sort of drifted down leg and then swung back the opposite way quite often. So Moores has done well, sort of trying to keep an eye on where the ball's going. Especially, I think there's going to be a bit more swing this morning.
Well, he's had a couple. I mean, that one really took off and he had to dive away to his left. He had one that barely bounced that he took to his right. So looks like an awkward day It's always an awkward day for a wicket keeper, isn't it? You're always likely to
Yeah.
get smacked somewhere or other.
But you can see there's a few sort of footmarks forming on the wicket as well for any left-handed batters coming in against the spinners later on.
Leah's deploy. I think he's the only left-hander to come, isn't he? Cartwright's,
yeah.
Cartwright's right-handed. Yeah, this is a very...
Right-hand dominant
Yeah, it is.
bottom order, isn't it?
Yeah, right-hand dominant entire team, really. Lewis Rees and Leah's deploy. Unless I'm missing something, and if I am, I apologise. I only watch them every single day they play, so how could I be expected to know whether they were right-handed or left-handed? 191 for 2, still trailing by 427. And here's Stephen Mullaney for the first time today from the City end. Bowls, that's turned away down the leg side. I think it was off a pad by Brooke Guest. They're going to come back for a second. Joe Clark gives chase, puts the slide in, keeps the ball in play, and they do come back for what turns into 3 byes. So he didn't get anything on it at all. I thought he'd flicked it away off something. Joe Clark has now got the biggest mud stain on his left knee.
That's what people love it, don't they? Some people love to show they've done something by getting their whites a bit mucky.
Yeah, terrible to get it out though, isn't it?
You're never getting that fully out.
You don't. Mind you, they'd probably get new kit every game or something, I don't know. 194 for 2, they might not. I'd want it if I was playing. Madsen on strike now, and he just turns that into the leg side. There is a man at short mid-wicket, that's Lyndon James. There's a man in it, fairly close cover as well, Liam Patterson-White. So he's got plenty of company, because he's got wicket-keeper Tom Moore standing up as well. And you can tell the pace at which Mullaney is actually bowling by the fact that the slip is about 15 yards behind the wicketkeeper. I wouldn't stand up to this. He's in again, and that one is striking the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out. By Pollard, unimpressed. Mullaney, quite like that. He's turned around again, and he's saying why. I think by Pollard's given him a reason. I couldn't tell you what the reason was. He's got his back to us. Wayne Madsen, I can't see through him or Tom Moore's.
No, he didn't. Umpire wasn't interested at all there.
Totally unmoved. Strange. There hasn't been a leg before wicket in the match. I'm told that one is defended by Wayne Madsen. I'm saying that, and I'm sure I heard somebody say it yesterday. I'm just repeating what other people have said. There weren't any of the Nottinghamshire innings, and both of the Derbyshire batsmen have been caught. So not a single leg before decision. There have been a few shouts by the Nottinghamshire. To be fair, the ball didn't hit the pads that many times when Derbyshire were bowling on day one. This is an edged to slip, and Wayne Madsen's gone. And it was almost like catching practice, and he's not going to get a century in this innings, certainly. And Stephen Mullaney strikes in his first over of the day. A fairly comfortable catch for Joe Clark in the end. He just sort of tried to guide it somewhere. Unfortunately, where he tried to guide it, it went straight into Clark's hands. And Madsen goes for 74 off 158 deliveries with 11 fours, and Notts have the breakthrough. And that was a disappointing dismissal, Lauren.
Yeah, I think we've sort of seen that Madsen's tried to sort of cut it a little bit off the stumps a little bit more this morning. So he's obviously felt that's sort of an option, whereas that one he's just sort of tried to guide it a little bit too fine. And fair play to Notts, they got the field right. They knew that it was coming. Clark was right there. Catching practice, really, that is. That's what you want. When you're taking nicks in training, that's exactly how you want somebody to feed them to you.
I've got 2 messages in quick succession there from people back at base saying, can you do an update at 12 and Wesley will come to you in 5 minutes? Something must be happening. I don't know what.
And Lewis deploy?
Skipper.
Captain for the game?
Yeah. Yeah. Second game as captain.
He's not had the best of
But no, it's
starts,
not
has
been
he?
going as well as it might have done now. No, he had a big smile on his face, in fairness. When we spoke to him at the end of day one, when I said to him, would have been a good toss to win that one, Liz. I'm going to do cricket. Are we doing it before midday then? I don't understand what's happening anymore.
It's keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll do one during the bulletin, yeah. Right. Sorry, go on.
Just looking at the
Two mid
slight
wickets.
changes.
Yeah.
They could hold hands from that distance apart.
Be great if they did, wouldn't it? Here's Mulaney bowling to Lears Deploy, who plays this one up to mid-on. Looks like Big Luke there. It's the end of the Mulaney over. It's I was going to say it's a wicket made, but I'm not sure that it is. It isn't, is it? I'll find out in a minute when my computer. No, there were. Yes, it is a wicket made because the runs off it were 3 byes. 11 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 8 for Stephen Mulaney. How many? Do we get my calculator out again now? Because I'm not really good at maths. What are we on? 194. Still need 275 to avoid the follow-on.
Patterson is going to continue.
Thank you, Lauren. Yes, I'm
That's all right.
slightly distracted. Here's Pattinson then, 0 for 46 from 13 overs. He's on his way in now to bowl to Brooke Guest, who's top-edged that one for 6, I fancy. It is. It's gone straight into the... no, it's 4. How's that not 6? Just bounced over the advertising boards into the tarpaulin at the far end of the ground. Remarkable.
Yeah, he didn't look like he knew much about that one, Guest. He sort of
No,
tried to pull it away, but got nowhere near it, really.
no, that wasn't great, was it? Not in control. Fair play for taking it on.
Still 4 runs.
And they move closer to 200. Notts, of course, with that last wicket, picked up another bonus point. They've got 6 now. Derbyshire, a couple of runs away from their first with the bat. Pattinson goes in again. A couple of slips in place. He's bowling to Brooke Guest, who drives this one. That's a nicer shot. Again, the slower outfield today is going to hamper his hopes of getting a boundary because it actually stops about 20 yards from the rope away to our left-hand side.
Yeah, yesterday that's flown away to the boundary lines, whereas they're having to do a bit more running today.
200 up for Derbyshire, coming in the 70th over, 69 overs and 2 balls. Try and take more notice of these things. There comes Pattinson again. I'm sure he's missing an N off his shirt. He's in and bowls to Guest, who turns this into the leg side and scampers away for another single. Derbyshire move up to 201 for 3. You have a look, see if you can see. And
I'll have a look.
Dave's moved his binoculars.
He's taken them
well,
with
he's
him.
moved them to behind you. I'm not sure why.
No.
But, clearly didn't want you to use them.
Don't touch my stuff.
Yeah.
No, Guest is running well this morning. He's sort of trying to push those singles a little bit more, isn't he? Trying to look at his shirt when he turns around. Yeah, he's definitely
He's missing an N,
it.
isn't he? He's missing his
the N, yeah.
patiso on the back of his shirt. Rather strangely. Patiso is in. Balls to Lears Deploy, who leaves alone. That's another one of those that swings after it goes past the stumps. It's taken down to his left by Tom Moores. I'll make way in a minute for a brief rest. We've been working hard all day. We need your rest. Derbyshire still trailing by 417. Here we go. Update coming up now. Yeah, we got underway on time, remarkably, Wesley, because it did rain for about 2 hours early on this morning, but Derbyshire lost a wicket in the first hour as well. They're 201 for 3 now, and it's Wayne Madsen, caught by Joe Clark at slip off the bowling of Stephen Mulaney for 74. That was that equalled his high score against Nottinghamshire during his career. Lears deploys the new batsman. He's yet to get off the mark. Brooke Guest has 67, and Derbyshire is still 268 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. They trail by 417. They're 201 for 3. That's that sorted. Jobs are good.
That was a waiting for you to give me the cue.
Dave is going to come in at the end of this over, which is, well, I hope he is. His final ball is pushed out into the offside. Big Luke bends down to pick it up. And Lewis deploys off the mark, so that'll cheer him up a little bit. Deploy has one. Guest has 67. A relatively successful first hour for Derbyshire. They did lose the wicket of Wayne Madsen, dismissed for 74, which equalled his highest score against Nottinghamshire in first-class cricket. Derbyshire 202 for 3, and after a quick word from Lauren, Mr. Bracegirdle will be back amongst you.
Yeah, Deploy's come out with a bit of a purpose there. He's run that first one, sort of pushed those singles a little bit, and I think these two run quite well, so I think we'll see a few more singles coming in. Derbyshire doing all right this morning, 202 free. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
I got my timings wrong.
Stephen Mullaney. Oh, crikey me. Elias Deploy playing at that one. Very late, played it down into the ground. Probably wasn't anywhere near the stumps, but just for a split second, it looked as if it might, from this angle, just be dragged back on.
There's been a few shouts from Mullaney this morning.
Yeah, he's done a good job, hasn't he? What is it? 1 for 8 in his 12th over, 6 maidens. It's almost as many as Derbyshire bowled in the entire innings, wasn't it? It's Mullaney in again, bowls. Deploy forces it into the offside. Captain to captain. Elias Deploy skippering Derbyshire for the first time. Madsen out for 74 then. His wait for a maiden first-class 100 against Notts goes on. Mullaney round the wicket. 2 slips, bowls, Deploy, edges. Perhaps if they'd had 3 slips in there, he might have been able to stop it. It certainly wasn't catchable height, just ran along the ground down to third man, and the left-hander is away with a boundary.
Yeah, he sort of wants to get off the mark quite quickly here. Deploy looks like he wants to try and score some runs. But he's been a bit sensible about it so far.
Cloudy conditions aren't ideal for swing bowling.
Yeah, we've seen a few sort of swing past the stumps today. Moores has done well to take a few that have sort of been wobbling.
I think Notts will feel they perhaps could have had 1 or 2 more wickets this morning. Derbyshire, I'm sure, will be delighted only to have lost the 1 as Deploy nudges this up to Fletcher. Bonus point apiece today, so Notts now on to 6, Derbyshire on to 2. That follow-on mark, 4-6-9. Does seem a long old way away. Still some very decent players to come. Hilton Cartwright, Australian Test match player, due in next. Anuj Dal, who's been in good form, in at 7. Little push into the offside to Asiba Mead. Did he sort out all the overthrow business? Did they end up with 4 runs?
Yeah, they got 4 in the end. There was a few people in the crowd that didn't sound too happy. Thought it had gone over the rope, but Slater said no, it hadn't. So
impossible to see from here.
Yeah, you can't tell from this distance.
Kind of happily accepted his word had I been the umpire. You just couldn't tell from this far away. Next ball is caught, I think, yes, by Tom Moores, and Mullaney's got a second wicket, and Elias Deploy has to go. He doesn't look too happy about it, you have to say, the Derbyshire captain. Whether it's just huge disappointment or whether he felt he didn't nick it, seemed to be a deflection of some sort. And Tom Moore standing up to the wicket. They're never easy if it's a big deflection, of course, standing up there. I know they're big wicket-keeping gauntlets, and somehow the ball managed to lodge in them. Good work, but good work as well by Mullaney. And Derbyshire lose 2 wickets in quick succession, 206 for 4.
Yeah, Deploy's he's not happy there, is he? Don't know if it's, like you said, the disappointment of nicking it behind, or if he didn't think he got anything on it. I mean, from this angle, can't quite see what the deflection was like. We'll have to have a look at the replays later on. But Notts will be happy, taking another one quite quick after the fall of Madsen earlier.
So that should bring Hilton Cartwright. Yes, here he comes on his way to the middle. Like London buses, or indeed London trains at the moment. You can wait forever for one and then two come along at once. 206 for 4. Quite special figures for Stephen Mullaney. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 12.
Yeah, he's just been putting it on the spot, hasn't he, Mullaney? We know that's what he does. And he's just caused a few issues for the Derbyshire batters.
Of course, it isn't an ideal time to lose set players. Thinking of Madsen in particular, but wicket's going down just before the second new ball becomes due, although we have still got 9 overs before it's available. I think James Pattinson will continue from this end.
Yeah, we were just saying, did you notice he's lost the N on the back of his shirt?
No, that would confuse it even further. If we've got Patos, Paters, and now a Patinso. It's a souvenir for somebody, isn't it?
Yeah.
What have they done with James Pattinson's N?
So Pattinson comes in. It's left alone by, I guess, they're outside the off stump.
T says he's claiming an assist. I knew my quick nip out to the shop would bring a wicket. Just got back in time to see the 4th one go down. Well done, T.
It always happens, that does, doesn't it? You don't want to move, and then as soon as you move, there's a wicket. A wicket falls. Superstitions.
Yeah, I can have a match on, cricket on all day, and just nip in the kitchen, put the kettle on, and he's out.
Pattinson in. A full ball kept out, I guess, there.
Of course, in this day and age, you're able just to rewind, either if you're watching on the stream or rewind on the old smart TV or whatever it is. In the old days, it had gone. In the very old days, you couldn't even record it. Way before your time. Yeah. Way before your time.
We're quite lucky now. We can just watch everything over and over again.
When the world was black and white, all we had was a pencil and a paper.
Pattinson in. He's tried to flip that off of his legs, but he's not got anywhere near it. Taken down the leg side by Moores.
Just wonder how this day will unfold. Of course, obvious thing to say, but say it anyway. To win this game, Nottinghamshire need to bowl Derbyshire out twice. They need 16 more wickets, and it's clear they're not going to do it. They're not going to be able to take wickets if they're batting.
Pattinson in. Another 4-1. Driven back down straight to Pattinson.
So if they're able to get into a position where they do bowl Derbyshire out for the first time short of the follow-on mark, there's going to be a very big question there for Stephen Mullaney and the coaching staff, just how much effort and energy has been put in by the bowlers. Will they be ready to go again either later today or tomorrow morning? I guess if we get into tomorrow morning and Derbyshire are still short of the follow-on mark, I think that's going to have to stick them in again. Because, we're running out of time, really.
Yeah, I think they've got a big target on the board as it is, and you don't want to lose your chance, do you? Pattinson in again. And that's flicked through the onside by Guest. Going to pick up a couple here. Fletcher's giving it chase. That's a free to Guest there.
Not sure how much association he has with Hilton Cartwright, whether they're best buddies or hardly know each other. I'm sure they have come across each other in Australian domestic cricket, but I don't know if there's anything more than that. I've only had 1 or 2 brief chats with James this week, but mainly about the new arrival, young Elsie, his new daughter, born last week. But might just get the juices flowing here, the chance to just pit his wits against another Australian international.
Yeah, you always want those little battles going on, don't you?
Another slip coming in, I think. Lyndon James trotting across. May go to gully, but now he's going to drop in at third slip.
Patterson in for another ball. Cartwright drives that to backup point for a dot ball, which ends that over.
I'm guessing as it's 12:15, 8 overs remaining, Stephen Mullany's sort of already thinking, well, I won't take the second new ball before lunch here, so I can keep James Pattinson going a while now. He's going to get a 40-minute breather anyway with lunch, and we can take the second new ball perhaps straight afterwards.
Yeah, I think they want to try and do as much as they can with this old ball. They're picking up a few wickets with it, so they'll hope that the new ball will come after lunch and cause a few more issues as well.
Mullaney is nicely booked in at the City end. Very decent spell here. 12 overs, 2 for 12.
Yeah, this spell's been 2 overs, 2 wickets, 4 runs, this spell. Which is a good one.
Brooke Guest on 70. Really needs to go on and really convert this into a big score now. He's just helped this delivery from Mullaney onto the leg side, out to Ben Slater, formerly of this parish. Comes in from the boundary away to our left in front of the players' pavilion. Just lobs the ball back in. Guest on to 71, 210 for 4.
So yeah, Slater's still involved at my my old club, Chesterfield. See him playing a couple of games this season, which is nice. Good with the juniors as well.
Chesterfield FC supporter as well. Next one, just run by Cartwright nicely into the gap on the offside, and he's away with a couple of fairly gentle runs. Didn't exactly over-exert himself there running. There's always going to be 2 as Liam Patterson-White went running away towards the scoreboard. Right-hand side to field.
Yeah, I think he might have had the his first ball duck on his mind from in the previous game he played Cartwright, but he's managed to get himself off the mark.
There's Mullaney. Tom Moore still standing up. He struck him on the pad, asking the umpire here, but nothing doing. Not out. Still not had an LBW appeal. We've had an appeal, but we've not had an LBW verdict. Go the way of the bowlers throughout the match.
Yeah, there's been a few, especially Notts have been really interested in a few. But yeah, we were saying I don't think there was many shouts from Derbyshire.
Mark says good afternoon from Stamford. This one's gone through to Moores. Any theories on why there's been so many huge scores this season? Is it the weather or the new balls being used? Very dry, isn't it, Mark? I think that's partly to do with it.
Yeah, I think some of the times it's the way the wickets have been prepared this year as well.
When you don't get stoppages for rain, you get a lot of cricket in 4 days of cricket, and batsmen have the opportunity to hang around for long times, put big scores on the board. Moore's gathered the latest delivery here. Remains 212 for 4. Often if you lose time out of a match, everything's just sort of played in 5th gear. They can't really take their time and build an innings like if you get the full 5 days in, 4 days in. Next one's driven away through the offside. Nice looking shot by Cartwright for 4. One of the few boundaries, maybe even the first, I'm not sure, that Mullaney's conceded. 13 overs, 2 for 19, 216 for 4 Derbyshire. They've lost Wayne Madsen for 74 and Leos Deploy for 5 today. Mullaney with both wickets.
It was a nice looking shot from Cartwright there. He's just sort of leant on it and got it through that gap between backward point and cover. Make it feel good about that. It's always nice to hit a boundary. Sort of settles you down a little bit, especially if it's a nice looking shot.
Interesting that Derbyshire have had their settled 3-4-5 Guest, Madsen and Deploy, and they've not seemed to change that with the arrival of the Australian Test player. What a nice spot to come into a new side. I think number 6 in the order. There'll be some sort of platform laid more often than not.
Yeah, I think that's what you need as well. If you've got runs on the board already, it sort of helps coming in. It takes that bit of pressure off. So Pattinson's going to continue. This one, I think, it's come off the bat a little bit there, but gone into the pads quite high. A little bit of interest, but not going to be given.
Still not had any play at Edgbaston this morning. In fact, no play before lunch has now been confirmed in Division 1, where Kent are 198 for 4 in their second innings. The game has moved on quite briskly, playing all the other matches this morning, although they did go off for a little bit of drizzle at Wantage Road, but they're back on.
Patterson in again. This is driven down the ground.
Good work
by Guest.
Yeah, good work by Fletcher there.
Yeah, Fletcher's got down well to that one. So that's gone past him. I think that's going down for 4, that one.
Got the floodlights on for the first time in the match.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit darker, a little bit cloudier today.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? There's a little more rain here. The forecast says not, just dull and cloudy and overcast, but the sort of clouds that often bring rain with them. Let's hope they blow away quickly.
Patterson in again. This one's defended down to Luke Fletcher there, mid-on.
Middlesex are 151 for 4 now against Sussex. Sussex making 523. That match at Lords. Middlesex are second in the table behind Notts. Third place Glamorgan. Still haven't bowled Leicestershire out. The Foxes 460 for 7. That at Grace Road.
Right, Patterson in again, bowling to Guest. This is flicked through the onside, between the gap. It's going to go for 4.
Luke Fletcher made a little bit of effort, but there was no way he was going to sprint after that, was there?
No, he's just placed that nicely in between the two fielders there, Guest does.
Left it for Lyndon James to go and fetch. Wasn't going to be a deal of sprinting there from Big Luke. In fact, he'd only just got up from diving from the previous ball. Nice shot. Guest, now the top scorer in the innings. Goes past Madsen's 74. He's on 75.
Yeah, Guest looks like he's really taken to this number 3 role as well for Derbyshire. I know they've been looking for a while to find someone to slot into that spot.
Yeah, Fletch made a good point. It's just 12 overs in the entire match. He's not been on the field.
Patterson in again. This is driven through the offside this time by Guest. Not going to make it to the boundary. I think they're going to pick up 3 here.
Yeah, really positive running, positive stroke play by Brooke Guest. Clipped one through mid-wicket, this one through extra cover. Knew he hadn't properly got hold of it, but ran with such willingness and purpose from the start, they were able to comfortably come back for 3.
Yeah, I think it's one of. I think that a shot like that yesterday would have potentially have gone.
Do you think there's some drizzle out there, Lauren? The umpires are getting together.
Not seen the ground staff yet.
It's interesting that umpire.
There we go.
Yeah, umpire Pollard at the far end took his hat off
Just check.
just to see how much it was raining. But yeah, they're going to go off at 2:23 for 4, which is a real shame for, well, I guess for everybody. I would imagine Derbyshire wouldn't mind if there's a little bit of time taken out of the game. Might just help them on their way to securing the draw. You'd probably say that Derbyshire have already conceded they probably won't win this game from this situation. It would be an extraordinary turnabout of events. So they'll want to make sure they get as many batting bonus points as they can, but they certainly won't want to be too troubled or too bothered about having to bat for a second time. So they're going to go off for rain. Your eyes, can you see any rain
I think
out there?
I can see a little bit sort of coming down.
Yeah,
It
there's
doesn't look like
one or
it's
two
a lot.
brollies at the far end, but only one or two brollies.
Yeah. I think there's been a lot of rain sort of in and around us here in Derby, so I think it was only a matter of time, I think, before it reached us. But hopefully it's only sort of a quick shower, we'll get back on, a bit more play.
The cover's being brought on. I'll just quickly give you the other scores around the country, just see if anything happens in the 2 minutes while we do that. At Cheltenham, day 3, Gloucestershire, Hampshire 457, Gloucestershire 93 for 3. At Wantage Road, as I say, they've had a little bit of drizzle this morning. Northants 52 for 3 in their second innings. They lead Lancashire by 155. Yorkshire 210 for 5 at Taunton, replying to Somerset's 424. In the capital, Essex 84 for 3 at the Oval in their second innings, leading Surrey by 36. No play before lunch at Edgbaston, we've already mentioned that one, and in Division 2 I've just done those for you. Middlesex 155 for 4, replying to Sussex's 523, and Leicestershire 461 for 7, replying to Glamorgan's. In fact, they aren't, of course. Glamorgan haven't batted. That's why I can't find that on the scorecard. Hilton Cartwright 6 not out. Brooke Guest 78 not out. The 2 men out this morning. Wayne Madsen caught Clark Bowl Mullaney 74. That was in the 69th over. And in Mullaney's following over, the 71st, Leos Deploy caught behind by Tom Moores, again off Mullaney for 5. Didn't look as if Leos Deploy was in full agreement with the decision there to give him out caught behind. May have just been disappointment at falling, but we said that about Lyndon James, didn't we? He certainly gave every indication that he hadn't hit his and was disappointed to go, and I think we can say the same for Deploy. Dave, Lauren and myself will sit and watch the grass grow a little bit, watch the drizzle fall, and just as soon as the players are back out there, of course, we'll pick up the commentary. But the news from Derbyshire, where the home side of 223 for 4 is that for the time being, rain has stopped play.
Go in and balls to read. 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 Go 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 in and balls to read. and balls to read. In 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 and balls to read. Go 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 in and balls to read.
to our two umpires, James Middlebrook and Paul Pollard. Derbyshire's not out batsmen, Brooke Guest and Hilton Cartwright, and Nottinghamshire led by the captain, Stephen Mullaney. England returns to the Incora County Ground on Monday, 25th of July to face South Africa in the Vitality International T20, starting at 6:30 p.m. Tickets are on sale now, priced at just £15 for adults, £3 for juniors, or save with our family tickets for just £32. Find out more and buy online at derbyshireccc.com or visit the ticket office in the Incora Pavilion.
Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground. It's the afternoon session. We haven't lost any overs, I'm delighted to say. After we were forced from what we went, we were in the dry, but the players were forced from the field. Around about 12:25 for an early lunch. After Stephen Mullaney terrorised the Derbyshire batsmen in a way only Stephen Mullaney can.
This could be a long old session.
Well, I've worked it out before. Yes, look at that. 78 overs left in the day. We've got to get to 32. I'd make that 46 overs. That's a lot of overs.
Unless they're divvying it up, 39 in each. I don't know.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? So they're probably not going to do that. New ball, second new ball available in 7 overs and 1 ball's time. 6 overs
6
and 1 ball's
hours,
time.
yeah.
Pattinson on his way in. Needs to sort that shirt out. He's in balls. That was clipped away down towards fine leg by Hilton Cartwright for a single off the first ball of the afternoon session, and it completes the Pattinson over. Cartwright moves to 7. Derbyshire 2-2-4 for 4.
See, before lunch I was on commentary with Lauren and I'd had this theory as to why James Pattinson was bowling then. Would take it up nicely to the scheduled luncheon interval. When the second new ball would be due, Pattinson could have a 40-minute rest and then would be able to take the second new ball. But now with 6 overs to go, I just think that in all probability will be his one delivery.
Yeah.
And now he will, we're going to get, I think, Liam Patterson-White probably from this end. Look, he's turning his arm over, although Mullaney is going to continue for the time being. We've been suitably looked after, as ever, by Derbyshire County Cricket Club over the luncheon period. Very nicely fed indeed. 224 for 4, the score here as Mullaney bowls to Hilton Cartwright, who pushes the ball down the ground to Luke Fletcher. He'd come out of his crease to punch it to mid-off, found himself standing on the strip, and he did a fancy little hop to get off the actual playing surface. Good footwork. 224 for 4. There's Mullaney. Past umpire Pollard bowls, and this is worked mid-on. Do we think our lunch today had North African, maybe Moroccan roots?
Yeah, lamb tagine. Beautiful. Little rice.
Well, yeah, you see.
I know it's not.
Yeah, well, that's actually what I said to Lauren. She said, no, you fool, it's couscous.
Yes, no, it happened to be earlier this season. A
type of North African semolina in granules made from crushed durum wheat. As this is drilled through the offside by Cartwright for, well, they're only going to get a couple of runs. Just wonder, Dave, certainly on days 1 and 2, that would have gone for 4, and maybe even before lunch.
Before before lunch it had slowed down, but it'll slow down even further now onto the outfield. And any sentence that includes the phrase crushed and Durham is good enough for me.
Is
it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy with that.
226 for 4. It's very, very tasty indeed.
Oh, nice, wasn't it? Burgers tomorrow.
Meals are nice and hot here as well. Temperature hot. Next delivery on its way. Dropped on the leg side by Cartwright. Will take a single. Sometimes you go to places and really appreciate them, but by the time they've wheeled them on a trolley from one side of the ground to the other, they're the wrong side of tepid, but nice and hot here. We're nicely spoiled. Mulaney, it was 12 overs, 2 for 12. His figures haven't been damaged that much, but they're now 2 for 22, 10 balls later. Then again and balls. Cartwright seems to like getting on with things, pushes this in fact this is Brooke Guest, I beg your pardon, pushes this into the offside, but Cartwright's played quite positively. He's on 10 from 11.
Yeah, he got a first baller in the first innings at Durham and then scored 70 odd off 80 odd in the second innings. So he's that kind of player. They were looking for a declaration at the time.
Was that his first game?
Yeah, first red ball.
So this is his home debut as Mulaney bowls. Clipped away out of my line of vision. James Pattinson I saw sprawling. Heaven knows whether he got anywhere near it or not, but umpire Pollard's already signalling for.
He put the slide in. He was about as close as Ben Slater was this morning when he went over the rope.
Oh, he stopped it then?
With the ball in his hand.
231 for 4.
Suddenly proclaimed his innocence.
Guest is on 82. Well,
I've seen video evidence as
well. There you are then.
Considerably.
There you are.
Well, no, I said it at the time with my own eyes, but it was poor from Ben.
From here, you're guessing.
Poor from Ben. He's a nice lad. Well, he used to be. He used to be a nice lad.
He actually did one of those catches in front of the Hollies stand at Edgbaston last year. It was the Royal London One Day Cup, and there was a good crowd in there in the Hollies. And it was one of those where you catch it falling over the boundary, flick it back up in the air.
Pop back on.
Yeah, and the Hollies went ballistic, and all afternoon they were booing him and absolutely giving him pelters because they swore. Again, it was one of those. You know, you can only go on what you see. He might have touched down, he might not, but they were a lot closer to it, and they gave him absolute rocks. And Luke Fletcher wasn't even playing, but was there and went and sat on the grass in front of the Holly stand.
Patterson White, only the 9th over of the innings.
Almost as his minder, Fletch sat there. You know, if you're coming for my mate, you've got to come for me first. It was very, very funny.
Might need a guard to get off the premises tonight then. 231 for 4. I don't think he will. Patterson White's second delivery is pushed up towards the deepish mid-off. Again, there's no run. It's Joe Clark, isn't it? I'm trying to work out who that was. I haven't seen him out of the slips, but he's not in the slips for the spinner.
No, Clark and Duckett out of the slips. Mulaney in there.
Next delivery is defended again by Hilton Cartwright. Just fooled me for a moment.
Yeah.
As does when somebody pops up where they shouldn't be. Cartwright waits. How long will he be able to resist? Well, he's resisted that one outside the off stump. Allowed to go through to Tom Moores.
It's not hard to confuse us, is it? We see watching it all day.
My word, no. It's very easy to confuse.
We watch it all day long, and you move two fielders around, and we're confused.
Patterson White balls. He takes a couple of steps down the track and defends it back to the bowler. Does Cartwright on this occasion? Yeah, no, it didn't take much to confuse me. Sad, really. Next one is off an edge, and it's well fielded by Mulaney. It was to his right and bounced on the floor before he got to it, but it was a good delivery, and it was a genuine edge from Hilton Cartwright. And Liam Patterson White opens with a maiden. Derbyshire remain 231 for 4. Lee's got a bit uppity.
Lee?
Yeah, on Lee Towers. We were talking about how much it was raining in Manchester earlier today. I defended Manchester, as you would expect me to do. He said, I'll have you know that Manchester actually receives lower than the UK average rainfall. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's glorious in the northwest. Always is, always has been.
Yeah, their cricket supporters always say they don't win the county championship because they lose too many days for rain. You can't have it both ways, as Mulaney bowls the start of a fresh over, bowling to Guest. Pushes in the offside, there's no run.
Yes. Well, they only won the championship when they went to
Egberth, yeah.
That was obviously an outground and therefore a result pitch. I think part of the problem is Old Trafford.
They always say they lose more than anybody else due to rain.
Well,
it's not Usley or it's not Fledge.
When they were first forced off today.
Mulaney in once more. De Brook Guest sets off for a very ambitious single. Perhaps he's trying to eke out a few more overthrows from a wild throw, but Hamid pops it back into the keeper's gloves.
First time Derbyshire had to leave the field because of rain this season.
That's good, isn't it? That's good.
Very good.
2-3-1 for 4. Stephen Mullaney swings this one away from the keeper. 21st of July, Dave. 21st of July, 202nd day of the year.
Yeah, go on. I'm ready. Moon landing. No, we've had that.
Cricket birthday, Jason Roy, England World Cup winner. Wasn't he the one? It was him that fizzed the ball back into Butler's gloves, wasn't it? In the final. This one's
Yes, it was.
whipped away by Brooke Guest for a single. Anyway, Jason is 32 today. Born in 1990. Barry Richards, the great South African. I don't know if you ever saw him play.
Well, only on television. Only on television, yeah.
He's 77 today. I saw him at Trent Bridge and I've just looked the scorecard up. I swore blind. I saw him make a double 100, but I actually didn't because it was one of those games that started on the Saturday and he was 116 not out and went on to get his double 100 on the Monday morning when I'd have been back at school. 232 for 4. Next delivery. Oh, playing a miss there from Cartwright outside the off stump, taken by Moores. But Barry Richards, 77 today. I don't know why I'm mentioning this one, but on this day in 1951, after half an hour's play, Notts had slumped to 18 for 6 on the first morning at Trent Bridge against Yorkshire with a Fred Truman hat-trick. Al-Sidi. Next ball swings away and goes through to the keeper. End of the over, 2-3-2 for 4. On this day in 1999, Wayne Noon took 7 catches against Kent at Trent Bridge. The only time a Notts wicketkeeper's taken 7 catches in an innings of a first-class match. Now then.
Here we go.
Been to Paris?
Near Paris. I've been near Paris. I've not been to Paris.
Have you seen the Eiffel Tower?
I know what it looks like. Yeah. What year was it built?
A bit like the Blackpool Tower, I guess. Yeah.
There's Patterson White around the wicket bowls, and that one is cut away by Brooke Guest. He's only going to get a single.
Get to the point eventually. How many steps to the top of Eiffel Tower?
Don't know, a horse went up it in the early days, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, somebody rode a horse up it. Don't know how they got it back down again. I think they're far more comfortable going up and down steps. It takes a couple of strides down the pitch on this occasion. It's Hilton Cartwright pushes it out towards Ben Slater, who comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 234 for 4. I'm going to say 1,300.
Close, 1,665.
Yeah. There'll be a reason for that, won't there?
Yeah.
This one's defended off the back foot by a Guest.
The quickest it's ever been run up was in a 2019 race by the Pole Peter Lobodzinski, who ran up Eiffel Tower in 7 minutes 53.
Lift must have been broken. Next one is pushed out into the offside.
Crikey, I'd have been put that. Imagine that burning on the carbs. Crikey.
I'm sure I'd have made it.
So that was running up the 1,665 steps. That was in 2019.
Next delivery again. Two steps down the track by Brooke Guest and defends it out towards James at mid-wicket.
We'll get to the point now. For obvious reasons, they don't like people climbing up the outside.
No. This one's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest. For a single, he moves to 85, 235 for 4.
But on this day in 1980, they gave permission to the exhibitionist, the mountain climber, the philanthropist, the general show-off and entertainer, Jean-Claude Drouillet, to climb up the outside of the Eiffel Tower. And he did it in 2 hours, 18 minutes. And for obvious reasons, nobody's done it. It is a record because they've stopped people doing it for obvious reasons. But on this day in 1980,
Health and safety now.
Jean-Claude popped up the outside as Mullaney bowls 235 for 4. Paloma Faith, the singer, She wears some wacky outfits,
She
doesn't she?
does.
I like her a lot. How old do you think today?
Paloma will be about 41.
Oh, are you reading that?
No.
Very good. Very good.
Is she 41?
She's 41 today. Happy birthday, Paloma. I'm sure she's a big fan of Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire games. This next one is helped onto the
I'm
leg
surprised
side.
she hadn't tweeted about it.
2, 3, 5 for 4. Manchester City have just signed a young man from Borussia Dortmund for £52 million called Erling Haaland. It's his birthday today. £52 million Erling is 22 years of age today. This next one is driven up to mid-off, fielded by Fletcher. Stamps, Dave, stamps. Don't know if you
Philately,
keep a
yeah.
few in your...
No,
yeah.
I've got some on the outside of the cupboard in the kitchen. Blue tack there, just in case you need one.
When do you think they started? When do you think we started using stamps?
Oh, 1780. No, that's nowhere near, is it?
Well, there's Mulaney Bowles once more. This is county cricket commentary, folks. They actually started doing a postal service in London in the 17th century. You'd pay a penny for somebody to basically a waiter, basically a latter-day Deliveroo. You pay them a penny to run around the capital and do it. But postage stamps were first introduced with Queen Victoria's head on in 1840. Next one's cut into the offside by Brooke Guest, who's closing in on his century now. Goes to 86. Splendid knock this. 2, 3, 6 for 4. But on this day in 1890, so that's 50 years after postage stamps were first used in England, the Stanley Gibbons monthly came out, the first edition on this day in 1890. Still going today, one of the longest lasting regular monthly magazines, Mulaney Bowles, and strikes Cartwright, I think, on the pad, but it just ballooned away on the leg side. Yeah.
Stanley Gibbons.
Stanley Gibbons.
Yeah, absolutely.
Used to have an auntie when I was little, worked in the post office, and every now and again, and I'd either get it through the post or when I saw her, she'd give me the old first aid cover. I used to, used to have a fabulous collection of them all, but of course, over the fullness of time, they've disappeared.
I've got one at home I could lay my hands on.
But there we are, folks. 21st of July, just a little bit of nonsense just to get us through the last couple of overs.
Liam Patterson-White from the racecourse then bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Ben Duckett.
And if there's anybody we've missed, or it's your birthday today, very happy birthday.
But don't tell us.
Don't know.
We're fine, honestly. We're absolutely fine. Next delivery is defended out into the offside again by Brooke Guest. I think I've got Savage Garden in my ears, and then I'm doing an update at half.
Truly madly deeply?
Oh, it could be. I don't know.
Oh.
It could be. I'm not really a Savage Garden aficionado. No. Next delivery is defended off the back foot, back towards Patterson-White by Brooke Guest. Oh, my computer is insisting it wants to restart.
Oh, that is annoying.
Oh, isn't it? I keep postponing. I'm not sure how long I can carry on doing that. Next delivery from Patterson-White is cut away by Brooke Guest. He fancies 2 here. It's gone to Ben Slater, and then they decide against it. It's a good throw from Ben out from in the deep.
You sure it didn't cross the road or anything out there?
No, he's 15 yards into it. You can see the rope quite clearly. Not on this occasion. Did earlier. 237 for 4. This next delivery is defended by Cartwright. Back towards Patterson-White. 237. Just a further 232 to avoid the follow-on.
So how many overs? This is final ball of the 80th. Wonder if they'll take it straight away.
You'd expect, wouldn't you? Patterson-White bowls. Cartwright defends up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Joe Clark, and it's the end of the over, and now we will find out. 237 for 4, Cartwright 11, Guest 87.
Well, Agent Fletcher doesn't look as if he's making his way to this end. And James Pattinson's down the far end. Of course, the bowling will be from the far end. Let's have a look. Where's the skipper? I've lost the skipper.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks as if they're going to, doesn't it? Fletcher's
James
messing
Pattinson's
about with the old
removed his
ball.
cap at the far end.
There we
it
are,
is, new
yeah.
ball.
He's not bowled from the far end yet, has he?
No, I don't
It's an
think he
interesting thing. They've sat there enjoying their couscous and decided to bring the nasty fasty on from the city end after lunch.
Do you not do a 1:30?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Well,
Well,
we don't normally because we're at lunch, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming that will be the logic that they will employ, even though we are playing cricket.
Well, I'll disappear for a minute then.
Okay. So after 80 overs, Derbyshire 237 for 4. Amongst the myriad of notes I've got here, somewhere I did make a note of what knots were at 80 overs. No, I didn't. It was 110 overs I made a note, so I won't have kept that. Here's Pattinson. 2 slips. It's not overly attacking. Got a gully in as well, Lyndon James. Bowls first ball, and Brooke Guest defends on the back foot, just out in front of him. Ben Slater comes in from mid-wicket to field. Partnership of 31. Mulaney with the 2 wickets today. Madsen for 74, Duploy for 5. Here's Pattinson in bowls, and Brooke Guest drops it on the leg side.
Just taken the new ball though, second new ball at Nottinghamshire, so James Pattinson, the Australian, fantastic bowler.
Dave doing his update for BBC Radio Derby, perhaps here in the background. Pattinson getting just a little bit of encouragement, as he'd expect from his teammates. Bend your back, that sort of stuff. He does bend his back, and this is nicely played by Brooke Guest. Out into the offside, chase for a Seba Mead, comes round the boundary, puts the slide in before the ball gets there, and does really well to keep them to 2. That's good fielding by Seba Mead. Means that Brooke Guest is on to 87, and Derbyshire 239 for 4.
He's had a terrific season, as previously discussed. Brooke Guest looks every inch the top order batsman this year.
There's Pattinson to bowl to him. First couple of runs with this second new ball. Pattinson bowls, Guest again. Just has time to rock onto the front foot, push it into the covers. Fielded by Liam Patterson-White. But yeah, he just has a certain degree of calmness, doesn't he, about his batting. He's not looked flustered at all. He runs quickly between the wickets.
Occasionally erratically.
Takes whatever's there. Dave has pointed out a time or two, been on the field for virtually all of this game. Played at that one, we nearly talked him out there. Not sure he went at it with too much intent, but certainly looked to be pushing towards it as Pattinson put it on a length, just nipping away perhaps off the seam. Andrew Dowell listed to come in at number 7 for Derbyshire.
Yeah. Keenan's got a first-class century this season. 8.
And Connors, Aitchison and Scrimshaw.
Yeah, they've got 100 runs between them.
James Pattinson bowls once more. He thought he was through Brooke Guest then, but Guest knew better. Another chase for Ben Slater away to our left, and for the second time in the over they settled for 2. 241 for 4, and that brings Brooke Guest into the 90s. He's on 91, partnership of 35 with Hilton Cartwright, who's added 11.
Yeah, they're doing all right, these two, but such a long way to go. 230 runs or more. Just ridiculous. The size of these numbers. Ordinarily, 241 for 4, you'd say, oh, doing all right, doing all right. In the face of 618 for 8 declared, it's slightly, it's not less impressive, but it just puts it into perspective.
Forecast is saying a little bit of rain tomorrow morning, but
No, we don't look at the BBC.
No.
We'll check out the Met Office. Absolutely hammering it down.
tomorrow.
Yeah. I like the Met Office.
Cheers.
Good old British weather. BBC uses a Meteo now, don't they? The French company.
I don't know.
AccuWeather's an American organisation. 2:41 for 4. 3 slips in place. Cartwright on strike as Fletcher begins a new spell with the new ball. Ball punched out to Patterson White at cover. And there's no run. Oh, he's off again. James Pattinson with his Tourette's. He's taken his cap off, turned it, twizzled it round a full 360 on his head. He's pulled his trousers up so far that it must have hurt. He just can't help himself. Marvellous. If the cricket gets dull at any stage, which it hasn't, just keep your eyes on James Pattinson with his ridiculous end missing off the back of his shirt. Fletcher bowls, and that one is defended by Hilton Cartwright. Yeah, he could do with an N on the end of it, couldn't he? Just pop an N on.
Third spell with the club. And a really good first
What's he doing
season,
now?
2017.
What's he doing now? he's walking backwards like a chicken.
Bit of the old line dancing, wasn't it?
Unbelievable. Now his cap's off again. Now it's on again. And here comes Fletcher. Into his stride now. Bowls. And that one is defended by Cartwright. Back to him. Bends down. Can't quite pick it up with his left hand, but does get it at the second attempt. Light's still on here. I'm not sure why. I suppose it saves turning them on again later when it gets dark, but it's not massively dark overhead at the moment, but lights are on. When you asked me on day one, I think it was, well, because they can use the lights, can't they? Yeah, I said, yeah, but they won't need them. Why on earth would they need them in this kind of weather?
Couldn't use them at Cardiff last week.
It's bizarre. What's the point of having them? Fletcher bowls. That's a good leaf by Cartwright. Just moves slightly to cover his off stump, and it allows it to go through to the keeper.
Still not got them at Worcester. I think they're the only one, aren't they, of the 18 counties.
Yeah.
Must make them vulnerable when the call comes.
Which it will. It will.
Last in, first out, so that'd be Durham gone.
And Glamorgan.
Glamorgan, not in England.
Fletcher bowls. That one's gone past the edge of Cartwright's bat this time. Might just have played inside the line, but it looked like he had been beaten.
Somerset have had 150 years of saying we're going to win the championship this year and haven't, so perhaps be kindest to let them go.
Put them out of the misery.
Yeah.
Seems a little harsh.
Well, everybody's looking to reform the game. I'm just helping them a little
Well,
bit.
when you say everybody, about 5 people, but with very loud voices. And goes Fletcher again and bowls. That one's on leg stump and played a little aerially into the leg side. Hasib Hamid goes around from mid-wicket to do the fielding at square leg, and Cartwright moves to 12. Pinches the strike at the end of the over as well. Guest has 91. It's 2:42 for 4.
Yeah, vote me in. You'll have 2 divisions of 9 playing 16 county championship games, and we'll have the Sunday League back as well every Sunday.
Can we play in August again, please?
You can,
Excellent, thank you.
because there'll be nothing for it to come up against, really.
Excellent. Yeah, that'll do for me.
Is that young Mitch who's trotted on, or an unidentified 12th?
No, it looks tall enough to be Mitch Wagstaff, doesn't it? Yeah. He's certainly shot up since last year. That's what fooled me a bit.
There's Pattinson from the City End. So Brook Guest on 91, Hilton Cartwright on 12 on strike. 2 slips, Clark and Duckett. Lyndon James in the gully. And this one just wide of the pegs, and Cartwright leaves it alone. interesting when it did start to drizzle. The umpire Pollard took his hat off just so he could feel on his head just how heavy it was raining.
I always know when it's raining before anybody else. The advantage of being 6'5".
242 for 4. James Pattinson looking for his first wicket. Won't get it with a delivery that just speared on down the leg side. Good work by Tumbling Tom with the gloves on. You had a look at Leos Deploy's caught behind. You think there was definite signs of a nick?
Yeah, I think he hit it. I think he hit it. I think he was disappointed in himself as much as anything, but I just hope that that's what the umpires thought it was. They don't like it when you shake your head.
No, you're just supposed to accept it, whatever is given your way. Wide of the off stump, this goes through to the keeper. Whereas those of us that are sort of supposedly here to commentate on what's going on, we actually like it if we get a bit of a clue, don't we, as to whether they think they've hit it or not. If there's an LBW appeal and the batsman holds his bat up and starts touching it, we like that. We like that because then we can say he thinks he's hit it.
Definitely doesn't think he should have been given.
Pattinson from the sponsor's logo at the far end. In once more and bowls. And again wide of the off stump and Cartwright. Just happy not to play really. Just looking to soak up the first few overs of a second new ball and not expose Anuj Dal and those that would follow.
I don't know if you make a note of these things, and I don't think I did. And if I didn't, it might be because it didn't happen. They didn't change that ball.
No, I don't make a note of those things. I'd run out of paper.
They didn't. No, they didn't change. They tried to once and then sort of gave up. Yesterday afternoon, evening time. Remarkable.
In
Like
again.
in a museum.
Comes Pattinson, bowls and again wide of the sticks and left alone.
Little plinth. This is the ball that wasn't changed in the only ball that wasn't changed in a county championship match in 2022. Going on tour and everything. Lent to the National Museum in London. Perhaps go down under on the next Ashes tour.
Just check the manufacturer's logo. Make sure it's the same as same as all the others. It might be a rogue ball.
Last year's, or the year before.
Again, James Pattinson in bowls and bat on ball this time from Cartwright. You can actually see the gold letters, the embossed gold letters as the ball ran across the outfield, the reflection from the floodlights. Just a single, so Cartwright will keep strike on 13. Derbyshire inching their way to a second batting point at 243 for 4.
This is Ben Duckett-esque. He's got a single off the last ball of each of the last 2 overs. They're the only runs that have been scored in each of the last 2 overs.
In fact, Derbyshire have just gone past Ben Duckett now.
Yes.
He got 2-4-1, didn't he? So long ago, I can't forget. I can't remember.
Was it this match? 2-4-1, yeah. First delivery of a new over from Luke Fletcher. The ball is defended and straight down into the ground about a foot away from where Cartwright was standing, fielded by Hasib Hamid, who comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. 2-4-3 means 226 more runs required. Blimey.
Obviously, had a bit of the wet stuff at Edgbaston. No play there yet today.
Remarkable. That's a good leave by Cartwright. They were off for rain or bad light at Wantage Road before lunch as well.
Yeah.
So a bit below us to the south. I'm going to be asked a question by the newsreader at 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock, rather, not 1 o'clock. That's already happened. I wasn't asked a question at 1 o'clock.
A probing sort of question.
Well, it's a question to which I know the answer, which is always a good thing, I think, when you're asked a question on the radio.
Yes, Paloma Faith is 41.
Yes, yeah. How many steps? This one is defended out into the offside. 16.65.
Yeah, that's it. Was it 7 minutes 53 to run up them?
That's a good effort, that. I was just having a look at where Luke Fletcher's front foot is landing. They've done that a few times, though, so nothing to be alarmed about, I don't think.
I've stood down at the bottom photographing it, but I've not been up it. Don't think I've been up Blackpool Tower. Maybe when I was in a pushchair.
I've been up there.
I was nearly abducted at Blackpool.
Fletcher balls. This one is like just so many questions whizzing through my head there. The balls will have to go through to the keeper. Go on.
Apparently, I was 2 years old. And my mum and dad went to Blackpool for the summer holidays for the week, and I was in my pushchair, as I say, being pushed along the prom. Nice sunny day, and the old music hall entertainer Tommy Trinder was apparently playing in one of the end of pier shows, and he came across, oh, what a lovely baby, and picked me up. Yeah. As if something to do with Fulham Football Club later on, wasn't it? Big Fulham fan.
It was. This one's turned into the leg side by Cartwright. They've run the first one quickly. They're not going to come back for a second. It's in off the boundary.
It was all very innocent, and in this day and age would have been a great photo opportunity and all the rest of it. But you can't go picking
you can't.
Little uns up out of pushchairs. But yeah, I've been picked up by Tommy Trinder, allegedly.
Sammy King was the player's name I was groping for. The 12th man who's down a long leg. No relation to Simon King. No. I'm not called that either. 244 for 4. Guest on 91, back on strike for the first time in a while, and he pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 244 for 4. Guest 91, Cartwright 14.
Wasn't there a Simon King, one of the TV detectives in years gone by?
Oh, yes, with the frilly cuffs. And the very flamboyant shirts and the droopy moustache.
I'm not sure.
Was he called Simon King?
Started watching that. McDonald and Dodds. Quite like that one. Sort of downloaded the entire series and I've been watching those periodically when there's been nothing else on. There's Pattinson. Comes in from the far end, bowls to Cartwright. This one just jags back, maybe struck him on the fleshy bit at the top of the leg. Sometimes where you get the bruises. He looks a fairly well-built customer, Hilton Cartwright. It was he, of course, who caught a Seba Mead on 196. Mead understandably disappointed. Oh, chopped on. Pattinson's got a wicket. Aussie gets Aussie. Cartwright bowled by James Pattinson, inside edge, back onto the stumps. And Derbyshire lose their 5th wicket with the score on 244. Hilton Cartwright out for 14. His 42nd delivery faced. He's inside edged it, back onto the stumps, ends a partnership of 38 with Brooke Guest. Derbyshire 244 for 5.
Yeah, it's never a nice way to go. Ben Duckett did the same yesterday, didn't he? And he'd scored a few more runs than Hilton Cartwright, who trudges off, having contributed 14 to that stand of 38 with Brooke Guest. That's going to bring out Anuj Dal to the middle. And if ever Derbyshire needed a stand like the one that Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest put on against Leicestershire last year of 200 and plenty, today's the day. But they've relied heavily on Dal in recent weeks and on Brooke Guest, so they've just got to hope that their very good form continues, otherwise they may well find themselves batting again. Or batting for a second time over the course of the afternoon, which isn't ideal by any manner of means. They're still 225 runs away from the follow-on target.
A tough ask, Dave, won't it, to enforce the follow-on, but it's the only way that Notts are going to be able to win this game, I think. There's not enough time left, I don't think, to bat again.
No, I mean, Derbyshire will be delighted. I think very much like Sussex were delighted when Derbyshire batted again towards the end of day 3 down at home. I think Derbyshire would be absolutely thrilled if Nottinghamshire decided to bat for a second time.
But
can't see it happening, but you never know.
No, you never know how much Fletcher and Pattinson are going to be flogged this afternoon.
Yes.
Of course, we don't really know what effect those 40-degree temperatures or whatever it was supposed to be on the first day would have on the surface. I mean,
You
a
think it
little
would
bit of
double its baking time, if you like?
yeah.
Yeah, half its baking time would probably be a better way to put it. So it's almost a day 4 pitch already.
I mean, there's still a bit of a greenish hue to it, isn't there? But we have had moisture in the atmosphere today, but just wonder if it might start to play tricks. So the new man is Anod's Doubt. James Pattinson in to bowl to him. First ball fended away. We'll keep an eye on umpire Pollard just to make sure it did come off the bat or the handle of the glove, but whatever, Anod is away. He didn't play at Trent Bridge in the fixture there earlier in the year. He was in the 13, and then I think he pulled out on the morning, either with an injury or an illness.
Pulled out after the toss.
And I'm not sure. That's right, he did. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure he played last year. I don't know.
Yeah, pulled out after the toss. At,
Just have a check, see if he has played against Notts before.
he's one of 2 late withdrawals in that game.
Yeah. It's Lackmal, the other.
Yeah.
This is Brooke Guest, who has lost another partner but remains there on 91. Pushing it back to Pattinson. Approaching 2 o'clock. I'll make way for Lauren shortly.
She can listen to me bluster my way through the question.
Oh. You're going to tell me what it is, or
No, I can't.
after the
It's
event?
embargoed until 2 o'clock.
The question is embargoed.
Well, the answer's embargoed. The question isn't, but if I told you the question, you'd know what the subject matter was.
Next ball on its way and pulled away by Brooke Guest. Luke Fletcher down at long leg. I've got to stop looking forward and look to my left, which sounds like an easy thing to do, but in looking to my left, I'm actually looking through 2 other different windows to see where Luke Fletcher is, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
According to this, I reckon this is his first game against Nottinghamshire.
I thought it
He's never batted against them, so the chances of him not having batted in the game against Nottinghamshire, having played, are fairly slim, you would suggest. Cause,
No, I don't think he has. I think he's played in the Blast, but I don't think he's played in...
ironically, he didn't play at all in the Blast this season.
Well, he might not have done then. I was assuming it would have been this season.
I didn't play a single game.
There's Pattinson. There are 3 slips there now. Lyndon James has gone in tight against the others and very nearly catch for Tom Moores. He played and missed. Goes through to the keeper. I know we're a little bit early, but I've frozen Lauren out for hours and hours and hours now. So
Still looking bored.
Yeah, I'll do my Cinderella act and go and turn into a pumpkin or whatever it is.
We'll see you at 2:30, I'm sure. Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Nottingham will be back with us. Fear not. I'm sure both our listeners will be thrilled by that. 2:46 for 5. Lights still on. Yes, I would listen till just gone 2 o'clock, certainly, if I was a Derbyshire cricket fan. As Fletcher bowls, and that one goes straight through Brooke Guest. And there's an appeal for a catch, I think. Now, whether it carried or not, I'm not entirely sure. Whether it took an inside edge, which is the only edge it could have hit, I'm not sure about that either. And in the end, it's been given not out anyway, so it matters not. Lauren, how are you?
Hello.
Nice lunch?
Yeah, it was a lovely lunch
Not bad,
today.
was it? Little rice? I know, I know. It's not little rice. I did fall into that trap earlier this season, though. I had no idea what it was. And I said it on the radio and got absolutely pilloried. Not for the first time on the radio.
Couscous.
Couscous, indeed. Fletcher's in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Tom Moores.
Can you give Jay a cheeky shout out?
Jay Clayton sitting in the office while watching and listening, trying to get well, you've got a cheeky shout out, so there you go. It's all worked out well for you there, Jay. Nice to hear from you. Thank you, Dave. If it had tagged me, and I could have done it anyway, but don't mind me. Don't mind me. So today, then, I'm being asked a question by the newsreader at 2 o'clock, and I've sort of got an answer, but it could be a bit garbled. Fingers crossed. And goes Fletcher and bowls, and that was chopped into the ground. Backward of square on the offside. Ben Slater, nowhere near the boundary on this occasion, does the fielding.
Do you know what the question is?
I know what it's about. We can't talk about
Okay.
it yet, though, because there's a 2 o'clock embargo on the whole business. So listen up, everybody. I love trailing things like this. Heidi Booth will be asking me the question. I really ought to have written something down, but it's not really what I do. Fletcher's in again, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside. He's 8 away, and it's already been mentioned, so and I can't have any influence on this. 8 away from a 4th century of the season, which for a wicketkeeper is very, very impressive indeed.
I think did we mention earlier that is it only 12 overs he's been off the field for?
Yeah. It was in the 12th over and 13th over, I think, wasn't it? So 12 and a bit, but 12 full overs that Lewis Rees was dismissed yesterday. Fletcher bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside. And there's Liam Patterson-White picks the ball up. Derbyshire 4 runs away from a 3rd bonus point in the match.
Got to take all those points.
Get that open top bus booked.
The parade.
Somebody drank 119 beers in 2 hours? 24 hours, surely. Good heavens above. Here's Fletcher in again and bowls. That one is defended by Brooke Guest.
That's a good effort in 2 hours.
It couldn't happen in 2 hours, could it? You'd actually just have to basically have it poured. No, you couldn't do it in 2 hours. End of the over, 246 for 5. Dahl has 1, Guest has 92. A little unfortunate, Hilton Cartwright playing on, same way that Ben Duckett did yesterday, really, but it's never a nice way to get out, is it?
No, I think I've only done that once myself, and I was absolutely gutted.
I was out once when my cap came off. What's happening here? Oh dear. He's been told off, is he? Oh, the ball already. Come on. This one's 6 overs old. He's been told off about something, because they've now called Stephen Mullaney across. So I think that James Pattinson's been told off about something here, and I don't know what. He can't have said anything out of turn. He's been talking constantly for the entire match. Not necessarily to the umpires or even at the umpires, but I do think he's massively entertaining. Now he's coming back towards Mullaney's being spoken to at some length by both umpires, who are now going back to Pattinson. He gets a pat on the back from his captain, and he goes off and he seems happy again. I wonder what that was all about. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't catch anything. Didn't notice anything.
No, I didn't. I'll write the word behaviour down there just as a catch-all, just in case anybody asks me about it at any point. 246 for 5 then. Pattinson is on his way into bowl to Anuj Dahl, and Dahl leaves this one almost on length as it bounces a long way over the stumps, possibly just outside off stump as well. There is a leg slip. He's got to be careful. It's Ben Slater at leg slip. The trap has been set.
A very short square leg as well.
Yeah. So might get a bit of short stuff here, Dahl. First time he's ever played Nottinghamshire.
So former Notts
Yeah,
player, isn't he?
Came through the ranks at Notts. Would have played at Trent Bridge, but pulled up lame in the after the toss at Trent Bridge earlier this season. Had to be replaced. I think Alex Hughes took his place from memory. Pattinson is in again and bowls, and that one is guided down towards third man. Chase on here for Hasib Hamidi. He can stop if he wants, because that ball's going all the way to the boundary, which it does now. And Derbyshire's 250's up and another bonus point in the bag. That's 3 of them, and they only need 219 to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on now. They've broken the back of that particular chase. They still trail by 368. Tavares, heaven must be missing an angel. Marvellous. What a song that is. Sorry, I keep talking about things that you can't hear, obviously.
I don't know what you're listening to.
No, it's a very good song. Very good song. 1970s. Here's Pattinson. Now, I don't know whereabouts in this bulletin I am, so here we go. Pattinson bowls. That one is driven out into the offside by Anus Dahl. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get 2. He's going to come back for a third. 253 for 5. The match referee has now come in to speak to the scorers to see if he can find out what the umpires were talking to James Pattinson about. Alex Swan is our match referee.
Hopefully we'll find out at some point.
We can only ask the question, can't we, really? Right, now then. Calm yourself down, Dave. It's not a big deal. Actually, I can tell everybody now that Tom Wood is back playing cricket, having served a 6-month ban after UK anti-doping highlighted the prescribed use of a controlled substance. Backdated to the 8th of January, expired on the 7th of July. In comes Pattinson again and bowls. And that one has gone past the edge of the bat. The appeals process was concluded on the 15th of this month, and both the ECB and the review panel accepted that Wood had no intention of breaching anti-doping rules. It was an asthma inhaler that was the problem. Derbyshire and the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, have supported Wood throughout the process and have until now been unable to comment publicly regarding the 28-year-old's absence. In fact, earlier in the season he was just working his way back to fitness, and then he became unavailable for selection. Guest waits. Pattinson bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. More on this throughout the course of the afternoon, and of course on Sports Scene at 6, around about 7:15 tonight. I'll be discussing it with Dom Dietrich, who's doing his first show tonight. That'll be worth listening to. Chris Coles, his replacement at Radio Derby, does his first Sports Scene at 6 this evening. Here we go. Oh dear. Wish me luck. It has, Heidi. Interesting news this. He's back playing again, having served a 6-month suspension after UK anti-doping highlighted the use of a controlled substance. It was in an inhaler, and the ban, which was backdated to the 8th of January, expired on the 7th. The appeals process concluded on the 15th. Derbyshire and the PCA, the Professional Cricketers Association, have supported Wood throughout the process and have, until now, they say, been unable to comment publicly about the 28-year-old's absence. They did earlier in the season say he was working his way back to fitness, and then he just became unavailable for selection. Well, he's available for selection now after a backdated ban for a banned substance that was in an inhaler. As far as the cricket is concerned, Derbyshire at 253 for 5. Hilton Cartwright out since lunch for 14. Brooke Guest is on 92. Anus Dahl has 8. And Derbyshire 253 for 5. They're still trailing by 365. They need another 216 to avoid the follow-on. That make any sense?
Yeah, that was good.
I wasn't looking for praise. I just wanted it to make sense, really. Fletcher begins a new over ball turned into the leg side. There was a good delivery in and amongst all that from Pattinson. It seemed to me that it went past the edge of the bat, did it?
Yeah, there was just sort of gone past the edge. I think there's been a few today that have beaten the edge of the Derbyshire bats, but not took anyone but Madsen.
Yes. And he did his best to hit it straight to slip, didn't he, really? We have got some quotes from Chief Executive Ryan Duckett now on the news that Tom Wood is back playing again, which is excellent news, incidentally. This one is defended by Anus Dahl out into the offside. Ryan says it's been an extremely challenging and distressing time for Tom, who's handled himself impeccably throughout the process. It was a genuine mistake regarding an inhaler, which Tom has been prescribed since he was a child. It came during a period of extensive and unprecedented COVID-19 protocols, and all parties accept there was no intention to break any rules. The club's head of cricket, Mickey Arthur, has made it clear to Tom that he's very much part of his plans this summer, and I'm sure all members and supporters will look forward to Tom's return to first-team cricket, says Ryan Duckett, the Derbyshire Chief Executive. Fletcher's in again. That one's driven, but without any real timing. And it's fielded out in the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Dal looks like he's struggling with a little bit of timing issues currently, but he's only been in for 8 balls, so you can let him off there.
Of course, failing to declare such use to UK anti-doping resulted in the suspension of all cricket activity. He hasn't even been playing in the Derbyshire Premier League, which is absolutely staggering. As in goes Fletcher again, and that was left alone by Dahl outside the off stump. That was the start of the 2022 season, so this season pending the National Anti-Doping hearing, which was held in June. Wood's request for a retroactive therapeutic use exemption was rejected by UK Anti-Doping. Their TUE Fairness Review Panel, who knew there was one of those, on the grounds that a therapeutic use exemption should already have been applied for prior to competitive play. All a bit messy, as this next one is off an edge down towards third man. Dahl's going to get a couple of runs here as it's been chased down by Ben Slater. And Dahl does pick up a couple of runs, and he's into double figures. He's on 10. And Derbyshire move up to 255 for 5. So hopefully, and I'm fairly sure this will happen, and who knows, he may even be listening, and good to see you back, Tom, if you are, but we'll get a chance to speak to Tom Wood over the coming days, and he can put not his side of the story. We know the story, but just how it's been from him. I mean, it must have been an absolute nightmare for Tom Wood, who had such a good white ball season last season. As Fletcher's in again, and again it's guided down towards third man, perhaps a bit more on it this time. It's again being chased by Ben Slater. This one gets close to the boundary, manages to keep his feet inside on this occasion, and they go through for 3, and Dahl moves up to 13, and it's 258 for 5. So that news, in case you'd missed it, Tom Wood, well, the news is that Tom Wood's returned to playing cricket. He played for the Seconds last week when Derbyshire were up at Durham, and I'm sure he's been playing, he might have played a couple of games in the Derbyshire Premier League as well, but served a 6-month ban after UK anti-doping highlighted the prescribed use. I think that might be proscribed use. Anyway, highlighted the use of a controlled substance. The substance was in an inhaler that he's been taking since a youngster. But unfortunately, he hadn't, or no one had applied for a therapeutic use exemption. Hopefully more on that. Well, not hopefully. There will be more on that in Sports Scene at 6 after 6:45 this evening, although we might still be playing by then. I'll run through that news again a little bit later on for anybody who comes to us later, as this next one. First ball of a new over from Pattinson is down the leg side, and Dahl gets out of the way.
Yeah, I reckon it's been a bit of a challenge for Wood. Yeah. He's sort of been a mainstay in the Derbyshire Premier League for years now, and obviously not having that time to be out there playing his game is obviously going to have a bit of an impact, but I'm sure he'll be more than happy to come back and put absolutely everything into getting into that 50 over side for Derbyshire.
The two things I remember particularly, among the things I remember particularly from last season, as Pattinson is in and bowls. That one is pulled around the corner by Anuj Dahl for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot from Dahl. No problem with his timing there. He had been struggling prior to that, but that is a glorious shot, and he moves up to 17 with the boundary, 262 for 5. It was a game at Edgbaston in the T20 Blast when he basically won the game for Derbyshire, and that was Matt Critchley's first game as skipper last season in the Blast. And also in the Royal London, the 50 over competition last year, when he got, I'm going to be corrected here by someone, I think it was the second fastest white ball century in Derbyshire history. Something like that. It was a magnificent innings against Nottinghamshire in the green sawdust match. This one is left alone by Dahl. That was quick. Almost knocked Tom Moores off his feet.
He's sort of taken that almost sort of behind him now, hasn't he? Sort of got onto him a bit quick there.
It was a remarkable take to his left. Yeah, so welcome back, Woody, and hopefully we'll get to chat to him over the course of the next few days or so. He'll be back in time for the Royal London Cup. It's good to see those. Ryan Duckett saying that Mickey Arthur has already reassured him that he's part of the plans for the future. He's contracted for next season anyway, but good that Derbyshire have been supporting him, as you would expect they would, as this next delivery is outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper by Anuj Dahl. We don't get much breaking news on these commentaries, so it's very exciting.
Oh, that's the first one I think we've had.
Very exciting.
Since I've been around.
Yeah, we're just subject to a 2 o'clock embargo, which is fair enough.
You love a good embargo.
Well, as long as everybody, which they have on this occasion, everybody make sure that they stick to the embargo, we're all right. We have had embargoes in other sports where people have just gone, bah, I can tell you this, and you think, well, yeah, I could have told you that as well, but we weren't allowed to. Here's Pattinson in and balls left alone outside the off stump by Anoj Darling through to the keeper. Now my old Radio 5 Live pal Sally Pepper's on now, so that's good news. We can reminisce about our time with Tony Livesey yesterday. Sally did a full hour last night, if you weren't listening. Still there on the iPlayer. Good piece just after 5:30. I'll say no more, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Don't give it all away.
I wasn't on that long. I listened back, and that's how pitiful it was. I listened back last night, and I was on for even less time than I imagined. Pattinson bowls. That one has Dahl tucked up a little bit, but he's going to get 4 runs for it because it's gone very fine down to fine leg. Luke Fletcher didn't even bother to jog towards that ball, and he's picked up another boundary. So 2 4s in the over. Dahl's moved on to 21. Derbyshire 266 for 5 now.
Yeah, Dahl looks like he's sorted out his few timing issues we thought he had earlier on. He's just sort of getting himself into it again. Good 21 off 17. He's flying.
I ought to know off the top of my head, but I don't, so I'm going to have to look it up. The partnership between these two in last season's game against, it was for the 6th wicket, which this is, Brooke Guest and Anoj Dahl put on 227 against Leicestershire in the game here last season. Tell you when they came together in that one. There's a Fletcher is in, and that one's left alone. It's a good leave, and it's not. Was it taken cleanly and flicked up, or did it bounce up off the wicket keeper? Well, either way, it's in the hands of Joe Clark at first slip.
Yeah, it looked like it sort of bounced just before Moore's there, and he's maybe flicked it, maybe come off the knee pad.
Yeah. Yeah, last season in that match, they came together when Dahl came in at 56 for 5, and when Dahl was out for 106, they were 283 for 6. Guest made 116 in that match. In goes Fletcher again and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside.
Was that the game where they both got their first 100?
Yeah. Leicestershire made 528. Derbyshire made 340. They were asked to follow on and were 203 for 3 at the close. And the game ended in a draw. Billy Godwin got a century, an unbeaten century in the second innings. That would have been Billy's last century, I fancy. So these two have batted together for a long time in the past. That was the point I was trying to make. Try and reassure myself and Derbyshire followers as Fletcher bowls. That one is driven but not timed by Brooke Guest, and around comes Pattinson to do the fielding. His throw's a little wayward as it bounces in front of Tom Moore's. And there's no run. I think it always helps, doesn't it? If you like you were talking about batting with Tash, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You batted with her a lot, and you sort of get to know each other's idiosyncrasies, don't you?
Yeah, I think I know sort of with me and Tash, we get to a point now, we've mentioned it, where we don't really say yes or no when we're going to run, because we just know.
Sort of nod at each other. Someone is left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, it does cause a few issues there when one of us is batting with somebody else.
Yes, you've got to remember who you're batting with.
Yeah, and you just forget to say anything, and everyone's looking at you going, "Oh, I'm not going to run if you don't say anything."
The other thing about these two is they're both extremely quick between the wickets as well. So, you know, if well, certainly Dahl's the quickest thing in county cricket, but Brooke Guest isn't far behind him. He's quick for a wicket-keeper, certainly. So if there is a sharp single to be had, it will be had. Here's Fletcher in again and bowls to Guest, who defends this just past the toes of Anoj Dahl up towards Pattinson at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, we've sort of said all through the summer, haven't we, about how well Derbyshire have been running between the wickets this year. I think, obviously, Guest and Dahl do a lot of that. And that sort of helps. They turn those, what would be dot balls normally, into singles, and it just helps keep the score ticking over, especially in these 4-day games.
It's hugely important, isn't it, to not get bogged down. Fletcher's in and bowls to Guest, who defends up towards Pattinson again. Mid-on, and it's the end of the over. A maiden over from Luke Fletcher. His sixth, 22 over, 6 maidens, 1 for 42. Dahl has 21, Guest has 92. Derbyshire 266 for 5, 203. Away from avoiding the follow-on.
Yeah, when you say it just sounds a lot still, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes.
Like Derbyshire 266 for 5, but then you think, oh, you still need over 200 just to make sure you don't have to bat again.
I think once they get to that point, it almost kills the game. Because Nottinghamshire obviously would then have to bat again, then they'd have to decide when was a good time to declare, and would they have enough time to bowl Derbyshire out, and with the weather around tomorrow, they might want to get on with it a bit sharpish and all that kind of thing to consider. Here's Pattinson in and bowls to Dahl, gets a short delivery, pulls it round the corner for 4 runs. Nicely played, Anuj Dahl. He moves on to 25. Derbyshire up to 270 for 5 now. He was onto that quickly.
Yeah, he plays that shot really well, doesn't he? He's played 2 like that already today, and they just sort of fly across the ground. Even though it's slightly damper out there today, that one's still 4 off the bat, that is.
There is a man out there that, with deep backward square leg, more than long leg really, but he barely moved. And they now need a further 199. Past that psychological 200 barrier. Long way to go, but these two are putting up some resistance here. As Pattinson is in and bowls to Dahl, that's wide of the off stump. Oohs and ahs, but he looked very confident and comfortable in leaving that one, and Pattinson can barely believe it. It was a full-length delivery, and unless it had jagged back like some kind of ridiculous off-break, there's no way it could have hit the stumps from there. It would almost have to have gone at right angles.
Yeah, I think they like sort of making a few noises, don't they? Not so very into it and trying to get in the batter's head with it, which I think you need to do every now and again. It puts that pressure on.
Yeah. Although when it's the opposition, when it's your team, it's fine, but when it's the opposition, it's really irritating. Here's Pattinson again, and Dahl gets wrapped on the pads. That would have been going a long way over the top of the stumps even if he didn't get an inside edge, which he may have done. We've got 2 slips and a gully, gully really. It's almost like a short third man. Is Hasib Hamid, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. There are 2 long legs. Well, who'd have thought? So we can continue to expect some short stuff from Pattinson. Oh, that's a full delivery and it's bowled him. It's got through Anuj Dahl's defences. He went forward and it's clipped middle and off, and it's a 6th wicket for Nottinghamshire. I've just been talking Anuj Dahl up, but he's gone. Derbyshire 270 for 6.
Yeah, they sort of set that trap for the shorter ball there. Like we said, we've got two long legs out, but he just put it full and straight. Probably jagged back in a little bit as well. Just taken middle and off. Didn't look like he got anywhere near it,
no,
though,
it
Dahl.
didn't at all. James Pattinson takes his 2nd wicket since the second new ball was taken. Derbyshire still 348 behind and still needing 199 to avoid the follow-on. That is a big blow. Next batsman, I imagine, will be Matty McKinnon, a man with a first-class century this season at Grace Road against Leicestershire, when he was included slightly unexpectedly in the side. Well, nobody's coming down the steps yet, but if it's not McKinnon, then somebody obviously thinks that, yeah, it's McKinnon. Couldn't be anybody else, because after him it's Aitchison, Connors and Scrimshaw. I don't think McKinnon being out there will alter the way that Brooke Guest is playing. Possibly not alter too much with Ben Aitchison there, or indeed Sam Connors, apart from to try to farm the strike for himself. If George is there, you want to get a move on.
Yeah, I think Guest will be eyeing up that 100 as well, won't he now?
Yeah, just 8 away. So a bit of work for him to do. McKinnon just loosening his shoulders up. Not massively aggressively, in fairness. And you don't look too aggressive when you're just about to face James Pattinson. And He'll punch gloves. There we go.
Yeah, it is.
Have to do that. That's in the laws of cricket now, isn't it? The punching of the
Absolutely.
gloves.
You've got to do it.
If you don't do it, does something happen? Do you get fined or?
I don't know. We should ask the question.
Everybody does it now.
I've noticed this year Matty McKinnon, he wears 2 shirts sometimes, doesn't he?
Does he?
Yeah, I've noticed it a couple of times.
Matty 2 shirts?
Yeah, it
Oh,
looks
I
like he
like
has like
that.
a short sleeve and a long sleeve one underneath instead of going for the jumper sometimes.
That's impressive, isn't it? 2 shirts. We were talking about wearing short and long sleeves with Dave before. And he said, oh yeah, long sleeve for fielding and short one for batting. When I played cricket, you only ever had 1 shirt.
It was not until actually this season that I've had a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
normally go for the short sleeve and then the sleeveless jumper if it's a bit chilly.
Okay.
But this year I've gone long sleeve.
I like a long sleeve shirt. Here's Pattinson. Bowling to Matty McKinnon, and he leaves this alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. Light's still on here, but the light's pretty good. What it would appear to be from behind the glass where we are.
Yeah, it looks alright. It was looking a bit dark earlier, but it's brightened back up again.
I can't tell which way the weather is coming because the flags are pretty limp on the flagpoles at either end of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground. The clouds are barely moving. It's sort of coming from the south. Pattinson is in, and that one's defended by McKinnon out into the offside. It's the end of the over, a successful over. 4 runs off the first ball, but a wicket to send Anasdal back. 425. Derbyshire at 270 for 6 now. Still a long, long way adrift. Not quite as far away from hopefully avoiding the follow-on, although even now it seems a fairly tall order.
Yeah, I think McKernan, we know he can bat as well, so it's going to be sort of down to these two, I think, to make a dent into that, getting close to that target to avoid that follow-on.
Dane Patterson, who does have an N at the end of his name on his back of his shirt. You could perhaps give that one to Pattinson. Here's Patterson. 2 slips in place, bowls to Brooke Guest, who gets wrapped on the pads. Ball dribbles out towards Ben Duckett, who moves across to his right from second slip to do the fielding.
It's nice to see our foundation, like emptying out our classroom over there.
Is
You
that
see
what they're
them?
doing?
Yeah.
Yes, I wonder what they were doing. Somebody's stealing a table.
No, so we've got like a classroom in there where we've been running some classroom cricket, and we're also doing a holiday club for children in the local area throughout the summer, where they're going to come in and do some stuff at the ground.
Patterson balls out to turn into the leg side by Brooke Guest. They've run 1. I think they're not going to come back for the second. Hasib Hamid is quickly in. On to that one, and Guest moves to 93, 271 for 6. Yeah, they're working hard over there. There's all sorts of stuff coming out of those rooms on the ground floor of the members' pavilion.
Yeah, we've had tables and chairs stacked up over in our office for ages, just waiting to go across. So, okay, put those over, it'll be good. It's a nice little space.
What a way took the day off. Humping tables
That's
around all day.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, humping tables around for a living. 271 for 6. Patterson in and bowls to McKinnon, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And that one runs away from the keeper, Tom Moores. They'll go through for a bye. That's a very disappointing bye to concede for Tom Moores. 272 for 6. It brings Brooke Guest back onto strike, which is either good or bad. I'd love him to get to 3 figures once again this season. He's been becalmed though in recent times. He waits now. Patterson is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside and fielded by Patterson White at cover. I wonder if I'll get asked about the Tom Wood thing at 2:30 by Sally Pepper. I suppose it depends whether Jack was listening behind the glass.
Well, you'll soon find out.
Well, I will. Around about 6. Well, you're saying around about 6 minutes. Sometimes it takes a bit longer than that. Next delivery from Patterson is wide of the off stump and left alone by Brooke Guest this time, and Tom Moores takes it comfortably.
Yeah, there's been a few today that have sort of dropped a little bit short of Moores as well. So he's having to keep his eye on the ball.
Yeah, tricky. There's nothing worse than variable bounce for both batsmen or wicket keepers, really, is that the batsmen don't know whether it's going to bounce normally or scuttle along the floor, and poor old wicket keepers have got absolutely no chance if the ball doesn't bounce. Mid-wicket has come in. That's Hamid. But he bowls so far outside the off stump that Guest has nothing to do with it. He leaves it alone. He remains on 93 from 238 deliveries. Matty McKiernan yet to get off the mark, having faced 3. Derbyshire 272 for 6. They're 197 away from avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Yeah, it's still a big.
They're not going to do it.
It's a big total, isn't it?
No, as much as Derbyshire have improved this season, and the improvement has been massive, you wouldn't expect them necessarily. The initial target was 469. I mean, that's not a bad innings in anybody's book, but when you're chasing 618 for 8, and you know you can't win the game. McKiernan waits now as a new over from Pattinson begins from the City end. He leaves alone outside the off stump.
There's a bit of competition here in the slip cordon, have you noticed?
No.
They're like fighting over who's going to throw the ball back. To Pattinson White every ball.
Slip field, as I.
You've got to make it fun. You've got to make your time out in the middle fun.
McKiernan's got a problem here. He's taken his helmet and his gloves off. I think, well, I can categorically say that he wears contact lenses because he wears glasses in everyday life and doesn't wear glasses when he's playing cricket. But I think one of his contact lenses has either come out or moved or something. So Joe Clark's decided to come down to the boundary's edge because I think one of the members of the coaching staff. He's going to nip to the little boys' room, I think.
Oh, you've got to take your opportunities.
Well, he must have had an extra cup of tea at lunch or something because he's disappeared around the back of this building. Now there isn't a toilet on the ground floor, is there? So we might have to come up here. No toilets on the ground floor, as far as I'm aware.
We'll wait to hear the spikes coming up the stairs.
Yeah. So here comes the 12th man, who's Mitch Wagstaff. He's bringing a towel and he's carrying something in his left hand, and goodness only knows what that is. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere because this could be a lengthy-ish delay. Leicestershire batting on 5:36 for 8 against Glamorgan on day 2 of their game at Grace Road. And Middlesex 218 for 4 trail Sussex by 305 at Lords. In the first division, Gloucestershire 186 for 8 against Hampshire. I am ready if anybody's listening back at base. If they want to do the update now, that'd be handy. But they don't. At Yorkshire 259 for 6, trailing Somerset by 165 at Taunton. Essex 100 and my computer wants to stop again. Essex 156 for 6. They lead Surrey by 108. That's in the second innings. Matty McKiernan's nearly ready to get back going. Kent 198 for 4, leading Warwickshire by 138 at Birmingham, where they are playing now. Lancashire against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Northants 102 for 7. Their lead's 205. I think that's all the scores. Managed to squeeze them in while Matty McKiernan was sorting himself out. No idea who this is.
Joe Clark's made it back onto the pitch as well.
Yes, good news for Clark. This one is turned around the corner by Matty McKiernan down towards Dane Patterson for a single. So he's off the mark. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I thought contact lens as well made the most sense. He's definitely a contact lens wearer.
Yeah, that's it. He's sorted his contacts out and he's off the mark.
There would have been nothing worse than if he hadn't have got off the mark. Would have dismissed the ball after you have your contact lenses sorted out. You might want to bat without them in future. Never having worn them, I'm told they can fall out, can't they? So, or move around, which sounds very unpleasant. Pattinson to Guest on 93, and Guest crashes the ball out into the offside where it's fielded by Patterson White. Doesn't field it cleanly. I think Dave will be back with us shortly. So what might happen is if he goes where you are, then you go where I am, and then I'll come back at 3 o'clock after I've done my 2:30.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
You sure?
That works, yeah.
I hate organising people.
The organisation that goes into working out who's on at what
It's
time.
It's minimal.
It's all like, oh, do you fancy doing it?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's exactly it. That's how it should be. I might go away for 3 hours. Pattinson in again. That was down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. He doesn't make contact with it, fortunately, because he's taken by Tom Moores. Nice picture has come up on my AccuWeather feed. I don't know why I can't stop it. Lucy the bear licking and crunching on a cool fruity treat during the heatwave in Devon 3 days ago.
You've obviously turned something on there,
I
haven't you?
know, and it keeps popping up with all sorts of weather-related nonsense, and I can't stop it. It says it's 19 degrees now. I'm not sure it's that. Guest waits, and playing a miss. That was a poor shot from Brooke Guest, and that delivery from Pattinson. So yeah, we'll do it that way.
Yeah.
We'll do it that way. If Dave replaces Lauren, then Lauren will sit here when I've done my update, because I haven't done it yet. I might be doing it now, though. Let's find out. Pattinson with one ball of the over to go. Turns, and he's on his way in now from the City end. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who's beaten again. Well taken by Tom Moores. End of the over, 273 for 6. Guest has 93. Matty McKinnon has 1. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much.
I'm off.
I'm on my jack, as per usual. Brock Guest seems to have been in the 90s for quite a while here, actually. I think he was there for all of Anna Dowell's stay. Anna Dowell making 25 out of a partnership of 26. Guest is on 93. Matty McKiernan on 1. I wonder if that might just be the end of James Pattinson. Bowled quickly since lunch and seemed to get a bit of a ticking off, a finger wagging from both umpires. Perhaps getting hot under the collar. It'll be Dane Patterson, former South African international, to bowl to Matty McKiernan. Here he comes, and McKiernan leaves this alone. The ball dies absolutely in front of Tom Moores, bounces a couple of times before thudding into the pads of the keeper. Absolutely no bounce whatsoever. Stephen Mullaney readying himself. No Lyndon James again in this game, or we've not seen him so far turning his arm over. Tommy had still got a little bit of a side twinge down at Cardiff last week. That's why he didn't bowl there. Next one pitched up by Patterson. Nicely blocked by McKiernan. The ball runs up to Luke Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run. Madsen 74 and Duploy were both dismissed by Mullaney before lunch, and since lunch Cartwright 14 and Dal 25. They've both fallen to James Pattinson. Patterson turns and in he runs past umpire Middlebrook. This one down the leg side, and I think we can pretty much dismiss the opinion there of the catching cord, and it went down the leg side. Tom Moores took it. Don't think either keeper or bowler were interested, but first, second and third slip all got highly animated. They thought they'd heard something. .273 for 6. Derbyshire still a whopping 345 behind. They've got a bat. As Patterson bowls once more. This one overcompensated well outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. Definitely looks as if Stephen Mullaney's going to have a further spell. 16 overs, 2 for 28 to Mullaney. His first 12 overs, only conceded 12 runs. That's chipping away. 4 wickets so far today. Still 58 overs remaining in the day. That one kept low as well. Strikes the bottom of Matty McKiernan's bat. It's not the stylistics in the background. If you can hear any singing, it's Dave Fletcher doing his harmonies. I've been on 5 Live, mate. I've not been bumped for a politician. 273 for 6.
Is that right?
It's Patterson's next delivery is... Oh, I thought he nicked that. Went past the outside edge with McKiernan groping for the ball, and there was a certain amount of deviation in the air. Not for all the world as if it had been clipped, but certainly no response from anyone closer to the wicket. End of the over, 273 for 6. That's 94 overs gone in the innings. Derbyshire are certainly at this rate going to fall well short of maximum batting points. They might even probably struggle to get to 350 from here on in. Only 16 overs left in which they can accrue points. Need 27 runs for a third batting point. 77 in 16 overs. Well, that's not likely at the current rate of progress, as Mullaney comes back on from the City end.
Absolutely. So you and me both. Yeah. You'd think they treat us slightly better, wouldn't you, really? But I've noticed no difference.
So Brooke Guest's on strike. There's the one slip. That's Joe Clark. Standing quite deep. It's often difficult when the wicket-keeper's standing up to the stumps just to judge exactly where to stand. Probably a little wider than it would have been normally. Catching extra cover and mid-wicket in there close as Mullaney comes in to Brooke Guest, who just runs this one out into the offside to Liam Patterson-White. As ever, his flannel smeared with the red of 24 hours of ball polishing. Mullaney into his 17th over. Comes in past umpire Pollard, bowls. And Brooke Guest very much gone into his shell. Blocks another one. Just wonder how many runs he's scored from his last 40 or 50 balls. He's faced 244 in total now. Next ball on his way. And, Guest again happy to defend.
UK anti-doping highlighted the fact that it used a controlled substance. This controlled substance was in an inhaler. He really should have signed a therapeutic use exemption. He's been using this inhaler since a teenager. He hadn't signed one, and therefore he was banned. It was backdated to January. But he's available again now, and hopefully we'll get to speak to Tom Wood in the coming days about exactly what it's been like being
Mullaney bowls. Next one just clipped on the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James. Took a good catch yesterday in that position to dismiss Harry Kane. One of just 2 wickets that Derbyshire lost before stumps last night. Today they've lost 4 so far as Mullaney looks to add to that. Bowls, nice looking drive into the offside by Brooke Guest. Now how many is he going to get here? This is going to be a tough stop and slide for Asiba Mead. Does well. Saves a run because they scamper through for a third. And Brooke Guest on to 96. Brings McKiernan back onto strike. 1 ball left in this over. Lovely looking shot from Guest. 276 for 6.
Mistake, really, just an oversight not to apply for this therapeutic use exemption. And in the end, he ended up serving a 6-month ban, which only finished on the 7th of July.
So for McKiernan, second slip, Ben Duckett brought back in. Mullaney to bowl to him. And they've got a wicket here. Moores with the catch, just a simple little snick behind, and Tom Moores standing up, and Stephen Mullaney's return to the bowling attack has brought him a third wicket, 276 for 7, and Matty McKiernan has gone, caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of Stephen Mullaney. We've got all the M's there, McKiernan, Moores and Mullaney. Matty McKiernan out for just one, 276 for 7, and Stephen Mullaney with his best figures of the season so far, 3 for 31. That wicket going down at the end of the 95th over. Derbyshire currently 276 for 7. Welcome back, Lauren.
Thanks for having me back. Oh, might have to get Fletch back. He's left the radio on in the background.
Oh dear. I think he heard you. There's either a stampede of elephants in the corridor, or he's coming back.
Now I know which one it is, for future reference.
276 for 7. Keep chipping away, Nottinghamshire here. All the wickets today, I wouldn't think it's anything more than coincidence, but all 5 wickets that have gone down today have gone down from the City end. Nothing from this end. 3 to Mullaney, 2 for Patterson. And the new man out there is Ben Aitchison, who got 50 in this game last year. Could do with 50 now, I think.
Yeah, Aitchison, we know he can hold a bat when he needs to. Obviously, you don't normally rely on your out-and-out bowlers to come in and score some runs, but he's got a chance here to put on some handy runs for Derbyshire where they need it. There's been a bit of a swapping and changing of which ends today people are bowling from. Everyone wants to bowl from the City end today.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Well, there's your chance to guide Brooke Guest through to a century.
Yeah, Patterson's in. It's left alone there outside the off stump by Guest. Never guided someone to a milestone before. First time for everything.
Yeah, go home tonight to your family and friends. I guided somebody to a milestone.
Yeah.
If, of course, that's what you do. Because the flip side of that is you can get a reputation for the old commentator's curse as well. Don't worry, that's happened to me 1,000 times.
Patterson's back in again. This is driven down the ground by Guest. She's going to go for 4. Takes him up to his 100. Very well batted here today by Brooke Guest. Just sort of held this innings together. 100 off of 249 balls. That takes Derbyshire to 280 for 7. He'll love that one. It's always a good milestone to reach, isn't it? Your century. You want to keep going from there.
Nice way to get there. Drive down the ground just to the onside of straight. Thought Mullaney was going to cut it off at first, but there's rather more pace in it. Ran away for 4.
Patterson comes in for another ball. It looks like he was going to try and drive that one, but has pulled out at the last minute there and left it to go straight through to Moores.
It was a long, long time on 91, 92 and 93, but he got that 3 in the last over and now a 4.
It looked like he was being a bit starved at the strike for a little bit as well, so he's managed to keep his concentration going and score these important runs. Okay, Patterson coming back in again from the end of his mark. This is played into the offside by Guess. He wants to go for 2, but he's only going to get 1 there.
There's plenty more runs out there for him to have. If he can find a partner at the other end, might be Ben Aitchison.
Yeah, I think he'll know. Obviously, Aitchison can hold the bat and he can score some runs when needed, so he won't be too worried about having to take the strike at this point. It's also a long time left to bat as well, so he'll just want to keep going at this point. Patterson's coming in. Aitchison going to face his first ball here. And it's left outside the off stump. The diving Moores has gone in front of first slip there.
Done a reasonable day today. Tom Moores taking a couple of catches standing up from the bowling of Mullaney. Elias deploy. And and more recently Matty McKiernan.
Got a slight change in the field here. Mid wicket's going out towards the square leg boundary. So Patterson's in again. This is left outside the off stump by Aitchison again, and that ends that over. All right, over for Derbyshire there. So Guest going to his 100 there, and we're 281 for 7.
Broadcast reaches 100 from 249 balls and contained 11 balls.
Just confirmation of Brooke Guest's figures. As Lauren gave you at the time, 249 balls, 11 fours. Been absolutely rock steady, not offered just the merest semblance of a lifeline for the Nottinghamshire bowlers since he came to the wicket yesterday. Been on the field for all but 12 overs of this match. Terrific effort. Now Mullaney going to try and dislodge him. Duckett's gone even wider at slip. Little push into the gap by Guest though, gets him down to the other end. 282 for 7 is the score. So Stephen Mullaney with 3 wickets in this innings. Got to go back to 2019 for the last time that he got 3 wickets in an innings. He's only had 1 5 for Notts. That was back in 2017, the last time they were in Division 2.
Yeah, Mullaney comes across as the type of bowler who always puts it in that spot, but doesn't always take the wickets he might deserve.
Comes in, bowls to Aitchison. That one just popped a little bit, went over the shoulder of the bat, through to the keeper. He's had a phenomenal record in white ball cricket over the years. Wasn't used for a lot of the blast this year, and then they, almost as an afterthought, seemed to turn to him in the last 2 or 3 matches. And again, he came back with stunning figures and lots of wickets. He's in again and bowls. Nicely played away by Aitchison. Sometimes as the skipper, has perhaps been underused, or certainly in my opinion, I think he's been underused in the Championship. But in the white ball this year, it didn't seem as if Dan Christian wanted to use him all that often.
You see that quite a bit, don't you? Sometimes as when people captain and they bowl, they sometimes forget that option's there.
There is Mullaney. Bowls, ooh, this one just shapes away a little bit. Tom Moores couldn't take it cleanly. Almost being forced into that 4th seamer role in this game was Lyndon James, a bit of a side niggle. He would normally be the 4th seamer. So Mullaney doing the job. Just happily seems to suit that it's the sort of wicket where his pace is absolutely ideal. A 3rd slip though, you wouldn't say he was necessarily sending it round corners, but a 3rd slip, the Mead is in there. Bowls, nicely played by Aitchison. It's just Sam Connors and George Scrimshaw to come for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why they've gone for the 3rd slip there. They know that he is likely to potentially edge it. Mullaney might not be making it move round corners, but he's not got as much batting experience as other players.
Here he comes in again. Oh, leg stump full toss, clipped away for a single. Also got 2 subs on at the moment. Sammy King there at mid-on doing the fielding, and the young man also on the field. I think it's the same fellow we saw yesterday, Kyle van Vollenhoven, who plays for Clifton in the Notts Premier League. Played against Notts last year for Warwickshire in the Royal London, but his stay was a very short one because he's gone off and Joe Clark has come back on the field. Going to be Dane Patterson to continue. He's got a relatively new bat to bowl at here in Aitchison, who's on 1 from 7 balls faced.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to watch how Aitchison tries to build an innings here. As Patterson comes in to start his new over. That's it. Sort of edged down to sort of the wide 3rd man by Aitchison for a single.
Stephen Mullaney's not happy, look.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of confusion about
Yeah.
where they wanted. Is that Spence? Is that Slater?
It was Slater who fielded it, and he was out on the fence, and as soon as the shot was played, it was just run down to him. I think, well, you can only imagine that the captain thought he was saving one on the 45, whereas he wasn't. He was all the way out on the 45, because there was a lot of arm waving, as if to say, what are you doing back there?
And Patterson in again. It's worked off his legs there. But I guess for a single to Mulaney at mid-on.
We can see now, can't we, because Aitchison's back on the strike, probably where they should be.
Yeah, I think they want to try and keep him there for as long as possible. They want that is the wicket that they're going to want to take, because they think Guest is well set here. It's going to take something special to get Guest.
Yep, keep Brook at the non-striker's end, and if they can, try and knock over the rats and mice at the other end. 9-10 Jack.
Patterson in again. Aitchison defends that slightly streakily to mid-off. Didn't look like he got all of that.
No, wasn't played with any great conviction, was it, by Ben Aitchison? Seem to remember from last year, he came out of the wicket in the second innings, the game was all but up. Notts were going to win, and he decided to have a little bit of fun, threw the bat at a few, and hit one or two a very long way. Maiden half century, I think.
Patterson in. It's flicked off his leg there by Aitchison. Down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, I think sometimes that's all you need sort of down the order, especially if you're going to go in and play with sort of no fear. Then you're just going to go in and just sort of hit it, and if it comes off, it comes off. But I think his role he's going to have to play today is going to have to be slightly different to that. They would want to keep batting, get as close to that follow-on target as possible.
It's a long way off, Lauren.
Remaining hopeful. Patterson in. It's a shorter ball which is pulled to the mid-wicket boundary for four from Guest there. He's got on that quite quickly there.
They're about 180 away from avoiding the follow-on as it stands right now. Might need a little bit of help with the weather. Might need Nottinghamshire to make a decision to rest the bowlers and perhaps bat for a couple of hours. I don't know if that would be the wisest, but I guess if all your bowlers are feeling a bit pooped because of the effort they've put in to bowl Derbyshire out for the first time, they might, out of necessity, need to rest them. We're approaching the 100th over of the innings, so they've put a shift in there. Fletcher 22 overs, Pattinson 23 overs. This is Patterson's 24th over. Mulaney himself 18 and Patterson wide 11.
And Patterson in for another ball here. Driven to cover there by Guest for a dot ball.
And that's not to say how many more overs it will take to get these last three wickets.
Yeah, I think that'll be the thing, won't it? They want to try and keep batting for as long as they can. Derbyshire to try and tire out these Notts bowlers, but they are putting in a bit of a shift.
Mulaney and Ben Duckett having a bit of a chat. Luke Fletcher's now joined in. Always has something to offer to come up with, Ben Duckett. The fullness of time can see him being a county captain, maybe.
Yeah, he's always in the conversation, isn't he?
Don't know how much longer Stephen Mulaney would want to go on for. I'm not writing him off by any means. I think he's 35, 36 this winter. He comes, bowls to Aitchison, who pushes it into the offside. No run. No reason he... Well, he'll certainly go on playing, I'm absolutely certain, but no reason he can't go on skippering the side for a while. You'd imagine if there is a change in leadership over the next couple of years, maybe Ben Duckett would feature in that conversation. Asiba Mead, I think, is the vice-captain, so maybe he's got designs on doing it. Mulaney in. Aitchison cries of catch, but the ball is going to fall just to the right of mid-on. Sammy King, and there's no run. You can see one day Lyndon James assuming the mantle as well. He was second 11 captain before he cemented his spot in the first team last year.
I think it's good to have those options as well, isn't there? Like everyone can provide something slightly different, and not everyone has to be the out-and-out leader on the pitch, but having those different ideas really helps bring together a team.
Mulaney in again to Brooke Guest, who just pushes it back to mid-on. No run. 291 for 7. Derbyshire inching closer to that third batting point. This is the 99th over. Of course, Nottinghamshire still need 2 wickets in the next 11 overs or so to get maximum bowling points. So that'll be very much on their agenda. They'll push into the offside. Brooke Guest was looking for 2, Ben Aitchison wasn't. 292 for 7. If I'd been asked at the start of play today, I might well have offered the notion that we'd have seen quite a bit of Ben Slater bowling today, because he's had a lengthy bowl or two before the start of play in each of the last couple of days. Next ball on its way outside the off stump through to the keeper. Could well have seen the scenario where Derbyshire wickets were hard to come by and Liam Patterson-White was bowling slow left arm at one end and Ben Slater bowling off spin at the other, but it's not turned out like that. The quicks in the form certainly of James Pattinson have had success, and so too the lesser pace of Stephen Mulaney. They've shared the 5 wickets. Slater just dropping back, look, on the leg side. Now Asiba Mead dropping back at backward point for the final ball of the over. They're inviting Aitchison to take a single, but he doesn't get it, driving this up to Fletcher at mid-off. 292 for 7. Mulaney 19 overs, 3 for 35. Done a terrific job. The other wicket takers, James Pattinson 2 for 92. Luke Fletcher 1 for 42. Dane Patterson 1 for 80. And Liam Patterson-White, the only other bowler, used none for 34 from his 11.
Yeah, would you have thought that he'd have been used a bit more, Patterson-White?
I suspect he will have a big role to play in the second innings, especially if not remain in the negatives in the over rate.
Yes.
They're still -2, especially if there's some weather around. They'll want to sort that out as well.
Patterson coming in for the start of a new over. Has flicked off Brooke Guest's legs down to find the leg for the single. Looked like he wanted to try and push 2 there, but it was going to have to be very quick running to get 2 when it's gone straight to the fielder.
293 for 7. So we close in on 3 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure when tea will be. I've not seen or heard any official confirmation. Normally it's when 32 overs remain. Well, that's another 20 overs away.
It's that early lunch.
It is.
And Patterson in again. Left alone by Aitchison outside the off stump.
It would seem a little bit excessive to ask them to play this session from 1:10 until about 4:30, because that's where they'd be if they are going to get another 20 overs in before tea.
I think here for Patterson, he'll want to bowl it on the stumps to Aitchison. I think that's where the danger will lie as he comes in again. He's flicked down the leg side to find leg for another single for Aitchison. Moves on to 5.
Quite a lot of activity, as you can perhaps hear, outside the ground. Emergency service vehicles. Must be shift change or cat stuck up a tree or something.
Something like that.
Time for me to slope off next door. Dave will be back to join Lauren in a second, and then I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, Patterson's going to come in for another ball here. That's left alone by Guest outside the off stump. We're going to do a bit of a swap for the update.
Hold on, Lauren. Smooth. Very smooth.
Look at that. Oh, the fire engine, there it is. Could hear it for a while, but it's now just gone past. Patton might to bowl his 5th ball of the over. This is played out into the offside by Guest for a dot ball.
Look at you doing ball by ball.
See how I've grown during
I know,
these sessions.
I know. Marvellous. Yeah, that was disappointing, the Matty McKinnon dismissal. Stephen Mullaney again, what's going on?
That's it, we always say that the slightly slower bowlers cause a bit of an issue. She's been putting it on the spot today, Mullaney has. Patterson in for his last ball of the over. Played straight back at him by Guest for a dot ball. Jens that over. Derbyshire 294 for 7.
You even did the 100, which of course goes on the archive, so...
Did I see it's the first one I've done?
I haven't done that many.
I've not done many milestones though.
I've only been here 6 years. 294, is that right? Seems a lot. Oh no, 175 more runs are required for the follow-on target. Not sure whether she's going to ask me about the Tom Wood news, so I'll get that open just in case. Heidi Boo's back at base, reading the news at the moment. It's been another terrific effort by Brooke Guest, though. All bar 12 overs. And if he carries his bat,
It takes a lot as well, doesn't it,
he'll be exhausted.
to do that.
And he'll have to come out and do an interview. This next one is defended by Aitchison. Backward a square on the offside. New over from Stephen Mullaney, straight to Hasib Hamid. Oh, it must be getting close now. Just the one slip for Mullaney. This ball in its 21st over hasn't been changed. Had a couple of good ones out. And he comes and bowls, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off by Ben Aitchison, who got his only first-class half-century against Nottinghamshire in the game here last season. He went absolutely mad. Derbyshire had already lost the game. And he went absolutely mad in the second innings and was smashing the ball to all parts. Oh, here we go. Yeah, they've lost another wicket in recent times as well, Heidi. They're in a spot of bother here. They're 295 for 7. Make that 296. It might even be 297 by the time they finish running. It is. Ben Aitchison is on 8. Brooke Guest has got to another century. 109 not out. It's his 4th of the season. The wicketkeeper batsman, 249 balls. It was his 11th four as he drove Dane Patterson back down the ground. But Matty McKinnon was out for 1, caught by Tom Moores off the bowling of Stephen Mullaney. At 297 for 7, now it means that they need another 172 to avoid the follow-on. Always good when they run 3 while you're doing your update. 297 for 7. Another bonus point coming up. There's Guest on strike, and that one is just pushed out into the offside. Fielded by Ben Duckett, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think Guest has done well, because obviously we were saying he's moved to number 3 this year. They've been looking for someone to bat at 3, and he's really sort of taken to it, hasn't he? His 4th 100 of the season.
Adamant that he wanted a bat at 3 as well, which is...
Well, that's what you want, isn't it? You want somebody who wants to bat.
Yeah. Oh, no question. No question. This next delivery from Mullaney is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. There's no run. He will be exhausted. He'll need a weekend off, and that's all he's going to get, because on Sunday they'll travel down to Worcester. The game against Worcestershire at New Road starts on Monday. Slightly different for players, but I've got to do the same thing. No, don't feel sorry for me, honestly. Nobody should ever feel sorry for me. In comes Mullaney and bowls. That is off an edge out into the offside. Aitchison sets off because there was a little twitch there from Brooke Guest. Pushed the ball into the offside. There's no run. End of the over. Guest has 109. Aitchison has 8. Thanks to Lauren Tupper. He should be back later on. Dave Bracegirdle is going to rejoin the commentary here on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Nottingham. Light drizzle over Derby University. Well, that was 2 hours ago, Mick. Sorry, mate, I missed your message. I don't think that's going to bother us anymore. If you find any more light drizzle, I'm always open for light drizzle notifications.
Perhaps when we get into the second half of the day it might happen, because there's still 51 overs to go. Tea will be supper.
Well, it's still 19 overs away then.
It is, if they are, as far as we know, having tea at 32 to go. I don't know. Have you got any semaphore you can sort of wave in the direction of the scorers if they know?
Knock on the window.
Reverting to type. Bangs on the window. Is this your end or mine?
You carry on and I'll try and ascertain when tea is.
Fletcher's back. And his first ball wide of the off stump through to the keeper. By that I mean Luke Jack Fletcher, not David Algernon Fletcher, who sat to my right. 297 for 7.
I've written a question down, so when Jane turns around, don't look at it through the binoculars.
She's a good peeping Tom, isn't she? She's got a...
I don't know what she's looking at.
Don't know.
Whatever.
They only need to see as far as the umpires.
Whatever it is, it's amused her.
Fletcher, LJ. Bowls to Aitchison. Drops it on the leg side. Fielded by Seabermead. 298 for 7. Derbyshire eating their way through the 290s towards this third batting point. Did you get some sort of...
I got the answer.
Good. That's all you're after when you ask a question, really, isn't it?
It is with 32 overs to go.
Well, tea at 4:30 till 10 to 5.
We won't get finished before 7 o'clock tonight, will we?
I wouldn't be at all surprised there's a bit more drizzle about, but we'll have to see.
You might be doing a bit of solo work by then. I've got to do sports scene at 7:15.
Are you on 5 Live again tonight?
No, not today. No, I've told them, look, I'm busy.
On the one show with Alex?
I'm busy. I've got to do the day job.
2 slips. Fletcher to bowl to Brooke Guest. And he shows no sign of giving it up. Young Brooke, does he? Gets behind and blocks this one. His other 3-figure scores, has he gone on and converted what they call a daddy yet?
No, I don't think so, from memory. His highest score this season is 138. Still not too shabby.
It's not indeed, no.
I'd be happy. Happy with that in an entire season, in all honesty.
He's looked very good in this innings, I have to say. Here's Fletcher. Passed umpire Middlebrook. Bowls, ooh. Nearly got him there, didn't I? Nearly got him. A really sloppy waft outside the off stump. Nearly got him. What did you make of all the finger wagging in the direction of James Pattinson?
I must admit, I was just slightly distracted by something else, and you pointed it out. And it was really strange when he called Stephen Mullaney over, didn't they, at one point? So obviously something's been said. And Alex Swan, who's the match referee, or whatever they're called these days, came into the scorers to see if they knew what was happening. So I'm not sure he's been informed yet either. So it'd be interesting to try to find out at some point.
It definitely looked like he was getting a good old telling off, didn't it? As Fletcher bowls a bounce, and now has he caught that? He might have gloved that down the leg side. He has indeed, and walks. Well done, Brooke Guest, for walking. Made the umpire's decision a little easier there, I fancy. Notts were celebrating for a catch down the leg side, but Brooke Guest had already tucked his bat under his arms. He knew he'd gloved it. Tom Moores takes the catch, and Luke Fletcher's return into the attack pays dividends after just 5 deliveries. Derbyshire 298 for 8. So Derbyshire still 2 runs shy of a third batting point. Nottinghamshire now 1 wicket shy of a third bowling point. But the applause very well deserved for a terrific knock, Fletch, from Brooke Guest.
Yeah, I know, it's been magnificent, hasn't it, Brooke Guest? Just the 12 fours in that century, his 4th of the season. He'll be disappointed, as you say, walked and now get a little bit of rest. Well, he might get a lot of rest, hopefully, if they're asked to follow on, as Sam Connors comes out to join Ben Aitchison in the middle. But you'd have to say that the end was pretty much 9 now. They still trail by 320, Derbyshire, 171 from the follow-on. That's not going to happen now either. And it's a matter of eking out a bit of time as much as anything. by the last couple of pairs. Sam Connors, well, he can hold a bat, as he proved in that Bob Willis Trophy game at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago when he scored 5 or something. Well, Lears Deploy was going mad at the other end. He's not going to have anybody going mad at the other end because he's with Ben Aitchison. So it'll be interesting to see how these next few overs pan out, really. They've sort of fallen steadily, haven't they, since lunch? At 244, 270, then 276, and now 298. It's
first wicket from this end as well today. The other 5 were from the far end. I don't think there's anything more than coincidence in that.
I don't think the ball's not done anything sinister at either end, really, has it? It's not.
No, I'm not sure what to make of the follow-on decision, because we've now had more than 100 overs, and if you look, they've all racked up a healthy amount of overs.
Yeah, but only used the 5 bowlers, hasn't he?
Well, yeah. So Lyndon James, a bit of a side strain, couldn't bowl.
Right.
I was talking to Lauren. I sort of anticipated that it might have been much harder than this to dislodge your Madsons and your Deploys, and we may well have had Ben Slater on by now. It hasn't happened. Here's Fletcher to bowl to the new man Connors, who defends the first one. So this 5, well, predominantly 4, because Patterson White hasn't had much of a role and hasn't taken a wicket, but this 4 have bowled a lot of overs, so they may well grasp the opportunity of a couple of hours with their feet up, but there may be a little bit of truth in the inclement forecast for tomorrow. There may be.
It's one of those, isn't it? Do you look at forecasts in your strategy? I suppose you sort of have to, but then again, let's face it. Winning the toss and batting was basically down to the weather, wasn't it? Even if they thought we might have a ball first, but
50 overs remaining today. Can you afford to bat for 20? Go and have a bit of a hit. They did last year, didn't they?
Yes.
Clearly.
Yeah, well, they could have won by an innings last year and didn't because they batted again.
They won in on the Saturday morning. Was that the 3rd day or the 4th day? Mulaney bowls a bouncer at the start of a new over.
So I'm just waving to Ed. Ed's in the ground, and he tells me it's raining. So
I won't be at all surprised.
Yeah.
There's no brollies up as yet that I can see. Just a little bit blowing in the wind.
Yeah, you can barely see anything in the dark. The dark bits that you have to look towards to see if there's any rain, and the ground staff, there's nobody jumping on a...
There's 4 runs. Aitchison.
On a tractor. Is this my end? I do apologise. Sorry.
Edged all the way along the ground past the 1 slip, and that is the 3rd batting point for Derbyshire. The 300 brought up in the 103rd over.
It's going to be fun watching them get to their next batting bonus point, isn't it? 7 overs and 4 balls to get there.
Well, Aitchison did have a bit of a wind-up in last year's match. Whacked his way to a very quick 50 before falling on that final morning.
Umpires are moved by the increasing drizzle.
Yeah, that's another reason. I think Mulaney's got to enforce the follow-on.
Yeah, no, I think you're
maybe
right.
if drizzle does come now and again, it will just give them an opportunity to rest.
Yeah, Mulaney bowls to Aitchison, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
Wondering why Tom Moores, who's taken 2 catches standing up to Mulaney, has now gone back. I'm sure Mulaney's not increased his speed by 5-10 miles an hour.
Well, I'd be fairly sure that the reason was that as soon as you get 9, 10 and 11 in, all teams do something different. And they are going off. The drizzle has become too much to the delight, I'm sure, as you can hear in the background of the Derbyshire supporters. It's too early to take an early tea. 302 for 8.
Well, I don't know, because...
Do you not think? 3:15?
But they've had a 2-hour session, haven't they? It was 1:10.
Yes, that is
they
true.
started the afternoon. I don't know the regulations,
but... I think, no. Does anybody...
And certainly in September we take tea at 3:10, in theory.
Yes, true enough. So Aitchison on 13. Sam Connors has only faced 1 ball. He's yet to get off the mark. The men out since lunch. Hilton Cartwright for 14. Anuj Dahl for 25. Both of them bowled by James Pattinson. Matty McKiernan was caught by Tom Moores off Stephen Mulaney for 1. Brooke Guest caught by Tom Moores off the bowling of Luke Fletcher. He made 109, his 4th century of the season in 3 different games, of course, because he got a century in each innings earlier on this season. The first Derbyshire wicketkeeper to do so since 1896. It was all very exciting. The scoreboard's disappeared off my screen, but I can tell you that Derbyshire are 302 for 8 as the ground staff bring on the covers, and that is tea. So what we'll do is we'll return in around about 20 minutes. If there is any play, we'll commentate on it, and if there isn't any play, we'll let you know. I think that's probably the best way of doing things. We'll give you an update at the end of tea in 20 minutes, and the evening session will be the small matter of 49 and a half overs if they don't go off again. Absolutely remarkable. We shall find out in due course. In the meantime, go make yourself a cuppa and we'll be back. Go in and balls to Reed. 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 Got in and balls to read. 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 Draw 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 in and balls to read. In and balls to Reed. 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 coming through. Well, I told you we'd be back if there's any news, and the covers, now as soon as I said the covers were on, as they're off. So we've just got the 49 and a half overs to go, and the first ball of those 49 and a half overs is going to be bowled by Stephen Mullaney. That one bounces a bit and surprises Ben Aitchison. I think he hit his glove. Yeah, he's checking out his right hand. Ball bounced into the ground.
A post tee oof from your first ball.
Yeah, it's just what Derbyshire want to see, isn't it? When they're going to be asked to follow on in 15 minutes' time. You think they will be? I know.
I think they've got to.
I think they've got to.
I think they've got to. There's so little.
There's more rain
time,
to the right coming north. As Mullaney's in and balls to Aitchison, who's beaten outside the off stump.
You'd be sick if you batted again and got sort of the only 2 or 3 decent hours that were left in the match.
Yeah.
There's people telling me it's going to
Armageddon tomorrow.
rain all day, and then look at 1 or 2 websites and a bit of a drizzle about breakfast time, same as today, and then Bob's your uncle. You'll be all right. So we'll have to see.
Mullaney to complete the over. There's a wild swing at that one outside the off stump by Aitchison. It's not taken cleanly by Tom Moores.
It's almost like Mullaney was playing on one strip and Aitchison playing on another there. He was so far away from it in that. It was unbelievable.
And there are only 49 overs left, so we're almost at the halfway stage of the day.
Yeah.
God,
yeah. The day began 164 for 2.
The day began yesterday.
138 for 6 today. This little passage of play is important for both sides, but Nottinghamshire need a wicket. They can take their time getting the final wicket, but they need a wicket for that extra point. And they've gone with Luke Fletcher. 10 to 4. I've agreed with Lauren. I will turn into Lauren at 4 o'clock.
Oh, you're doing deals behind the back.
There's Fletcher LJ bowling to Sam Connors, who just defends this one. There's no run, 3 slips. Lauren pointing out that all through the rain delay, or after tea certainly, Ben Slater was there bowling with the bowling coach again. But
oh no!
I would imagine that was with a view to second innings perhaps rather than first, I don't know, or just turning his arm over. Certainly wouldn't have thought we'd see him in this little passage of play, not want to go bang bang as Fletcher bowls to Connors again, and he leaves it alone. 3 slips, 3 others on the offside, all saving 1, and on the leg side fairly standard long leg mid-wicket, and Captain Mullaney at mid-on.
Very strange game going on at the Riverside in Durham this evening between a team called Reliance Cricket and Durham's T20 side. It's one of the IPL teams, but they're not allowed because of presumably contractual reasons to call them whatever they're called.
Oh,
yeah.
302 for 8. Fletcher is in. Bowls whipped away nicely by Connors. He's off the mark. Down to long leg. 303 for 8. So who's playing? Trialist, 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 trialist and trialist, or are they allowed to use their names?
That's a good question.
Then we might have well, I wouldn't have a clue there were anyway.
No,
to be honest,
I've just seen 2 of the names and they mean nothing to me.
No,
right.
I used to have a little bit of a clue when 1 or 2 of the Nottinghamshire boys played for different franchises. I have some idea because I would have seen the media bulletins on them signing, but no idea at the moment who is playing for who. As Fletcher bowls, another delivery past Ben Aitchison's outstretched bat. Had a little nibble at that one. Goes through to Moores, and that prompts Ben Slater to be summoned to... No, he's gone back. He'd only wandered over for a chat. Looked as if he was walking in with a purpose, determined to go and stand next to Ben Duckett, who looks like one of the flower pot men after tea. He's popped a floppy hat on. He's having a right old chat, isn't he, with 1 or 2 of his teammates at long distance. Here's Fletcher. Ian again bowls and struck him on the pad. Could be the first LBW decision of the contest, and up goes the finger of umpire Middlebrook, and Notts do have maximum bowling points, and Luke Fletcher has got his 3rd wicket of the contest. Ben Aitchison out for 13. LBW bowled Luke Fletcher 303 for 9.
315 behind, which is a lot of runs.
I was just waiting for Jane to make the announcement, and you absolutely smashed all over the top.
Nobody wants to hear Jane.
Well, we do. She's been very informative today, letting us know when there'd be inspections and when the players would be out there and how long left.
That's a bit like saying we've done really well because we've talked since 11 o'clock. She's getting paid.
Yes, but she's getting paid to speak to people, to give them the information.
To speak to everybody.
To give them the information that we want to hear.
Just as important as...
You've changed since you went.
Since
you became a media lovey. Since you were on 5 Live yesterday, you've changed. Media darling. Here's Big George.
I'm going to read out some of the feedback later. Only the good stuff, though. Yeah, Big George. Yeah, good luck, son. Derbyshire need another 166 to avoid the follow-on. I'm not entirely sure, but I'd be fairly certain this would be a record 10th wicket stand for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire if they made it. That would be terrific, wouldn't it? And nobody deserves it more than George Scrimshaw. He's had a terrific season in white ball cricket in the T20, got himself a job in August, selling ice cream down in Wales. And
who did?
Scrimshaw. No, he's got a job down in Wales in August. Come on, it's obvious, Dave. Keep up.
It's Fletcher bowling to the ice cream seller. That one struck him
well,
on
he's
the
not.
thigh pad.
No. He hasn't got a job selling ice cream. He's going to be playing cricket, but he's got himself a job in August instead of playing in the Royal London for Derbyshire.
Oh,
there we go. There we go.
Ooh.
Bang! That was the penny dropping on the left-hand side of the commentary box. As a result of his 23 wickets in the T20, bowled beautifully in the quarter-final that nobody talks about.
He's going to become a fireman, isn't he? Not an ice cream man.
Yes, that would have been a much better way of putting it, to be fair. But I can't even bring myself to name the teams, if I'm honest, because it's an abomination on the face of the earth.
And his captain then will be Ben Duckett, who's his new chum because they went away on lines duty together.
Yeah, they played in the same team on last Thursday, didn't they?
It's Ben Duckett captains the Welsh fireman.
Here's Stephen Mullaney continuing to terrorise the Derbyshire batsman. It's driven by Sam Connors, touched onto the stumps by Mullaney. George Scrimshaw hadn't got anywhere. He's not for backing up.
And of course, Mullaney's dreams, not that he would have had any, but my dreams of Mullaney getting his first fifer since 2017. He's only had one, that was in 2017. You'd think he'd have snuck in with a few over his career, but only one.
He's in again, balls to Connors, who leaves alone outside the off stump nicely from Sam Connors. The flick off the legs from Sam Connors in the previous over, that's a new shot. So he now has 3.
It's certainly the highlight of his innings so far.
That's probably the highlight of his batting season, I would have thought. He's got 23 runs at 3.2, and George Scrimshaw hasn't batted in red ball cricket, but he's not been out in white ball cricket this season. Mullaney bowls, Connors is wrapped on the pad. Ball dribbles out into the offside, and there's no run.
Did you make anything of the LBW shout? We're not in line, but it looked...
Well, it looked all right,
looked as if we were about due to have one given.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't go a whole game without an LBW decision.
It would be unusual, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be unusual.
Probably has happened.
Yeah, I've just seen a replay. It couldn't have been more out. Here is Mullaney again and bowls a short delivery to Connors, who ducks underneath it. Pulls that one on the when it strikes the pad. Ow! Oh dear.
He walked across his stumps.
He couldn't be any more out if he tried. Lucky Ben. No repeat of the half century in the match here between the sides last season. Although he may well still up and on the losing side again. Mullaney bowls and Connors defends it straight back to him. Mullaney stares at him. Yeah, that'll worry him.
What's he been told here? Just go out and block for as long as you can.
Well, I think that's the way forward. I don't think he's been told to swing, has he? Even numbers 10 and 11 have some pride, I suppose. Taps the ground twice, just flexes his knees and waits and pushes this ball very pleasantly out into the offside. And that's the end of the over.
I think they often get an unfair rap, I think, from umpires sometimes. strikes him on the pad, and the umps go, that's it, yep, off you go. That'll be the end of that. And then there's all those occasions when they bat with a top order batsman who's still there and they turn down runs. Nope, you stay down there. Nope. They often miss out on a lot of runs, numbers 10 and 11. Dane Patterson's found a mate. Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard to find a face in the crowd. I don't know who he's waving to. Would that be the press box? I wouldn't have thought he's got too many friends in the press box. I don't know.
There's not in there.
I don't think James Pattinson's got too many friends today. He's down at long leg. Heard you talking in the corridor at tea about the nasty fasting. He's been entertaining everybody today.
Well, it's been massively entertaining.
Is this me or you?
Well, it was you, but I'm easy the other way. I'm not bothered. Just asking around, and I think it was for a little bit of verbals that he was told to calm down.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was towards. It might have been towards the batsman. I was reminded at tea that Pattinson and Madsen had a bit of a not a slanging match, but they were talking to each other an awful lot in the game at Trent Bridge earlier this season. Yeah. I did ask Wayne about it. He said, it's nothing.
Fletcher again into Scrimshaw, who he doesn't exactly duck underneath it. He just swayed out of the line of it as it goes through to the keeper.
He's done well to find his bat, really, George. I'm entirely sure he knows where they are at all times.
303 for 9.
Not an essential part of his kit on a daily basis.
I know he's not played much in first-class cricket. What's his top score, do we know?
I can tell you immediately. It won't be very high, I would guess.
Fletcher to bowl to him. They seem to be getting closer and closer. The vultures are circling through to Moores. No run.
George Scrimshaw playing in his fourth first-class match. He's got 5 runs at 2.5, and his highest score is 5 not out.
Okay. Well, a chance then to create a little bit of personal history here. Where are we? We're nearly 4 o'clock. I nearly forgot that one.
Easy done.
106th over. Notts have already got as many bowling points as they can. It's this one well wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to Moores. In fact, Notts have got the full complement of 8 points in this game. Derbyshire have got 4. Unlikely they'll get any more. They need 47 runs in 4 overs if they were to get a final batting point. That would be quite fun to watch, but I don't think it's going to happen.
He played in the game at Trent Bridge, actually. That was his last first-class match. He got 0 not out and 0. So he's nothing if not consistent. Made his debut up at Chester Street in 2021. He's seen all the sites then. Nottingham, Durham.
303 for 9. Fletcher, 3 wickets to his name. Bowls to Scrimshaw, drops it on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. And I shall leave you with Dave and guests.
Thank you very much, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham will be back with us later on because we've still got 46 overs to go. So there's plenty of time to share around everybody here as we head towards, oh dear. It's absolutely staggering that there's 46 overs to go in the day. Anybody who thought they were having an early night, you can forget it. It ain't happening. Hi, Lauren.
Hello, Dave.
And goes Fletcher again, 303 for 9. He bowls a bounce. Well, that's a complete waste of time. Well, it is, isn't it? Chuckling from the back of the box. He's got a tail ender, and all of a sudden, bowlers start to do stupid things. And if you pitch it up and stick it on his toes, the chances are it'll go through to the stumps and bowl him.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what they need to be doing here. I think it gets good batters out bowling it full and straight, so you're going to get your tail enders out by doing the same thing. That's what I've spent my whole season saying this year, Fletch. Full and straight.
Has it worked?
Well,
have they been listening?
If people listen,
well, have they been listening now? I've got Heidi Booth in my ears at the moment, reading the 4 o'clock news. As in comes Stephen Mullany and bowls to Sam Connors, who defends this one and starts marking. He's doing it. He's done it before. He's right-handed. He's right armed, he's right everything, but he marks his guard with his left foot,
That's interesting.
isn't it?
I've not noticed that.
Yeah, no, I've noticed it before. Well, I don't see him bat that often, bless him, Sam Connors, because he tends not to. But yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Weird. Next delivery from Maloney through to the keeper. Sorry, I missed that completely. I should concentrate slightly more, seeing as we've still got 45 overs to go. We will, of course, lose 2 overs at some point fairly soon because 2 overs are lost during the change of innings. That's it. That one is pushed up to mid-on. I don't have to mention Tom Wood this time because Heidi's just mentioned it at the top of the sports desk, which is good news. Here we go with the update. Here's Heidi, the end of the Derbyshire first innings is nigh. They're 303 for 9 now. Since tea, which was brought on by the second shower of the day, they have moved on from 302 for 8 to 303 for 9. Ben Aitchison leg before wicket to Luke Fletcher for 13. It means that numbers 10 and 11 are together. Sam Connors has got 1. George Scrimshaw has yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries. And Derbyshire, who trail by 315, are 303 for 9. Mullaney is in again, and that one's off an edge for 4 runs down to third man. Excellent shot from Sam Connors. You can't set a field for that.
No, that's that one. I said it a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? You pay for the whole of the bat. You
use it
the
all.
whole of the bat.
Yeah. You can sort of understand it in white ball cricket because they're swinging hard, but he just sort of pushed at that defensively and it raced away. But the outfield is still not speeded up any.
I think someone would say that's a well-placed shot, actually.
Yeah. Well, Sam might tell me that if I asked him. I spoke to him, I think he was at Hove. I'll come back to that as he turns this one nicely into the leg side and scampers through for a single. As in off the boundary-ish comes Ben Slater. And he's also pinched the strike, Sam Connors. So as the senior batsman, he's farming the strike. Derbyshire 308 for 9, trailing by 310. They declared before he went out to bat, I think it was in the first innings, against Sussex down at Hove, and he said, I bet you were disappointed that I didn't get to bat. And I said, not especially, although at that point he'd added a second stroke to his repertoire. I think he's now got 3.
What 3 are they?
There's the little clip off his legs, the defensive block, of course, and he's also got the one down to third man now, so he's
Look at that.
Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl because they're going to enforce the follow-on. And they want to save their opening bowlers. This is my reading of this situation. They're going to save their opening bowlers now. They don't want them bowling anymore with this new ball, which is still only 27 overs old. So they brought the left arm spinner on, and poor old Hasib Hamid has been told to stick the fielding pads on and get yourself in a short leg, which is exactly what he's going to do.
He's going to be in the game there, Hamid is.
Do you think that Sam Connors has got a sweep shot in the bag?
Be the one that'll just pop off the glove, I reckon.
I'd like to see him do the sweep. 308 for 9. Patterson-White around the wicket, defended out
Solid.
into the offside, wasn't it? It's the only man in a floppy sun hat now, who is Ben Duckett at cover. I think that's Andy Mitchell coming in over on the far side of the ice cream van. Certainly Andy Mitchell shaped. This next delivery is defended again by Sam Connors.
If they're looking at saving their opening bowlers, do you think Slater might turn his own arm over?
Oh, I do hope not. Next delivery, he's got 2 wickets this season. And they're not going to go through for a single. The ball goes all the way up to Patterson at a wide-ish mid-on after it was missed by Lyndon James at mid-wicket. Yeah, Alex Thompson, his first victim in first-class cricket. Sorry for keeping on saying it, Alex, but it was horrible. Around the wicket comes Patterson, a full delivery that's defended back to him by Sam Connors. George Scrimshaw just stands leaning on his bat with his hand on his hip.
His bat looks very small from over here.
He's a huge human being, isn't he, George? With a moustache to match. And this next one is defended by Sam Connors again. He's going to get a maiden over here. First up, it's his 12th over. 0 for 34 at the moment. They're bringing the man in from the point boundary. I think that is Ben Slater. As Patterson White goes around the wicket and he almost falls over, pushing the ball out into the offside. And there's no run, so a maiden over for Patterson White. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. Derbyshire trailing by 310 or 308 for 9. So if they replicate their first innings, they'll only lose by an innings and 2.
Still doesn't sound great, does it?
No, not really. Well, they didn't lose by an innings to Nottinghamshire here last year, and that's only because Nottinghamshire didn't enforce the follow-on. They still scored fewer runs in their 2 innings combined than Notts had scored in their first innings, but Notts had a second innings.
Right, I think I get what you're saying there. Yeah.
Horrible. It was horrible. It always is. Mulaney's in and bowls 2. Oh, there it is. George Scrimshaw's got the edges now, and he's picked up 4 runs, and he's within 1 of his highest score in first-class cricket.
Yeah, I think Scrimshaw will take them where they come, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've never... For a big man... I mean, he's tall, isn't he? He's
very tall.
He's not bulky. He doesn't look like... he does work in the gym and he works on his body, because he told us he works on his body a lot just to try and keep himself fit, because he has had a number of injury issues over the course of his career. But if he actually put a bit of bulk on as well, he'd be a fearsome hitter, you would expect. The third slipper's gone in now.
That's exactly where that ball's just gone as well.
Yeah, he's not going to hit it there again, is he?
I'd like him to drive it straight down the ground where they've moved the fielder from.
I'd love him to do that, but I don't think he will. Mulaney's in, and he pushes this out into the offside, where it's fielded by Patterson White. If he drives it straight down the ground, my work would probably... I will have seen everything I'm ever likely to see. Fielders moving all over the place here as James Pattinson swaps places with Ben Slater. So Pattinson is now at mid-wicket and Slater's gone into extra cover. They want him in a catching position. He's still moving, he can't do that, but George doesn't care. And a bouncer from Stephen Mulaney at 37 miles an hour.
I think it's good to point out that Moores has gone back. He's not stood up anymore as well. So
he doesn't think George is going to dance down the track at him.
Well, that's another one. You can tick that one off if he does it.
Yeah, if he does that, that'd be remarkable. Can he hit a 6? I don't think he can. Mulaney bowls, and he just clips that very late into the leg side. Wow.
He is sort of following himself down the wicket there, isn't he? So I think Moores might be in the game though if he stands up to the stumps.
I'm surprised he's not really. But again, they've gone away from doing what they were doing against the established batsmen because they're tail enders, and they suddenly think, oh, I know what we'll do. We'll put a short leg and a funky mid-wicket in, and I have no idea why. Just bowl at the stumps. And that was a long way wide of the stumps from Mulaney, who just turns around.
Yeah, there's a sort of bit fishing there, Scrimshaw is. Could have quite easily just pulled his bat out of the way, but he's sort of trying to get something on it, trying to guide it.
That's what it's all about. Only when you're batting, you've got to hit the ball. I don't mind that. Anyway, it's raises his bat, and then Mulaney bowls on the stumps, and Scrimshaw defends it back to him. End of the over. 43 to go today. 312 for 9. 4 to Scrimshaw, 6 to Connors. Derbyshire are 306 behind, so if they replicate their first innings now, in their second innings, they will not lose by an innings. The good thing is they've batted for 109 overs. So they've done it once. Why not do it again? They bat for 109 overs from here. There won't be much time, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, for Nottinghamshire to come in and get the runs that they may or may not need. So there is still hope for Derbyshire. Patterson White bowls, that one turns.
Yeah, I think that the key here is that Connors and Scrimshaw sort of frustrate Notts as much as possible, so keep them bowling for longer and longer.
Keep him out there till 7 o'clock. Connors defends this next delivery back to Patterson White. It might not make for the most entertaining viewing that we've ever seen.
I think that they just need to do what they can Derbyshire to try and get that draw from this sort of situation as,
That'd be a
as best as possible.
terrific draw from here, wouldn't it? They pick up 12 points. This next one is defended by Connors. The pitch still isn't doing anything untoward. They've got some very, very high-class bowlers of Nottinghamshire, no question about that. They've just got to apply themselves for a second time, Derbyshire, as this one is turned very nicely. I'm not sure what off. I think a pad as they come back for a couple of leg byes down the leg side towards fine leg. Umpire will now signal leg byes. Connors remains on 6 and Derbyshire to 314.
Yeah, have you noticed when it's a leg by, Fletch, the umpire will put hand out.
Pre-signal.
Yeah, I only learnt that recently.
Yeah,
actually.
no. All across the pre-signal. Do like it.
And it's
Some don't do it though.
No, I was going to say, I think in our cricket on a Saturday, nobody does that. And you're like, what's going on here?
Yeah, no, not all the first-class umpires do it either, but very useful from a commentary point of view. Final ball of the Patterson-White over. Connors leaves alone. Hello. He's got his eye in. 314 for 9 at the end of the over. Tomorrow forecast is horrific, by the way. From 9 o'clock onwards, 80% chance of rain all the way through. Well, all the way through until 5 o'clock when it drops to 60. So bring your umbrellas tomorrow if you're coming. Or no, I can't tell you not to come. It's free entry on the final day of the championship matches anyway. So
I didn't know that.
yeah, Derbyshire won't lose any revenue by you not turning up. So why not boost their numbers by listening to us or watching us via the Derbyshire stream?
Change of bowl.
Make your checks payable to D. Fletcher, and you'll get it straight away on your televisions. Have we? We have. Oh dear. We've got James Pattinson back. That should cheer George Grimshaw up no end. Now, the thing about Pattinson is not only is he a decent fast bowler, but he can also bat, whereas George Grimshaw's a very decent fast bowler who can't.
Got lots of movement in the field as well.
Lots of movement in the batsman as well, if you look. Short leg, slips, gullies, leg slips, all sorts of things as Pattinson bowls, and it's outside the off stump and through to the keeper. There should be a law against having a Pattinson, a Patterson and a Patterson-White.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
It's confusing, blimey.
I have to keep looking at the board to make sure I'm saying the right one.
I have no idea what I'm talking about. 314 for 9. We're just really waiting for the inevitable here. Pattinson is at the top of his mark. Bowling from the city end. And he's in now to bowl to Scrimshaw, who does very well to just guide this into the ground, backward of square on the offside, where it's fielded.
You'd think it'd have to be a very short ball for it to be a short ball to Scrimshaw.
Yeah. He could then get the hook out, couldn't he?
Yeah.
That'd be great. Just hook him into the players' pavilion for 6.
Now that would be something to watch.
Very big boundary square. They go an awful long way. I think the one on the offside will be longer if they didn't have to hide the covers somewhere. Pattinson in again, and that one is a short ball. He's going to get 4 for it, and he's got his high score in first-class cricket, George Grimshaw, with 2 edges down to third man. He moves on to 8, and it's 318 for 9.
Yeah, it looked like he almost wanted to get out of the way of that one, but because of his height, he's not really got the opportunity to get out of the way.
They only trail by 300 now, Derbyshire. That's something to celebrate.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, that add in another.
Andy Connors. I assume he's Sam's dad. Thank you very much, Andy. Sam Connors is left-footed, he says, with an exclamation mark at the end of it. Thank you. I had no idea. I've seen him playing football in the warm-ups occasionally, and you can't tell. Thanks, Andy. Scrimshaw waits as Pattinson bowls a full delivery, and he's driven it. That was glorious, but it's well stopped by Patterson-White at point. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, he's picked out the only fielder in front of him on the offside there. So I think if he'd got that slightly to the right-hand side.
You know what that
Might
means,
go.
though? If Andy Connors is listening, that's another parent of a cricketer who's listening, which puts enormous pressure on the commentator. Enormous pressure. Not to say anything nasty about their lad.
You never say anything nasty about Connors.
I don't, I know. I think he's brilliant. He's got a big future. He's wearing a very big baggy jumper out there at the moment. He's at the non-striker's end. Scrimshaw waits. Pattinson bowls a short ball. He ducks underneath it. And this is good, because each over that ticks by, they're going to lose. Well, they need to. If they survive this next over, they would only have 38 overs today. The fewer overs they've got today means the fewer overs that Derbyshire have got to survive to get them into tomorrow. And who knows what tomorrow will bring with the forecast as it is. Dave Bracegirdle trying to suggest that a forecast he's seen shows a little bit of drizzle at breakfast, but the ones I've seen don't. There's Pattinson into bowl to Scrimshaw. That one's down the leg side. That's a horrible delivery, and well claimed by Tom Moores, diving away to his left-hand side. They have survived the over. 111 overs this innings now. Scrimshaw has overtaken Sam Connors. He's got 8 from 19, both of them down to third man off an edge. Sam Connors has got 6 from 28. The partnership's worth 15. It's 318 for 9, and Derbyshire trail by 300.
Does that have an effect on the bonus points then, Fletch? Or was there a certain point that they had to try and take?
110 is the cut-off. So the bonus points are now 4 for Derbyshire and 8 for Nottinghamshire. 8 additional points for a draw, and 16 for a win, I think. This next one is left alone outside the off stump by Sam Connors as Patterson White begins a new over. I ought to know that as well, hadn't I really, since it's my job. I think knowing things is overrated. 318 for 9. Around the wicket comes Patterson White. A defensive shot from Sam Connors pushes the ball out into the onside. The follow-on is just 151 away.
Just.
It's not many. Next to them, oh dear, that one's turned. The bails have been whipped off as well by Tom Moores, but Sam Connors kept his back foot firmly anchored.
Yeah, he looks like he's not leaving his crease anytime soon, Connors.
No, he's not dancing down the track, is he? He'll be hoping to get another bowl, because these are very good bowling conditions at the moment, with the lights on, overcast above, a bit more moisture around. I think they finally sorted the stumps out at the far end of the pitch. Patterson White halfway through his over, bowls to Connors, who defends back to him. Liam Patterson White, the only one of the 5 Nottinghamshire bowlers who've been used not to have taken a wicket. 3 for Luke Fletcher and Stephen Mullaney. 2 for James Pattinson and 1 for Dane Patterson. Then comes Patterson White. Oh, he's left it and he's been bowled. Dear, oh dear. That's a disappointing end for Sam Connors. He may be left-footed, but his eyes were a bit skew-if on that occasion. They're all out for 318, which means they trail by exactly 300. Sam Connors is bowled by Liam Patterson White for 6. George Scrimshaw not out, boosted his average no end by finishing on 8 not out. Those bowling figures: 3 for 44 Luke Fletcher, 3 for 51 Stephen Mullaney, 2 for 96 James Pattinson, 1 for 82 Dane Patterson, and 1 for 34 for Liam Patterson White. There are, oh dear, 40 overs. Has that already been adjusted? I think there might be 38 overs left, but we'll wait and see. We had this discussion up at Durham, and none of us were right. I think Jane might be coming in to tell us here, so Ed might want to hear what she has to say. She might not, of course. But, well, they've been forced to follow on. Excellent news. So in 10 minutes' time, when we return, we will see Derbyshire batting again. Lewis Rees will come out to bat with Harry Kame. Thank you, Colston. Batting at 6 for Dunstall last month in Division 1. George got 60 from 51 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes. I'd love to have seen that. Darren Smith was bowling at him for Rolleston. Excellent. Thank you, Colston. I'll see you tomorrow night, hopefully, at the Pirelli Stadium. Derbyshire all out for 318. They trail by 300 and they're going to be batting again. To Chris Unwin for what can only be described as a lengthy email from Oslo. The answer to your question is I don't know, but I'll find out. He's asking who was the last Derbyshire wicketkeeper. If ever, no, it has happened. Bill Storer, I think, has done it, but to score 4 first-class centuries in the same season. He was the first wicketkeeper batsman to score 2 centuries in the same match since Bill Storer in 1896. And I think that Bill, calling him Bill like I know him, I think that Bill Storer did it back in the day, but I'm sure that's something that will come out, as you say, over the course of the next few days with David Griffin and his many and varied stats, which are generally, they are not generally very impressive. They are very, very impressive. Keep sending your messages in. I'm going to need some comforting voices over the course of the. Yes, Gary asks if George carries his tash better than his bat. Yeah, I think so. I like his bat, his tash. Yes, thank you, Graham. Yeah, I did know that, and I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, Patterson White's the only one of the bowlers who haven't taken a wicket, and next ball, bosh, but it's got nothing to do with me, and if you believe that it has, well, you're quite frankly mad, because it hasn't. The fact that we talk for 5, 6, 7 hours a day, we're bound to mention something that, and then 30 seconds later it happens. Welcome aboard as well to Peter Kame. I don't know if he's listening or not, but good to have you on board, Peter. Let's see how your lad does. He's wearing his oversized sweater, which is always exceptional, as Luke Fletcher begins the Derbyshire's second innings, and that's down the leg side. It's away for 4, I fancy. It is. It came off the bat, and he wasn't too far away from it there, Tom Moores, and he stayed down. I wonder if he's okay. He looks, yes, he's okay. It's just, is he okay? Yes, he's okay. And Derbyshire are up and running in their second innings. Harry Kane gets a 4. Wasn't too far away from the wicketkeeper's left-hand glove, that.
No, Moores has put in a good dive as well down the leg side. Did think he'd hurt himself a little bit there, but he has just kept for 111 overs. So
well, he's got to keep for another 38 tonight, and then goodness knows how many tomorrow as Derbyshire save this game. 3 slips in place. Tell you what, we'll put some sound effects on, that'd be better, wouldn't it? There we go, and Kane defends this next delivery from Fletcher. Sort of straight back to the bowler. Still haven't found you yet. Who sings that? No.
That's me.
No, it's not. No, different one. Yeah, no, he does do one of those, doesn't he? He does do that. I'll tell you who it is.
yeah, give us a tune. You
No,
were singing
I'm not-
earlier.
Yes, I was singing earlier. That was the beautiful South. What's that? Luke Fletcher's on his way in again and bowls to Harry Kane, who defends this out into the onside. And there's no run. I can't see anything else, can you?
Sounded like a
Like a drill.
or like a hairdryer or something.
A hairdryer. I don't know what a hairdryer sounds like, Lauren. So what are you saying? I've never heard. I can't remember the last time I heard a hairdryer. It goes Luke Fletcher again from the race course, and that's pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane, and there's no run as it's fielded by Lyndon. No, it isn't. It's the big man, whose name I wrote down before. And his name is Sammy King. Oh, I hate that. My Z scale has stopped working because you've got to authenticate it. It's Hasib Hamid who's not on. Thank you very much, Ed Dawes. Fletcher bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump and barely bounces on its way through.
I think there's a few spots sort of coming up on the wicket there, where the ball's sort of hitting it and dying a little bit quicker than it was before.
I've got all sorts of people giving me messages. I don't
Been
really
popular.
know. Well, no, I mean on the phone. I mean in the box. He's over there. He'll be here in a minute. Final ball of the first over of the Derbyshire second innings. 4 without loss. Harry Kane waits and Luke Fletcher's in and bowls to him. He leaves alone outside the off stump. That ball continues to come back in towards the stumps but doesn't hit them. Despite the fact that the Nottinghamshire fielders thought it might. End of the first over, 4 without loss. Nice tweet from Mickey Arthur has just landed. Tom Wood has issued a statement. He says, "Great to have you back, Tom Wood." I'll try to read some of this out over the course of the next over. It is with enormous regret I confirm I received and have served a 6-month ban for anti-doping violation. The violation relates to a controlled substance, terbutaline, which was contained in my asthma inhaler that I had been prescribed by my GP since childhood. It was universally agreed by all parties involved that this violation was in no way associated with an attempt to cheat or gain any kind of competitive advantage. This was purely a genuine human error in not having a therapeutic use exemption, which would have allowed me to use my asthma inhaler without sanction. I'd like to make it clear I fully accept and support all anti-doping rules and the importance of them across all sports. As a new over begins from the City and Lewis Rees. It's James Pattinson. The last 8 months have been incredibly difficult for me. Firstly, I'd like to thank my family for their unconditional love and support throughout the whole process. Secondly, a massive thank you to all involved at Derbyshire, players, coaches and staff for their complete backing and support from the start. Lastly, but certainly not least, a massive thank you to the PCA, that's the Professional Cricketers Association, whose constant support, assistance and care has gone far and beyond anything I could have ever asked for and has been immeasurably helpful to me. One more little bit to go as this next delivery scuds along the ground, and Lewis Rees has been called through for a single that he wasn't quite expecting. He might even come back for a second. He is going to come back for a second bye. So straight away, Tom Moores has conceded byes. Derbyshire moved to 6 without loss. I look forward, Tom concludes, to moving on from this, and I cannot wait to get back out on the pitch for Derbyshire and help the team push on in the second half of the season. Tom Wood with a statement this afternoon following that news that he's been out for 6 months because of a doping violation which was caused by an inhaler that he's been using since his teen years. More on that later on this evening. In fact, I'm sure Sally might mention it now, so I'll just keep that going. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you can't hear that, Jack. Just so that you know, Jack, back at base, Tom Wood has issued a statement. I'll read a little bit of it, if you don't mind. I don't know if Sally's going to mention that in the lead up to me or what. It's okay. Does it? Excellent. Before she comes to me, yeah? This next delivery is defended by Lewis Rees, down towards third man, in fact, and he's going to get runs here. The ball might run away, actually. Hasib Hamidi's chasing it, and Derbyshire with 10 without loss as Rees gets off the mark with a boundary. They're still trailing by 290. Here we go. Just excuse me for a few moments, everybody at home, and Lauren here. Well, first of all, Sally, Tom Wood's just issued a statement on Twitter. I'd just like to read a couple of little bits from it. Poor lad has been out for 6 months, as we just heard, due to that the anti-doping violation. Derbyshire here following on, he says it was purely a genuine human error in not having a therapeutic use exemption, which would have allowed him to use any asthma inhaler without sanction. He'd like to make it clear, he says, that he fully accepts and supports all anti-doping rules and the importance of them across all sports, and goes on to say that the last 8 months have been incredibly difficult for him, and thanks his family, the club and the Professional Cricketers Association for the support that they've given him in the time that he's been on the sidelines. He is back now, as you say. Derbyshire here are 10 without loss. Lewis Rees and Harry Kane are batting, and that will tell you that they're following on because they were dismissed in their first innings for 318. That was a deficit of 300 after Ben Aitchison for 13 and Sam Connors for 6 were the last two men out after the rain interval during which they took tea. Kane and Rees both have 4 apiece. There have been a couple of byes as well. And Derbyshire in their second innings are 10 without loss. Following on, they still trail by 290. Thank you. I don't like doing that to anybody, but I just thought it was worth reading a couple of bits from Tom Wood's statement released on Twitter after Sally had mentioned the fact that Mickey Arthur, in the statement that Derbyshire released, said that he was looking forward to welcoming Tom Wood back to the first team squad. It must have been exceptionally difficult for Tom. Here's Luke Fletcher bowls, and that's off the bottom edge of the bat out into the leg side from Harry Kane.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to see Tom Wood back as well. He was such a vital player for Derbyshire last season in the white ball stuff, especially. So with that 50 over cup coming up soon as well, they want to really go hard in that competition and push to get into the final.
And every single one of the replies to his statement on Twitter has been positive, as it absolutely should be. Here is Luke Fletcher again in and bowls. That was left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. I'll let you do the next over then. Oh, you haven't commentated while I've been on, have you?
No, I don't think
I just carry on regardless. I just like the sound of my own voice, as everybody knows. There's always been an accusation levelled at me. He's only the second wicket-keeper to score a first-class 100 for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire. Of course, the first one was Bill Storer. That's remarkable. That was in 1898. These things happen so regularly, don't they? 1898, 2022. That means the next one will be a long time in the future.
Okay, third slip's come out and gone to square leg.
Fletcher is in, and that one's down the leg side. A bouncer that was left alone by Harry Kane, ignored completely, essentially. And through to the keeper. I ought to try to send that. That's what I'll try and do now. Watch this. This will be clever.
You're going to try and send the statement?
We'll try and send the statement to Dom, who's doing the programme tonight. Whether it works or not, it's entirely beyond me. Modern technology baffles the heck out of me. So there it is. And there we go. In comes Luke Fletcher again over the wicket and bowls to Harry Kane. Just dabs it down into the leg side. Patterson White does the fielding.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to bowl some shorter stuff here to Kane. Obviously decided that I think that's where they're going to get into the game early on in this follow-on innings from Derbyshire.
Yeah, as we keep looking at that weather forecast, it continues to be very unpleasant for tomorrow, which means that Derbyshire have... Dom's listening, so... now he's got this statement. Thanks, Dom. 10 without loss. I didn't realise I had so many listeners. Here's Fletcher bowling, and that one's defended into the leg side by Harry Kane. 3 of them, yeah, you're not wrong. Trouble is, they're all BBC employees. Dear. What a way to earn a living. Or half a living, at least. That is remarkable that he's only the second wicketkeeper to score a century against Nottinghamshire. They play each other quite regularly. Perhaps not so much in recent times, but you'd have thought there'd have been somebody else. Helicopter buzzing around up above as Fletcher bowls and Kane defends out into the offside. Hasib Hamid comes in to do the fielding from cover. Kane's got 4, that was a made no, but I think from Luke Fletcher it was. Oh dear, the noise now. The helicopter up above, some lunatic on the Sir Frank Whittle Way, as we like to call it. And Derbyshire are 10 without loss. I said they're 10 without loss. Harry Kane has 4 and Lewis Rees has 4 as well. Wow, that was close.
It's a bit loud, that was.
I think it's one of those incognito ones, Ed. What they call like a stealth helicopter. Yeah. James Pattinson. Go on. You're in for a long stint here, Lauren, today. Because I'm going at 5 o'clock for half an hour. I've had enough.
That's left outside the off stump by Rees there.
It's a big innings for Lewis Rees, really, looking at his record this season. He goes into this second innings with just 305 runs at 27. He's got 1 half century. He's better than that. Much better than that. Wayne Madsen, incidentally, is 51 away from 1,000 runs in the championship. Brooke Guest is now 211 away from that mark, so both of them should get there this season. Certainly, Matson could get there in this match.
Patton in for another ball here. It's left again outside the off stump.
I'd be quiet without that helicopter and that car roaring down the Sir Frank Whittle Way, or Sir Frank Whittle Road, as I think it's actually called.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it was way, but it appears to be a road now. Don't know what the difference between the two is, and if it ever was a way, but either way, named after the jet engine man.
It's Patterson in. Left again. Left alone by Reese outside the off stump.
I was watching QI, as you do. I love QI.
I like QI as well, yeah.
And the one that I was watching had a question, and it was, what did Mr. Rolls and Mr. Royce make together? And the answer was nothing. Because Mr. Rolls was a car salesman and Mr. Royce was a car manufacturer, but they never actually made anything together. Remarkable. Apropos of nothing.
Passing in again and left alone by Reese again.
And the man who made the cars, you basically, when you bought the car from the car salesman, you got the chassis and the engine.
Yep.
And then you had to take it away and have it upholstered by somebody else. But they determined at the very start, it was something like 48% of all Rolls-Royce cars ever made are still roadworthy, which is a good effort, isn't it?
It's a very good effort.
Really good effort.
Go Patterson in again. So it's played back down straight to Patterson by Reese. Another dot ball.
And of course, they've gone on to make jet engines and all sorts of things, but yeah, Mr. Rolls and Mr. Royce never actually made anything together apart from, Sandy Toksvig said, money. And they made plenty of it. So, amazing what you pick up on television late at night when you're eating a kebab.
Good for the pub quizzes.
Well, you'd say that.
Patterson for his last ball of the over. It's played down to backward point there from Hamid.
Oh.
Close direct hit.
Those overthrows there, Harry, come on.
No, it's come off of his bat, so.
Oh, it came off his bat.
He's not running there. Reese wasn't aware of that.
Or it hit him by the look of it. Something like that anyway, because he was flexing his left leg. Not far away though, it looked like it might have been close, that.
Yeah, it looked very close from up here. That's the end of that over.
Kame is still flexing that left leg and limping a little bit. That's not a good sign for me. There's a huge opportunity for Harry Kame. He may well get another opportunity down at New Road, Worcester as well, starting on Monday. It would be a little unfortunate if he didn't, in all honesty.
I think he's done all right.
Yeah, no, he made, 22 in the first innings.
But he's been doing well in the second 11 as well, so I think sometimes you've got to sort of stick with the partnership as well, haven't you?
You do.
Too much swapping and changing can cause issues further down the line.
Well, neither of these two were the first choice opening batsmen at the start of the season. That was Masood and Godalman. Shan Masood will be back from his drink carrying at the beginning of August. Must be the most polite and best cricketer ever to have carried drinks at the Test match. Shan Masood.
Has the second test started yet?
No, not yet. It starts soon though, doesn't it? I think it's in Gaul, the second one. This first delivery of a new over from Luke Fletcher is pushed by Lewis Rees up towards Stephen Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run. I couldn't tell you exactly when it was though, so I'd be lying if I said I could. And I don't like lying. Unless I have to.
Who's Fletcher throwing his arms up at you?
You're going to make me stand up again, Laura. What are you doing to me?
You've got a better view there than I have.
I can't see anybody. Fletcher's in around the wicket. That's a short ball that Rees has nothing to do with. It was a bit of a loopy bouncer in the end, really. He was chatting to Peter Moores, who was sitting at the end of the seats in the family stand to our left-hand side in the first innings, but he's not there now. James Pattinson is continuing to do his impression of a family entertainer out there. He just can't keep still. He's got his hand on his head. He's got a big smile on his face. He'll take his cap off in a minute. You watch.
Did we work out what the umpires were talking to him about earlier?
Bit of chat. Bit of chat, apparently. That's what I've been able to ascertain. Fletcher around the wicket bowls, and that one is defended by Rees out into the onside. Go on, take it up. There we go, it's off. Yep, he can't keep his hat on his head for more than 2 deliveries. James Pattinson, the Australian quick. 2 overs for 5 runs for him, 2.5 overs, 4 runs for Luke Fletcher, 11 without loss Derbyshire. Following on, they still trail by 289. And there are 33.5 overs left today. So we're approaching 2 hours worth, 2 hours 10. So the chances of Dom speaking to me at 6:45 are receding by the minute as this next one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees and fielded by Liam Patterson-White. No, if you are still listening, Dom, I'm only joking. I'll just leave Dave Bracegirdle to do the commentary at the end, and I'll speak to you.
Yeah, he enjoys that, doesn't he?
Well, it's his game, isn't it? It's Dave Bracegirdle's game. Yes. I've just answered a question to him. Anyway, Fletcher bowls outside the off stump. And it's allowed to go through by Lewis Rees. Yeah, James Pattiso, it says on the back of his shirt, doesn't it? We spotted that early. Might be his shirt from last season or the season before or whenever it was that he came. He's in his 3rd spell now. Dave was saying earlier. And he's some player.
Yeah,
Clearly.
He bowls quick, doesn't he?
Clearly mad as a fish, look. He turns around now to walk in at mid-off as Fletcher is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. And it's the end of the over. That's 5 gone. Derbyshire 11 without loss in their second innings. Following on, still trail by 289, which is a lot.
Yeah, it sounded a lot last time, but it still sounds a lot.
Yeah,
now.
Sounds even more now. It doesn't appear to be raining anywhere around the country now, which is good news. Leicestershire eventually all out for 584. Have got Glamorgan at 64 for 2. And the other game in the second division down at Lords. Middlesex have lost a couple more wickets since the last time I looked. They're 298 for 6, trailing Sussex by 225. You'd think that they'd have to enforce the follow-on there if they can, Sussex, to win that game. The Leicestershire Glamorgan game, of course, is only on day 2 because they started a day earlier than everybody else due to the Women's One Day International at Grace Road on Tuesday or Monday. Monday.
Patterson is in to start a new over here. And it's flicked on the leg side by Kane. He's going to pick up 1.
The first division, they're already in the 4th innings of matches at the Oval and at Northampton. The game at Northampton, of course, was shorter on day 1. They're one of the games that decided to finish at 4:30 on day 1. Lancashire, who have been set a target of 278 by Northamptonshire, are 38 for 1. Be a good win for Northants, that. And Surrey have been set a target of 161 by Essex. No, they're not. They're 30 without loss.
Patterson in here to Rees. Drives it straight back to him. He's got a hand on it. Come back to the stumps, but nobody's interested.
Gloucestershire have been made to follow on by Hampshire at Cheltenham, and they still trail by 189. They're 67 for 2 in their second innings. Somerset are 112 for 2 at Taunton, leading Yorkshire by 260 runs. And Kent are 306 for 5 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 246 at Edgbaston. Don't forget the women's T20 tonight at Chelmsford, 7 o'clock.
Patterson in again. Shorter ball left alone there by Rees. Dropped his hands nicely there.
Have they already won that series on points, England? They must be close to it.
I think if they win today,
the
they win
the test was drawn and they won all 3 ODIs,
yeah.
didn't
so
they?
if they win tonight, they win the entire
win the series. They win the whatever the trophy's called for that series trophy. Australia playing Ireland at the moment in Breedy. 117 for 2, the Australia women. After being put in by Ireland. They're in the 13th over.
Patson in again. This is defended down the ground by Rees to Luke Fletcher at mid-on.
There are some second 11 games going on at the moment. I know Derbyshire don't have one at the moment, so nowhere for anybody who's not in the side to play. The Tamil Nadu Premier League's up and running, of course. The Salem Spartans only made 87 in their innings, and the Ruby Tricky Warriors are 26 for 2. Of course they are. Whoever they are.
Patson in. Left alone by Rees again, outside the off stump. A couple of hands on heads there, thinking it might have been close, but I'm not convinced. Looks like, where is it down there? Dane Patterson is warming up, so we might be seeing him come on to bowl soon.
I've just got a statement about the Bob Willis Trophy that I don't really understand, so it won't be played for this season, I don't think.
Patterson in again. Flicked off his legs there by Rees. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They've got 2 there. Lyndon James has made good ground there and restricted them to just 2, which finishes that over. Derbyshire 14 for none.
Because Derbyshire's chances here aren't being helped, because on day 1 and day 2 that was 4, wasn't it? Because the outfield was so quick and it's really slowed down. And Dave was telling us how many wickets had fallen since midday and for how many runs, but the outfield is so much slower now.
Yeah, I think we saw that as well, didn't we? When the lower order for Derbyshire were batting, there was a few shots, I think Guest played a few that would have gone yesterday. That just sort of slowed up, so he was having to start running a little bit more.
Luke Fletcher's going to start the new over from the racecourse end, and he's in and bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Stephen Mulaney at mid-off. 5 to 5. Only 31 and a half, or 31 overs and 5 balls to go. You're suggesting there's a fire, Eddie. Yes, you're right.
Bit of smoke in the background there.
The new Pope has been elected. It's the wrong colour smoke. Perhaps that's the new Derby County owners. We would have said that about 3 weeks ago, wouldn't we? But that's all been sorted now. Apparently. They've got an extra friendly against Alfreton next week, I understand. They're playing Leicester City on Saturday. As Fletcher goes in and bowls. That's left alone outside the stump by Kane to go through to the keeper. 1 o'clock kickoff. I think I heard them say it was a 1 o'clock kickoff on Saturday, which seemed a little early. Burton Albion playing tomorrow night against Sheffield United at the Pirelli. 7:30 for that one. Not sure if they've actually won a game in pre-season yet, Burton, but it is only pre-season, so let's not. You can't judge anything on pre-season, can you? Unless it goes really well, in which you judge everything on it. My experience. Fletcher bowls, left alone by Kame outside the off stump again through to Tom Moores. I should be able to find out, actually. That's a good shout. Let's have a look. As soon as I'm telling people something, I might be telling you something that's absolute nonsense. Not for the first time. Friendlies on Saturday. If I can get past, there we go. Derby Leicester, 1 o'clock. Tranmere play Huddersfield at midday. That'll be the one to be out, really, wouldn't it? Now that Toffolo's gone to the dark side, Huddersfield will be easy to beat. There's Fletcher in again and bowls. That one is pulled, but it gets a toe end on that. And that's how he got out in the first innings, with the pull shot, and it hit the toe end of the bat and was caught. It was caught really well by Lyndon James, but that's how he got out in the first innings.
Yeah, he's just sort of getting on it a bit too early there, isn't he? Sort of. You say you get your chalk out for those ones.
It's almost like Luke Fletcher's bowling is slower than it looks.
Yeah, but they've obviously got a bit of a plan here, haven't they, as well? They want to go a bit shorter.
I like Luke. There are some friendlies starting at 9:30 on Saturday, not in this country though. Here's Luke Fletcher. In again, a bowls to Kame. Oh, now then, that one's popped up into the onside towards Patterson White, but it didn't reach him, fortunately. He was in a little bit of trouble there, was Harry Kame, but he survived. I do like his sleeveless sweater, though.
It's a big sweater.
Well, it's a netball. It's a netball dress, effectively, isn't it? He wore it last year, and he's wearing it. Obviously, they've got different kit, but he obviously says, "Right, I want an extra long." It is magnificent. It's almost down to his knees.
It's a good effort.
So Patterson White's gone a little bit closer at mid-wicket, and Harry Kame's just stepped away because there's going to be another change as well. I reckon they're going to put the leg slip in. It's Hasi Pamidex. He's gone to more like a backward square leg than a leg slip. And the big man's gone out on the boundary on the leg side. 2 slips. Fletcher's in and bowls. That one's outside the off stump and through to the keeper. And teams, Notts have done it now, and all teams are guilty of this. They suddenly decide that they've discovered a plan. When there's one ball of the over to go, everybody changes around. That ball's outside the off stump. He leaves it alone, and everybody goes. Weird. Oh, look at the time. No idea who this is. Let's get physical that you'll remember from was it Olivia Newton-John? It's a different one.
Dua Lipa.
Is it? Dua Lipa? There you go. You see. Not in my sphere of knowledge, I'm afraid. Dua Lipa.
Patterson's in for another over here. Oh, Reese has tried to flick that into the leg side, but it's just gone straight forward. Back towards the bowler there.
We should have a little sweepstake here. Do you think both of these batsmen could survive the remaining 31 overs? It'd be terrific if they could. What a fillip that would be for Derbyshire. It's going to be tough, though, isn't it?
You've said it out loud now.
No, it doesn't matter. No, we can't.
It would be good if they could.
Oh, it'd be excellent. My request to attend Burton against Sheffield United has just been accepted. Thank you, Ash. I'd have been disappointed if it had been rejected.
Patterson in again. Reese leaves that alone. Outside the off stump. Looks like it might have moved after the stumps there as well, as Moores has sort of juggled it a little bit. It's another dot ball.
I don't know if Dom's still listening, but I applied for him and I assume you've been accepted as well, so I'll see you there. I keep meaning to send him a message about it, but so much going on. I'm so busy today. So busy. Trying to work out what I'm going to have for my tea already. We all know what I'm having, don't we?
Patterson in. Short ball ducked under it by Reese there.
It'd be absolutely staggering if I had anything different for my tea tonight than I've had the last couple of nights. Germany, Austria tonight, and the Women's Euros as well. I enjoyed last night's game. I just wish it hadn't gone to extra time because I was ready for bed at 10. Extra time, and I thought, well, I'll have to stay up and watch it. I mean, Georgia Stanway's goal was sensational. Absolutely sensational.
There's been some good games, haven't there, in the Euros?
Thick end of 30,000 in the Amex. Brilliant.
Patterson comes in again. Oh, it struck him on the pad there, maybe. No, umpire's not interested at all. Patterson's got his hands on his knees.
Now they're on his feet.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing now. He's having a bit of a stretch.
I can't do that. Can't do that at all.
There's lots of interest there from Notts.
Don't touch my toes.
But,
I can do that. I can touch your toes, yeah, obviously.
do you think he got a bit of bat on it?
I think so, yeah. That was my impression, because it looked quite good, didn't it?
Yeah, just looking at maybe height as well. Gets quite a bit of bounce, doesn't he? Patterson does.
Yeah. And Fletcher's just thrown his cap on the floor.
Patterson in again. Another 4 ball defended out into the offside by Reese.
What we need now is for him to finish this over. I don't know what. I have no idea who's on this
it.
clip. I've no idea who's on this clip. Lady Hallett. Oh, it's me. No, it's not. But it will be in a moment. Curtis Davies announced as Derby County's captain. Not a major surprise, I don't think. Bit of Tom Woods. Go on, you're all right, go on.
Yeah, Patson in. So, turned into leg side by Reese for another dot ball. That ends Patson over.
Here we go, perfectly timed.
Look at that.
Yeah, Derbyshire are following on here, Heidi. They're 14 without loss in their second innings, having been dismissed for 318 in their first. That was a deficit of 300, so they're still an awful long way behind. And there's quite a lot of time left in today's play. We've had 2 interruptions for rain, which have pretty much coincided with lunch and tea. And as a result, 30 overs are left today. We won't get finished until close to 7 o'clock tonight. And Derbyshire's batsmen have just got to try and stay out there as long as they can. In their second innings, with Harry Kame on 5 and Lewis Rees on 7, they're 14 without loss. They need another 287 to avoid an innings defeat. Not to avoid the follow on, you fool.
We've gone past that.
We've gone past that. Dane Patterson begins a new over. His first from the racecourse end, and it's driven very nicely indeed by Harry Kame. And another shot that would have brought him 4 runs on days 1 and 2 brings him 3, because it's hauled in about 15 yards short of the boundary away to our left-hand side by Hasib Hamid. And Derbyshire move on to 17 without loss. You're all right to carry on for another half hour, aren't you?
Yeah.
You got the well, you're only young. I'm wilting here.
Are you going to want me to switch on to yours?
No, you can stay there. I think you can. Yeah, stay there, because Dave will have to go at 5:30
Right.
anyway. So I'll take over from him, and then when he comes back, you're a free woman. It's Patterson again around the wicket. Balls to Lewis Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Ball goes through to Tom Moores, which we can't really swap during an over, so just need Patterson to what's the word? Rattle, that's the word I'm looking for. Rattle through this over. And my hot deals have arrived. Look, my daily picks. I've never seen anything on that website that I've actually liked. What a waste of time. Here's Patterson around the wicket again to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. You may have noticed that Dave Bracegirdle's back in the rim. He'll be on as soon as this over's finished. We'll have 29 overs to divvy up still, so there's plenty of scope for commentary. Yes, you wouldn't mind. Yeah, I'll just go and have a piece of cake if I can find one. There is Patterson again. Rees waits and gets the leading edge. It's trying to turn into the leg side. It goes out into the offside, straight to the man at point. Here is the 12th man. I've already forgotten his name. I looked it up 3 minutes ago.
Sammy King.
Sammy King, thank you. Sammy King. Not Simon King, as I called him earlier on, who was the BBC 5 Live weatherman. It'd be quite useful to have a weatherman in your team, though, wouldn't it? 2 balls to go in the first over from Dane Patterson, who is driven into the ground, and it's fielded at his follow-through. Just stretched up a left hand and caught it. And the crowd were fooled, though.
There's been a bit of that this year, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Lots of
Love a crowd catch.
a crowd catch.
It's not helped when the player reacts as though he has caught it when he knows he hasn't. The crowd go up when everybody out in the middle laughs.
Yeah, I noticed when I went to go and watch the cricket on Sunday, Joe Root did it, threw his hands up when he picked one up, and everyone went, "Hey," and I was like, oh.
No, come on. Keep a close eye. Final ball of the over, then Patterson bowls, and it's pushed up towards a wide mid-off where Pattinson is fielding, and they go through for a single to ruin what wouldn't have been a maiden over because it took 3 runs off the first, so 4 off it, 18 without loss, and Derbyshire still trail by 282. And after a word from Lauren, you're going to get some respite from my voice, and here is Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, Derbyshire just sort of ticking along very slowly here. Kame's on 8 off 20 and Rees is on 8 off 34, so they've just been sort of ticking along nicely here. There's been a couple of chances here and there. Not to feel very interested. in some of those chances so far. But it's been an all right start from Derbyshire here. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much, Mom.
Mom,
Mom.
that's a new one. Got Pattinson to continue from the city end here as he comes in. Left alone again by Reese outside the off stump.
Immediately, I thought that LBW shout in the last over was out. Spoke to the production crew, fabulous production crew that have been helping bring the pictures and cut all the edits and what have you. They've had a number of cameras. It was just sliding down. Dan says he thinks it was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, we were questioning whether he got a bit of bat on it or not, but we couldn't quite tell from here. But they were very interested, that's where. Patton's in again. Left alone outside the off stump again by Reese.
Do have some news from the world of cricket. I presume Fletch hasn't, whilst I've just been out of the room, mentioned the Bob Willis Trophy.
No, he's not mentioned that.
He's not mentioned the Bob Willis Trophy. Okay. The last couple of years they've had a Bob Willis Trophy match at Lord's, you may remember. It was the culmination of the domestic season in the COVID summer of 2020.
Yep.
Essex beat... Ooh, did they beat Somerset, didn't they?
Patterson in again here. Left alone by Reese again outside the off stump.
Yeah, they beat Somerset or they drew with Somerset or whatever, but because they were top of the table. Anyway, Essex were the winners in 2020. Warwickshire beat Lancashire in 2021, another end-of-season final at Lord's for the Bob Willis Trophy. And then this year they didn't know what to do with it, what to do with the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the structure in the domestic fixtures. So there's a trophy there with nobody to give it to or whatever. And a decision has been made today.
Patterson in again. It's a short ball well ducked by Reese there. Looked like it just about missed the helmet.
Pretty decent effort this from James Pattinson, in truth. He's bowled a lot of overs today, but he's still running in hard. This is his 5th over in this innings. The Willis family today, they were sort of asked, right, what do you want to do with it? And it's been announced today by the family. They would like it to go to the England Player of the Year, man or woman, as voted by the members of the Cricket Writers Club.
That'll be nice, that will be, won't it? As Patterson comes in again. Full ball, driven back down, straight to mid-on.
So there might be a strange-looking little plaque on the Bob Willis Trophy. It might say 2020 Essex, 2021 Warwickshire, 2022 Johnny Bairstow or Joe Root or Tammy Beaumont or whoever it may be.
That'll be interesting, that movie, won't it?
But that's what they've decided to do. Mentioned yesterday, Ian Botham, the 1981 Ashes, he got the runs at Headingley 41 years ago yesterday.
Patterson in again for another ball. Just defended straight back down the ground by Reese and the Patterson over there.
And today it's 41 years, 21st of July 1981, since Bob Willis famously, in the day after Botham had scored the runs, Bob Willis ran through Australia, 8 for whatever it was, 8 for 43, 8 for 45, bowled them out. An heroic victory after England had come back, having been made to follow on. So they've made the announcement today to sort of coincide with that. The Bob Willis Trophy this year won't be a game of cricket, it will be to the England Player of the Year, man or woman, men's team or women's team, as voted by members of the Cricket Writers Club towards the end of the season. There's Dane Patterson, bouncer high over the top of Harry Kane, and goes through to the keeper.
It would be nice that they're still going to use it, even if they can't fit it into the schedule to have this game, that they're still going to present the Bob Willis Trophy to an individual at the end of the season.
Yeah, it was going to be difficult, wasn't it, to sort of come up with some suitable compromise if it was going to be a game of cricket. You know, if you're going to have winners of Division 1 versus winners of Division 2, when would you play it? You know, would you play it end of the season when you might get rain, start of next season when you might get rain? Well, you just don't know. Patterson bowls, it goes through to the keeper, or would it be the top two? Or anyway, None of that. There's not going to be a game of cricket for it this year. It's going to be for the, as we said, the Player of the Year. Cricket going on up and down the country. I understand, won't be the only one to have a fairly late finish because, of course, on day one they only played 4.5 hours of cricket at both Cheltenham and at Wantage Road. As Pattinson bowls to Cayman, he defends, so there'll be long days at those grounds. First at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire second innings 77 for 3, still trail Hampshire by 179, so Hampshire pressing for a win there. The run chase is on at Wantage Road, Northants, Lancashire. Lancashire second innings 49 for 2, require a further 229. At Taunton, Somerset are 128 for 3 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 276. As Dane Patterson bowls, again left alone, goes through to Moores. At the Oval, the run chase is on there between Surrey and Essex. Surrey are 36 without loss. They're well on their way to maintaining their lead at the top of Division 1 and keeping their unbeaten record. They only need 125 more to beat Essex. And at Edgbaston, where they lost all of the morning session and the first part of the afternoon, they are playing. Kent 314 for 5 in their second innings. So Kent lead Warwickshire by 260. Patterson to Kame. Has he nicked that? No, he hasn't. It's a decent line, that, being bowled by Dane Patterson, just probing away just outside the off stump, hoping that Kame will have a nibble. In Division 2 at Lords, Middlesex 321 for 6. So they still trail Sussex by 202. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire made 584. Glamorgan at 82 for 2. Remember, that match only started yesterday, so day 2 cricket at Grace Road. So you're up to speed with all the county championship matches. Patterson in again to Kane. This one, the most poorly directed delivery of the over in the sense that it was angling in towards middle and leg, and it's just deflected down to long leg by Harry Kane. He'll get a single. Derbyshire 19 without loss at the end of the 11th over, so 27 overs remain in the day. Derbyshire trail by 281, but significantly they've still got their 10-second innings wickets left. They'll want to get to the close tonight, obviously with none down ideally, but they'll want plenty of wickets in hand to go into the final day tomorrow, when there is some doubt about what sort of weather we're going to arrive to.
Yeah, we've got a change of bowling from the City end here as well. Mulaney's going to come on. Pattinson's just gone off the field for a moment. He was sort of leaning down on his knees down at mid-on for this over that we've just gone. So he obviously wants to just pop off for a couple of overs, get looked at, have a bit of a rest. I'm sure he'll be back fired up to go very soon. Mulaney bowled really well in the last innings, so he'll be hoping to carry on that as he comes in now from the City end. Came edges that pass firstly down towards the boundary. Patterson picks that up, keeps it down to a single, brings Reese back on strike. Yeah, Mulaney took 3 for 51 of his 24 overs in the last inning, so I want to carry that on here.
Ground still looks parched, doesn't it? You'd think a decent downpour overnight and it'd all be back green again.
Yeah, Mulaney into Reese here. He's guided it with soft hands to first slip. A couple of bounces on the way there. A few hands on heads. Bit of disbelief that it's not reached him there. It's Joe Clark there at first slip, just trying to work out who it was then.
Difficult position to gauge, isn't it, when the keeper's standing up?
Yeah, I sort of stand at first slip a lot on a Saturday or a Sunday, and I always sort of struggle to work out when Megan stands up where I'm supposed to stand. But Mulaney's coming back in again for another one. That's driven straight to short cover there by Reese for a dot ball.
Scratching away with his studs there, Joe Clark, just making his mark. So he's found a comfortable spot and wants to keep it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him moving backwards and forwards a little bit until he gets there. Mulaney in again to Reese. Drives it past short cover there. He's going to pick up a couple. Ben Slater gives chase and restricts him to 2. That takes Lewis Reese up to 10 off of his 43 balls he's faced so far. Partnership of 22 between Reese and Kame forming here.
Floodlights have been on since, well, whenever, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been on for a while. It got quite dark earlier, but we thought it sort of brightened up a little bit. But
They were on before lunch, weren't they, actually? They came on and then we had the first drizzle and went off for early lunch.
yeah, so Mulaney comes in again here. That's sort of driven to mid-wicket there by Reese. Just missed. Short mid-wicket.
We'll do very well to get it all in. Another 26 overs, 20 past 5 already, so...
It's going to be a late one.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any more rain. Not sure what the weather apps are saying.
I don't believe them. It's a conspiracy.
Yes, there we go, conspiracies again. Mulaney in again here to Reese. Plays that to mid-wicket for a dot ball, which finishes the Mulaney over. Only 3 runs off that one.
Just every now and again they think they've got one either under the bat or between bat and pad, and there's an almighty cry, an almighty exclamation. I feel they've been denied a wicket at the very last second.
Yeah, they're asking the questions, which is, I think, all you can do. You just force the Derbyshire batters into making that mistake. But they're sticking by it so far. Kame and Reese.
Derbyshire 22 without loss. Both Kame and Reese on 10 apiece. Here's Patterson. Into bowl to Harry Kame. So just chop this to backward point. Apart from being Derbyshire women's captain, are you a Derbyshire supporter? Are they your county?
Yeah, I think beforehand I didn't really support much sort of cricket. Obviously, I live in Yorkshire as well, so there was always that sort of bit of a clash there. But gotta be, I'm at the ground all the time. Big Derbyshire supporter now. I don't think I've watched as much cricket as I have this year, ever. I think I've been at more games than I've actually been playing games this year, which is a shock.
I enjoyed watching Shan Masood. Here's Patterson. Bowls, Kame leaves it alone.
Yeah, I think everyone's enjoyed watching Shah Masood back here. I mean, I was here for the first championship game of the season against Sussex, and that was lovely to watch him score his runs that day.
Pujara got a few as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think I missed out on that. I was only here for that first day, but it was very good to watch. There's been some good cricket played at this ground this year. We're very lucky here in Derbyshire.
We're very lucky, those of us that get the chance to watch county cricket full stop. There's some fabulous players, been some fabulous cricket. Patterson bowls a bouncer which goes through to more. Andrew Wallace has been in touch. Lovely to hear from you, Andrew. Head groundsman at beautiful Wormsley. Dave, it will take a few days for the grass to recover, especially after how stressed it has been. That's a groundsman's word for you, isn't it? Obviously cares about about the grass and what have you.
Yeah, it was really interesting. We ran a club sort of forum here at the ground early season. We got out onto the ground.
There's Patterson, bowls, and this one off the shoulder of the bat for 4, down to third man. It runs away and goes over the rope and into the boundary boards in the distance. 4 runs, 26 without loss. Can I just advance? No, you're all right. Don't move a muscle. I think somewhere my laptop charger is there, and I've just suddenly got critical battery and all sorts of things. There we are. We'll just plug it back in. There we are.
Yeah, so, but we ran a sort of a ground staff session. So loads of ground staff from around the county got to come onto the pitch and speak to Neil and the team about what they do here.
This Patterson might be miffed at going for 4, and now he'll be even more miffed because he's gone for 4 more. And that was a high-class shot, probably the shot of the innings so far from Harry Kane. It just got a little big on him outside the off stump, and he square cut it away. And he really got hold of that one, didn't he? It raced across the scorched outfield and clattered into the boards away at point. Lovely looking shot, and Kane, quick as a flash, has gone from 10 to 14 to 18, and it's 30 without loss.
Yeah, he's got over that very nicely there, Kane has. Definitely say it's shot of the innings so far. Agree with you there.
Ball returned, closely inspected by the skipper, and then the bowler, who comes in, bowls. This one's pushed out as far as Hamid. Umpire Pollard calls over, and they'll change over. Of course, the umpires have switched ends for the second innings now. Paul Pollard is at our end of the ground, James Middlebrook at the far end. What's umpire Pollard staring at? Usually when they call over, they go merrily on their way to square leg, but he was standing there. Of course, he's got his back to us, so we don't know if he's saying anything or having a bit of a glare, but it didn't seem as if he wanted to go.
No, it's a very slow walk to square leg, that is, isn't it? Mulaney's going to continue from the city end. Reese is on strike. Mulaney in. Just sort of played into short mid-wicket there by Reese for another dot ball.
Long old day for the umpires, and I'm not going to start feeling sorry for them. It's their chosen profession, but it is a long old day stood there in all weathers.
Yeah, you're on the ball all the time, aren't you? Sort of paying attention. And
he's just stretching his back, look, umpire Pollard. That's exactly what I was thinking if I'd been there all day, or half the day, or in fact for 20 minutes. I'd be stretching my back like that.
Mulaney in. Oh, it's left outside the off stump there by Reese. Bit of interest there as well from the fielders. I think it might have been close to the off stump.
Yeah, not so just keen to get a bit of a rattle going here, aren't they? Get one and put a bit of pressure on the new bat.
Yeah,
Seem to think Derbyshire had done reasonably well today and not had to work hard for their wickets, which they did. But then you look at the cold, hard facts, and the last 8 wickets went down for 106. They went from 194 for 2 to 300 all out.
Mulaney in again. Played to mid-wicket again there by Reese for another dot ball.
So I know there were, on occasions, quite lengthy periods between wickets. There weren't a lot of runs being scored in that time. To lose 8 wickets for 106 doesn't necessarily reflect a day of batting dominance.
Mulaney back in again here. It's driven past short cover to mid off there by Reese for another dot ball.
At least they made the maths easy for us by being dismissed exactly 300 behind.
Yeah, it does make it easier for us to follow that, doesn't it?
Mind you,
I do like the scoreboard that we have.
I was going to say we're blessed here, aren't we? We've got a screen with all the relevant information close at hand.
Mulaney in. Oh, played to short cover there by Reese again for another dot ball. Mulaney's carrying on his form from his last bowling innings.
What's over rate is now level. I think it was -2 at lunch or mid-afternoon or whatever. They've turned it round.
Yeah, there's still 24 overs remaining today. So Mulaney comes in for his final ball of his over. That's defended into the offside by Reese. For a maiden over there from Mulaney.
Dane Patterson rushes up from his position on the boundary down below us to pass over his cap to umpire Pollard. He's going to bowl the next over. He's got figures of 3 overs, none for 13. Stephen Mulaney, 2 overs, none for 3. Luke Fletcher, 4 overs, none for 4. And James Pattinson, 5 overs, none for 8. So they've all been fairly miserly up to this point. Just do this delivery, Lauren, and then
got to shoot
To
off.
leave you in sole charge of the airwaves. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Sport, all in the capable hands of Lauren Tuffrey. Next ball is on its way now, Patterson bowls, and it's angled to backward point. Take it away.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, just sort of keep control of the rate knots, and obviously Derbyshire just don't want to lose too many wickets this evening, so they're just going to carry on as they are, I think, at this point. Can't believe they've left me on my own. What a day. Dane Patterson in for his second ball, who's over here. It's defended by Kane, out into the offside. Yeah, 4 boundaries so far this innings from Derbyshire. 3 for Kane for his 18 off 34. 1 to Reece so far, 10 off 51. So very nice and steady there. Here we go, we got Luke Fletcher talking to Dave here, looking like he's going to have a bowl. Maybe he wants to get Dave on to go and have a bowl. Who knows? Patton charging in from his mark here. Kane defends that. Bit of interest there from the slip cordon, but solid from Kane. Don't you worry, Fletcher. I'm solving this problem. Speaking to myself. Having a great time doing it.
I often speak to myself. Don't worry about that.
Just said I can't believe I was left in charge of the airwaves.
Yeah. Didn't do anything naughty, did you?
No.
Good.
Did see Dave warming up to have a bowl though.
Did you?
Yeah, he was
Wow.
talking to Fletch. Patterson in and Kane just flicks that to square leg on the leg side boundary for the 1. Been a while since we've had a run. Feels like there's been
Yes.
quite a few sort of dot balls.
Yeah. It's all about crease occupation, isn't it, for the remainder of the day? Still 23 overs. Good grief. 23 overs to go, which means it'll be close to 7 o'clock by the time we get near a finish. I would have thought. That's assuming that the weather behaves itself, which at the moment it is.
It is at the moment, yeah. Patterson into Reece here. He defends that back down the ground for another dot ball.
You'll get a nice long rest in a minute.
Ah.
The darkened room. Rest your vocal cords.
I do a lot more talking when Dave's on than I do when you're on,
Do you?
Fletch. Yeah.
Is that a complaint or?
No, I'm just saying.
Just saying.
Just like to get that out.
Okay. All right. I'll make a note of that.
Patterson in here. Reece defends that one again, back down the ground. Very watchful. It's the end of the Patterson over. 31 for no loss for Derbyshire. Kane 19 off 37 balls. Reece 10 off 53. Partnership for 31. Still got 23 overs remaining in the day.
23 overs remaining in the day. It's absolutely staggering, really. The over rate's gone level, remarkably. I don't know how they've managed that, but it was -2, I think, when they started. The umpires are conferring about something.
Yeah, we were saying there was a bit of interest. Very slow walk back from umpire Pollard. The previous over from this end.
Yeah, I wonder if they've just taken. We can't have taken a meter reading because, quite frankly, it's lighter now than it has been all day.
Right, I'm going to leave you, Fletch. Stave is back.
Yep, no, thank you, Lauren. Sterling work. Sterling work. Derbyshire still trail by 269. 31 without loss as Stephen Mullaney begins a new over. That's down the leg side. Nicely taken by Tom Moores. Bracegirdle.
23 to go. We've
Yeah, it's only
broken
23.
the back of it.
Yeah, we might get finished by 7 o'clock.
Not a chance.
No, I think you're right. There's Mullaney again, balls that's left. Oh, outside the off stump, but not taken by Tom Moores.
don't know if you noticed Fletcher imploring me to come and have a bowl during the last
I
over.
didn't. Lawrence just told me that you were warming up, which is quite alarming for everybody.
Yes. It was certainly warm on Tuesday. It's a bit more user-friendly today, isn't it, the weather?
Yeah, absolutely. The next delivery is defended by Harry Kame. Back towards the bowler. There's been the odd alarm for these two, but so far so good. Seems a long time since Derbyshire started on 164 for 2 this morning. Packed in a fortnight's worth of cricket in one day here. Lights still on, although it's fairly bright at the moment, and Kame just guides that out into the offside, a tumbling stop.
By the king.
Absolutely. By Sammy. And Kame moves on to 20 now, 32 without loss. Well, I was hoping to get to the end of this over, but I'm not entirely sure I will. I'm just getting to the end of the weather forecast, and it's us next. The sports desk. Here comes Mullaney again. That one's pushed up to mid-off this time. He's got his hands on his head. He often finishes a delivery with his hands on his head, doesn't he, Stephen Mullaney?
Yeah.
Lewis Rees is the same. He'll go through, and it's almost his natural finishing position as his arms up. When you think, well, what on earth is he getting excited about? But I think it's just a habit now. So the final ball of the over, we'll get there. Mullaney's third. He's in and bowls to Lewis Rees, who pushes it out into the offside. Duckett does the fielding. And it is the end of the over with Derbyshire on 32 without loss, still 268 adrift.
He's gone. He's gone for a lie down. He's not. He's gone to speak to BBC Radio Derby listeners. The umpires are getting together again. Could be absolutely anything. No doubt we'll be left in the dark as to what the latest conversation was. 32 without loss is the score. We've got a Seba Mead just getting himself suitably attired with the protective pads, because we're going to have a little bit of twirly-whirly stuff. Liam Patterson-White coming into the attack to bowl his slow left arm. This will be his first bowl of the second innings. Picked up 1 for 34 first time round. Got rid of Sam Connors, the last wicket to fall. Connors not playing a shot, and the ball just clattered into the stumps. Rather an ungainly end to the Derbyshire first innings. Seba Mead just about ready. He's going to go in. When he stops moving, he's going to go in at short leg. Yep. So 32 without loss. Patterson-White from our end of the ground, the media centre end, the old racecourse end. Round the wicket, past umpire Pollard, and Kane gets a good stride in, blocks it out into the offside. Duckett interrupts one of his many chats to do the fielding, throw the ball back to Liam Patterson-White. Sammy King brought in on the 1 behind square on the leg side. Kane will cut this into the offside. And out to Ben Slater. 33 without loss. Kane leading the way, he's on 21. Lewis Rees has 10. Rees surviving the most confident appeal that Nottinghamshire have been able to muster to date. Earlier in this innings, he was on 7 at the time. James Pattinson was very confident he'd got him. Replay suggesting may just have slid down. This next one's eased into the offside, and there's no run.
Good news is Sally Pepper's just helped me with Dom Dietrich's name. She's called him Dom, so I'm going to call him Dom. It'll stick after a while.
Next one is just padded away by Lewis Rees. Should I know who Dom is?
He's the new Chris Coles.
Is he, by Jove?
Doing his first sports in at 6 tonight. Wish him well. He'll be absolutely fine, of course.
Is that how he refers to himself, as the new Chris Coles?
No, Chris Coles refers to him as the old Don Dietrich, I think. No, it's, yeah.
The ball is pushed into the offside. Lyndon James doing the fielding. And there's no run. 33 without loss. That won't make any sense at all to listeners across the border. All the way across the border in Nottinghamshire. Next ball is just turning gently back into the left-handed Rees, who plays it down with soft hands. Amid Fields. End of the over. I did have some breaking news while you were out of the room. I don't know if you've heard about the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, I didn't understand it really. I saw the release, but
yeah, there's not going to be a game for it this year. No. It will be at the jurisdiction. Anyway, the Cricket Writers Club members will be voting for the England Player of the Year, man or woman, and they will be awarded the Bob Willis Trophy.
Oh, okay.
What's that word? Jurisdiction.
Yes. Very good word.
Mulaney and Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
What a combination.
Yeah, absolutely. Mulaney bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes this out into the offside, and there is no run. King with the fielding, substitute fielder. Yeah. Just at that moment, I got my instructions for tonight, and it sort of makes sense, but...
Well, you have a sports show this evening, don't you?
No, every night. Every night. We're committed to sport at Radio Derby, you see.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. All through the summer. Here comes Mulaney. Left alone outside the off-stump. I wasn't sure if he was going to carry on bowling there, because the umpire started wafting away a fly from in front of his face. It was like he was waving at somebody. So Harry Kane did well not to step away really.
He did. I spotted it as well. Yeah.
I tell you what, if I can see it, I'm sure Harry Kane could have seen it, because my eyesight's awful, and he's only 22 yards or so away.
Could you see the fly?
No. Well, I saw the fly, but I wasn't sure if it was a male or a female from this distance. Here's Milady again, and that was defended by Kane out into the offside.
So what sports do you cover on your sports show?
Well, football, cricket, rugby, tennis, all sorts.
Hotbed of sport.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be surprised.
I would.
If you listened. Yeah.
Not just trying to be a little bit proactive here. They've put Ben Duckett there, sort of in the way.
Oh, it's me. Mulaney bowls. Harry Kane pushes that out into the offside. It's fielded by Lyndon James, and there's no run. 33 without loss here. I'd so easily lose my train of thought at this time of the day. I'm getting instructions from all sorts of places, and some of it makes no sense. What I might do, with permission, I know it's production on the radio and it's not an ideal thing to do, but Mulaney bowls, and it's again defended out towards Lyndon James by Harry Kane. Is at round about 20 to whatever time it is, 20 to 7, when I'm due on at quarter, I might dial up on the other ISDN, do it straight from there, and then leave you two doing the commentary for all the good folk who are listening to the cricket, because it will be about cricket, but I won't be able to describe anything really, if you don't mind. Unless you both wanted to get away early. 33 without loss, which isn't happening, as Kane pushes that one out into the offside as well. It's a maiden over from Stephen Mulaney. His second, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. Derbyshire remain on 33 without loss after 18 overs, so just 20 to go this evening. Derbyshire still trailed by 267.
I drove home last night listening to 5 Sports Extra. Got in the car, still about 15 overs to go in the day at Cheltenham. Listen to that all the way home.
Bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, long old days. Largely, I think, because they didn't bother too much on the hot day, did they? They finished at 4:30, so they had a lot of overs to make up yesterday. So able to listen to cricket all the way home. There's Liam Patterson-White. James Pattinson is back on the field. So Sammy King's gone for the time being. LPW bowls to Lewis Rees. Plays it on the leg side. Duckett, chatter all the time. Fields it, throws it back to Liam Patterson-White, and he didn't break his conversation then. In fact, he's now orchestrating the field. Skip, should we bring Luke Fletcher up from long leg? Chatter, chatter, chatter.
Never stops, look at him.
Oh, James Pattinson's now at it again. This one, I think, struck the pad, but would have been outside the line, I guess. He's chatting to Dane Patterson. Pato and Pato having a chat whilst Pato gets ready to bowl. All three of them involved.
The two chatters are about 35, 40 yards apart, of course.
Patterson White bowls, and that one just spat a little bit.
He's got to be careful of those footmarks, Lewis Rees, of course.
Just wondering with Lauren earlier, we're not used to strips taking 40 degrees of heat on the first day, are we? And what extra effect, if any, would it have had on the surface? This one's played down into the ground, fielded by Hamid. But there is still that greenish tinge there.
There has been a greenish tinge on most pitches that Derbyshire have played on this season, and they've not played as you'd expect a green pitch to play necessarily. So
at Trembridge, a lot of visiting skippers are fooled by that. Next one is played down onto the leg side.
Yeah, the one we played on earlier in the season looked quite green, didn't it? But it played perfectly fine.
You know, you talk to anybody up and down the country, Trembridge goes round corners there. So they rack up, they see it looking green, and we'll stick knots in. And knots have had a lot of successful first days, a lot of runs for few wickets, 33 without loss. There's the score here after that LPW maiden. He's through 2 overs now, none for 1. We've still got 19 overs left. Earlier in the day, if you weren't with us, Derbyshire bowled out for 318, losing their last 8 wickets for 106. 3 wickets to Fletcher, 3 to Mullaney, and all the others got amongst them. 2 for James Pattinson, and 1 apiece to Patterson and Patterson White. The umpires seem to be involved in a lot of chats. This is another over where umpire Pollard hasn't just raced away to be in position at square leg, and we have to wait for him as much as anything to take his position.
Yeah, they're not rushing, are they?
No.
But nobody's rushing anywhere at the moment. The batsmen aren't in a hurry for anything, and the fielding side isn't either, as Mullaney begins a new over from the City end. The first delivery of which turns into the leg side. It's fielded by Ben Slater. Another of the sunglasses perched on the back of his cap brigade. He's going through his bowling action. We'll have to wait for Alex Thompson to come in.
Yeah.
He'll be disappointed when he suddenly realises he's not playing.
Did he have nightmares?
I think we all did. Kane waits. Plenty of pairs of eyes on him from the fielding side in front of the wicket. He pushes it to Hasib Hamid, who's on the offside. Duckett's still in that short, straight mid-on position.
He's got that wicket to his name. That was his maiden wicket. And then he came on against Middlesex, and the ball struck the pad of Max Holden. Flew to Mullaney at slip. They all went up and the umpire gave it. It wasn't within 3 inches of it.
Mullaney bowls. That one's turned into the leg side. They're going to scamper the first one quickly as around comes Pattinson to do the fielding, but they got back comfortably for the second. And Kane moves to 23-35 without loss. So he's yet to get a proper batsman out. That's the key. Now, Max Holden's a good batsman, isn't he?
Unlike Ben Duckett, who got the only wicket on the final day against Middlesex at Trent Bridge, opening the bowling with the second new ball. He got Sam Robson caught down the leg side.
Oh dear.
Duckett and Clark sharing the new ball.
Mullaney in balls to Kane, who defends. Duckett does the fielding. He's got 1 foot right on the edge of the cut strip when he's allowed to stand anywhere he likes. I'm not sure he can actually stand on the cut strip, but I didn't realise until the other day that your shadow, there was always used to be your shadow can go across the cut strip as long as you don't move. There are no shadows, of course, because it's uniformly grey up above and the lights here don't cast shadows. As Mullaney is in again, and that one is Pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded by Hasib Hamid at the second attempt. And rather than throwing it closer to the bowler, he's throwing it further away.
Oh, well, it's got to go to the ball polisher, look.
Oh, yeah.
Liam Patterson-White's in charge of polishing. Nobody else is allowed to do that.
Well, get him closer to the bowler. Get him up at mid-off in place of Dane Patterson. We'll all be happy. Patterson might not be if he's fielding at cover. This one is pushed out to the offside. Goes straight to Hasib Hamid. He throws it to... well, that's just... What are they doing? What are they doing? He threw it to Moores. He threw it back to him, but he'd already stopped concentrating by then at Hamid. And dropped the ball, or the ball hit the deck.
This is why he has to spend so much time polishing the ball, because everybody else is throwing it about.
They kicked it. Who was it?
Yeah.
It was James Pattinson actually started to keep it up. He'd been polishing the ball furiously for 60 overs, and then the fast bowler starts kicking it. Remarkable. Cricketers, they all fancy themselves as footballers for a start.
We seem to be meandering towards the close here, don't we? But that's still quite a long way away, 18 overs.
Very much meandering.
Doesn't seem to be a deal of urgency or obvious plan other than just wait for a mistake. Liam Patterson-White to bowl to Lewis Rees. This is more the sort of field I expected in the first innings. Derbyshire didn't really have to bat too often with lots round the bat. This one's nicely played by Rees with soft hands away from Hamid. Close in. Just wonder if they feel it is going to start and do a little bit more out of the footmarks. Maybe there's one or two signs of it breaking up a little bit. Next ball sees Rees sweep it out onto the leg side to Ben Slater, who fields it well in front of the rope. Is that all right, Dave?
Oh yeah, as long as he doesn't go over the rope, he's absolutely fine. It was when he went over the rope this morning that I was slightly perturbed.
37 without loss, 36 without loss.
Even with the naked eye.
What time are we? It helps if I have my watch the right way around. I thought it was 20 past 12. This one is defended. Got my watch upside down. Patterson-White to his third over here, on for 2. Knots over 8 is +1 right now. This one is defended. I've watched this cricket all day, and I wouldn't necessarily say they're going quicker than the expected rate, but there we are. We are apparently.
That's why it makes no sense, isn't it? The Derbyshire doing the level, and you're thinking, well, they're not.
Next ball. Push back to Liam Patterson-White. 32 wickets now for the season to Liam Patterson-White. Tend to get little incremental bonuses, don't they? Or have these sorts of things in their contract for getting 30 wickets or 40 wickets or 50 wickets. No idea if he has, but next one is worked away on the leg side. If he has got a bonus for getting to 40 or to 50, he's got a bit of work to do yet. James Pattinson chases after that one. Every chance of being the leading wicket taker in the country in the county championship by the end of the season, because of course Simon Harmer's going away to play for South Africa. I think he's the only spinner with more wickets than him. 38 without loss. Waving for a drink to be brought on. I don't think it's going to be right now, although one is coming on for Stephen Mullaney. Kyle van Vollenhoven with a lime green bib.
He's constantly been the 12th man, and yet he didn't get a chance to. I think he's been on the pitch once as a fielder, but usurped by Sammy King.
Probably sort of do an hour about, so it sometimes looks unfair, doesn't it? If your hour drops when you should be on the field, and the other one drops when he's the drinks monitor. Bowling change. A nasty fasty.
Dane Patterson.
Oh, no, it's Dane Patterson, you're right.
Around the wicket, bowling to Lewis Rees, who's edged this one wide of second slip for 4. Surprised him a little bit. There's a distinct change in pace, even if it's Patterson rather than Pattinson replacing Mullaney. Rees moves to 15, Derbyshire to 42 without loss.
Not had a great deal of luck in this game, I don't think, Dane Patterson. No, in sport they say you make your own luck, but
I think Nottingham shouldn't necessarily need too much
Well.
luck here at the moment, if I'm honest. As Patterson is in again and balls to Lewis Rees, who turns this one into the leg side. Guess who? James Pattinson comes racing in off the boundary, and then his throw's awful. It scuttles along the floor. It had hit the floor before it reached Tom Moore's, and it's backed up by Hasib Hamid. And they go through for a single. Rees moves to 16-43 without loss.
if his throw in from that distance had hit Harry Kane, they'd all have swore blind he meant it. Oh, that's some of that green sawdust there. Look.
Yeah. Just kicked the pile of green sawdust. Yeah. Joe Clark's just making sure he's all right. I'm sure he is.
Being counselled by Joe Clark.
Somebody in close now. It's going to be Lyndon James. Once we've worked out which of the three helmets is his.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can set up a...
He's going to feel at slip, but he's going to feel sort of closer than Joe Clark at first slip. In fact, he's gone very close, really. I think that might be too close. Too close for comfort. That's why he's wearing a helmet, as Patterson is in bowls to Harry Kane, who turns this into the leg side. Fielded by Ben Slater. It's an interesting position, that. I wouldn't want to be there, personally. Ben Duckett's well out of it. He's gone out to gully. He's down on one knee at the moment, just stretching out.
Yeah, still chattering, though.
He's got the floppy on. He's the only one.
He obviously likes the look.
It's very bright, isn't it? Looks like it's just come out of his packet. Here's Patterson again. City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who goes back into his crease and punches it away for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Nice shot. Harry Kane moves on to 29, 47 without loss now, Derbyshire. Following on, having been bowled out for 318, they trail by 253.
They were in the field first day at Glamorgan. First session before lunch, obviously. They were all with their green county caps on. Came out after lunch, and 10 of them had the white floppy sun hats on. It was just like they'd all arrived. Either somebody had nipped out to Cardiff Market and bought a job lot of 10, or the kit vanner had arrived with 10 for them. But it was astonishing. It was just Liam Patterson-White with his county cap on. Everybody else had the floppy.
Next delivery is defended by Kane. Straight back towards Patterson. He didn't quite field it on his follow-through. The ball dribbles up to Stephen Mullaney.
But you're right, they do look very white in comparison to the colours. And you know, Nottinghamshire's whites aren't as cream as some counties, are they? They are more traditional white than the horrible cream you sometimes get with one or two counties.
Well, Derbyshire's kit was always too white for me, but now they've gone back to a proper cricketing colour for me. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Harry Kane. That's the end of the Patterson over. There was no run.
In Hampshire's for a while, it was hospital white, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Derbyshire's were like that, and I didn't like it at all. It was too white. Too white.
Decent partnership. There's 47 without loss. Just what was required when you're asked to follow on.
Yes, 2 quick wickets could have been awkward, couldn't it, for Derbyshire? But these two have done pretty well.
That's 2 overs running that Carl van Vollenhoven has brought a drink out.
Patterson White this time. They'll all have their own drinks, won't they?
So he's going to bowl to Lewis Rees. Just do a couple of deliveries, Dave. I'll have to leave you again. This one's clipped away on the leg side. Kept it down, though. Clatters into the pads of Hasib Hamid. He's in there at short leg. Lyndon James very close in on the offside. Stephen Mullaney crouching at slip. Next delivery on its way. Rees has gone for the slog sweep. Down on one knee. A violent swish of the bat. Didn't make contact. Ball runs away on the offside and there's no run.
I want to think again about that shot. Only lead to one thing, really.
Yeah, Patterson White won't mind him
No.
playing shots. And again, this one just popped up, I think more thigh pad than bat or glove. Again, fell short of Hamid. You do often say, though, don't you, and you see the batsman there and he's surrounded by close to the wicket fielders. Let's see if he can move 2 or 3 of them. But it is the wrong approach, really. Next one is down the leg side. Has that gone away for runs?
Yeah,
it has.
right.
It's going to be 4 byes. So it just looks like he's just gently turning his arm over and the ball will hardly reach the other end. But then you see how quickly he is pushing it through, and it goes down the leg side and runs away for 4 byes very quickly. And the applause, I presume, is for the 50 partnership. Reece 16, Kane 29, Derbyshire 51 without loss.
6 byes now. Tom Moores won't be pleased. Not much you could do about that, standing up down the leg side and whipped away, or an attempt to whip it away. Reece waits. Patterson White, just a gentle jog to the crease, then it's turned back at a square on the offside where Patterson fields, and Reece picks up another single. He moves on to 17. Derbyshire 52 without loss, trailing by 248. And only 15 overs to go today. Staggering. Absolutely staggering. Next delivery is played straight back to Patterson White by Harry Kane. There's a man in. It's Lyndon James on the offside close in, pretending he might have stood a chance, but he didn't. And it's the end of the over at 52 without loss. Live scores from elsewhere. Well, obviously they're live, otherwise there's been no point in me telling you about them. Middlesex are 392 for 7. They trailed by 131 to Sussex at Lords. That game's going to end in a draw, you would imagine. Glamorgan, day 2 there, remember, at Grace Road. At Stumps, Glamorgan 111. How did they get to Stumps before 6 o'clock? Unless it's been raining. 111 for 2 after 30 overs. They trail Leicestershire by 473. Dane Patterson to continue, and they've finished messing about with the field. They've got a man close in at mid-wicket now. But Patterson, that short slips there as well, and he bowls to Lewis Reece, who pushes it out to Hasib Hamid in the covers. Lancashire 88 for 2. Their target's 278 against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road. Kent 366 for 7, lead Warwickshire by 306 at Edgbaston. And Surrey set a target of 161 by Essex, a 56 without loss at the Oval. We know who's winning that one. Somerset on top against Yorkshire, 167 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 315 at Taunton. As Patterson is on his way in again and bowls, and Reece drives it into the ground and up towards a very straight mid-on where Mullaney does the fielding. And Gloucestershire following on 111 for 4 against Hampshire. They still trail by 145. The Australia women made 182 for 4 in their 20 overs in the T20 at Breedy. Ireland 47 for 2 after 6. So that's at the end of the power play there. England take on South Africa this evening in the first of the T20 internationals down at Chelmsford. Around the wicket comes Patterson, driven by Lewis Reece. That's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. I thought that Patterson had got a little piece of that in the follow-through, but it was firmly struck by Lewis Reece, who moves to 21, and Derbyshire up to 56 without loss. And as I said earlier, so far, so good. I'm 100% certain I'm not in the 6 o'clock news. Can't see myself there. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Either way, I'm happy. I hear Dom's opening into a sports scene now. Here is, he's been listening to me all afternoon waiting for me to make a mistake. He's Patterson bowling to Lewis Reece, driven out into the offside off the ground and fielded nicely by Hasib Hamid. I think meandering was the perfect word used by Dave Bracegirdle a few minutes ago. This is meandering, but a lot of the crowd has stayed behind. There's a lot in the grandstand. As in comes Patterson again. That one's on leg stump and turned down towards James Pattinson at long leg. He bends down, picks up and sends the ball back. And Lewis Rees moves on 22. Derbyshire 57 without loss. Gary will be listening from Mablethorpe again tomorrow. I like Mint Rock, Gary, as you're asking. Very good. Here comes Patterson. Oh, that one keeps a little bit low. He's got a bat on that, hasn't he? He's turned it down to... he's not happy, Dane Patterson. He's not happy. And there's no signal from the umpire, so that's why he hasn't given it leg before wicket, because you generally can't if the batsman's hit it. I thought he'd hit it. Harry Kane moves on to 30. 58 without loss. Well, sometimes they come, sometimes they don't at 6 o'clock. It's now, I checked in the running order.
That was very out of character for Dane Patterson to sort of react like that. Clearly unhappy at the verdict not going his way, but as you point out, not going to get an LBW if he's hit it. 58 without loss. This is just what Derbyshire would have wanted.
Gary's just added a second tweet that saying, P.S. still got plenty of blue emulsion if Mrs. Fletch wants a blue rim. I haven't spoken to Mrs. Fletch for about 18 months now, so I'm not sure what she wants, but he was painting Chesterfield's ground the other week. We managed to get him a cup of tea, which he was very pleased about. We do speak occasionally. Sorry, go on.
Patterson White bowls to the right-handed Kame, who leaves it alone. The ball ricochets off keeper Tom Moores, and Lyndon James lobs it back to the bowler.
Mick Wood's been on.
Next delivery pushed away by Harry Kane. They'll take a single this time. 31 to him, 59 without loss.
Any thoughts, he says, about enforcing the follow-on so Notts can't lose the match, and Derbyshire not enforcing it in previous match this season? Oh, I've got plenty of thoughts on the Derbyshire one. I think this makes perfect sense to enforce the follow-on here. I haven't got a problem with that. It was when Derbyshire didn't enforce it at home I had a problem.
Patterson White in. Rees just plays it with soft hands. 59 without loss. People always remember those instances when the side doesn't win. Nobody ever says, well, it was the right decision when they...
This was clearly the right decision, wasn't it?
Next one is popped up. Lyndon James takes the catch. Looks to me as if it just came off the pad, and I think everybody out there in white knew it. And so too those outside the ring.
And one or two in the crowd jeering.
A little bit of kidology there. Not sure Lewis Rees would have seen the funny side of it. Patterson White in again. He's gone on the slog sweep. Cries of catch, but it's hit all the way along the ground out to Ben Slater. Tumbling stop. They'll come back for a couple. 61 without loss. Rees on to 24.
Yes, that's one of my pet beefs about cricket. At all levels, catch. Well, if it's coming to me, I'm going to try and catch it. But if it's hit along the floor, don't shout catch.
In the hole.
Oh, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Final ball is just played with soft hands by Lewis Rees. And there's no run. And those idiots at Wimbledon, they just... they've got to shout between the first and the second serve to hold things up, and the umpires will ask for quiet, and then everybody will applaud the umpires asking for quiet, and then they'll all be quiet, and then some idiot again will shout. I would say, right, excuse me, Mr. Nadal, excuse me, Mr. Djokovic.
We know the person who shouted.
Just for a second, I'm just suspending play. Stewards, whoever that person was.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the whole crowd, in the hole
on a par 5, when they're barely going to get to within 250 yards of the green. Game's just stopped for a moment here.
Yeah.
There was a conversation between Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, who's now got the ball in his hand, and he's going to bowl to Harry Kane, who's on 31 from 67 balls. And he defends the first delivery of the new over. Up towards Luke Fletcher. And there's no run. Good start for Dom on his very strong start for Dom on his first sports scene at 6.
Hard-hitting journalism.
Well, I did the opener and he got through it without stumbling over anything. I think he played all his clips in the right order, which is always a bonus. And straight into the Manic Street Preachers. I mean, you can't go wrong, really.
Oh, it's that sort of sports show.
There's about 4 songs in it. Yeah. In the summer. Oop, short delivery from Dane Patterson. Came. It hasn't got far to ducks underneath it. Yeah, no music during the football season, but outside the football season, it wasn't quite the sport to fill 5 nights a week. I think it's fair to say.
You were telling me earlier it was the epicentre of Britain's.
Oh, it is. It is.
Sporting culture.
It's the go-to sports show in the country.
What's happening now?
Helmet for Hasib Hamid, who's just sorting his hair out. What is he doing? You're going to put a helmet on, Hasib. You don't need to do your hair before you put the helmet on. You do that when you take it off. He's going to go in at shortish leg, if he's going where he's standing at the moment.
Bit of leg theory here.
So the close slip's now departing. It's certainly not going to be a close slip anymore. It's just going to be a regulation. No, he's not. He's going to be he's moving around towards gully now.
Is this what we call faffing?
Well, potentially. Round the wicket comes Patterson, and that's played into the ground by Harry Kane towards Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, you could see what the plan was then, and although it didn't work, at least they seemed to have got a plan rather than meandering their way along. Bang it in short. Nope. Harry Kane will proffer up a catch. Was he great grandson of a former England
He is, and I have
Middlesex
completely
player?
forgotten who it was. But yeah. As, Patterson comes in around the wicket again. That's a good, sharp, short delivery. It didn't bounce very high either, and he did well to get underneath that one. It's the kind of delivery that if he'd have bowled it at George Scrimshaw, he wouldn't have got out of the way of, because he wouldn't have got down far enough. But Harry Kane kept his eye on the ball initially and got well out of the way of it. Did well there.
Yeah, that one was sharp. Or appeared to be.
Did well, yes.
They had...
Should they not have speed guns at every ground, Dave? Would that not be enhance the viewing pleasure of the people inside the ground? They have every tennis match. Patterson's in another short delivery. This one's outside the off stump. These are quite quick, judging by the way Moores is taking them as much as anything. They're almost knocking him over.
Can't remember if it was Cardiff last week. Would it have been? Probably.
You have one there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
Popped up instantly on the screen on the live stream.
I like that. I like that a lot. Where's Patterson gone? Here he is. He's ready now. Around the wicket once more. Kane probably knows where this one's going to be, and that's around about hip high, and he manages to get bat on it and turn it down a fine leg for 4 more, and Harry Kane moves to 35. Derbyshire to 65 without loss at the end of the over. Lewis Rees has 24. They're still behind, but they trail now by 235.
Yeah, Harry Kane will sense he came through that over okay, but he had to have his wits about him, and it was a challenge. It was a demanding over to face. You can see what the thinking was. But that might have been it for Dane Patterson, the way he's wandering over towards the pavilion. Is he going out of field, or is he going up? No, not sure. No, he's staying on. So we might see a little bit more of him.
It's a 26-over-old ball now as well, and they do start to get soft by this stage, if not before. So it's to bowl the pace that Patterson has just bowled in that over with this ball. It's a terrific effort.
And it's not like he's just bowled these 7 overs. I don't know how many he had earlier in the day. But maybe it's time for Ben Slater.
Oh, I do hope not.
Yes, Liam Patterson wide. Hop, skip and a jump bowls to the left-handed Rees. Plays it down to his former opening partner, Hasib Hamid, at short leg. 65 on the board. Next one down the leg side, and that'll be 4 more. But oh no, it's not quite gone as quickly, and Mullaney will drag it back. And in fact, there's only 1 by. So Stephen Mullaney did well. We did have a colossal stand for Derbyshire's 3rd wicket, remember, between Brooke Guest and Wayne Madsen of 140 in the first innings, but from 194 for 2, it unravelled during the course of the day to 318 all out. 66 without loss. In fact, I did the maths wrong earlier. I was saying it was 106 for 8. It wouldn't have been from 194 to 318. It would have been 124 for 8.
Well, I never even gave it a second thought because my maths is even worse.
Duckett's not even looking.
No.
Patterson White bowls and defended by Harry Kane. Ben Duckett's waving to the pavilion. Then still is. Now Joe Clark is. Joe Clark wants something.
A helmet, I think. Not enough out there. We still need more.
Can we all wear one? There was that extraordinary photo last year down at the Aegeus Bowl. Next ball is defended. I think it was Hampshire, Yorkshire, where they were. Every single one of them was in the shot. I don't know if you saw it. All right round the bat in the last hour. I don't know if Hampshire were hanging on against Yorkshire or Yorkshire were hanging on. Hampshire were hanging on. It was Mason Crane who was at the crease, and all 11. Says defended, obviously bowler and keeper, but the other 9 were all close enough to have a helmet, all right round Mason Crane, I think it was, for the last 3 or 4. The last wicket pair hung on for the last 3 or 4 overs. Extraordinary stuff. And the umpire had said you can only stay on if you bowl the spinners.
Yeah.
Very dark. Looks as if we're going to have a little bit more Dane Patterson.
Yeah, well, it was a good previous over from him. It's his 6th over in a row. It isn't. It's his 3rd over in a row.
Did the extra helmet come out?
I haven't seen it yet.
I think it did. We've still got 3 on, haven't we? 1 behind Tom Moore's, 1 on Lyndon James' head, 1 on Nasiba Mead's head. Lyndon now takes his off.
I'm going to try and get enough helmets to get them all the way to the boundary.
Do you think Joe Clark is helmet monitor? He signs them in and signs them out. Seems to. Hand it to me and I'll put it in a line behind the keeper.
One's missing at the end of the day, he has to pay for it. So we've got a slip and a gully and a point and a cover who's reasonably close, Luke Fletcher. There's a short leg, there's a leg slip, mid-wicket. 2 mid-wickets really is the next, the first delivery of the new Patterson over is short and Lewis Rees just ducks underneath it.
You say that, I went into the Notts dressing room somewhere, might have been New Road, Worcester, a few years ago, and the corner of the room was the waste paper bin, like you get in most rooms. There was a helmet on top of it, and whoever was interviewing, I said, it's Ricky Vessels who was hit on the helmet and it's broken.
It's rubbish.
So you just leave it there. Yeah. Well, where else do you put rubbish?
Yeah, as soon as the helmet struck, they're supposed to.
But they don't send them back to the manufacturer, obviously, to be
Next delivery is short. He's taken it on, Lewis Rees, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Good. It's a hook shot. You don't see many of those. They're more likely to be pulled, but that was short, and he hooked it away down to backward square leg for 4. Rees moves on to 28, and Derbyshire to 70 without loss.
You'd imagine some sort of process where you can send them back to the manufacturer to be properly tested to see if.
Why they've gone if there was a flaw or something.
But to see if it has been damaged. They do say if they struck, you shouldn't use them again because it makes them weaker. But I don't know.
Same with cycle and motorcycle helmets.
If they're struck by a cricket ball.
Yeah, you can't use them again. Thanks to Tim. At least he says, I've got good taste in music, even if I don't know the name of Chesterfield's Ground. You're absolutely right. Yeah, he says, I doubt Radio Derby will be playing any of his 10 favourite Manic Street Preachers songs. Like Motorcycle Emptiness, personally, but some of the early stuff, really good. Less poppy. Ben Slater's slowly making his way from the offside to the onside. He's in position now.
Is that the first time he's been on this side of the
I think it
ground?
might be, you know. Oh, and there's a bounce there that's gone for 4 pies. It was over the head of Tom Moores. Didn't stand a chance.
The crowd love things like that, don't
Yeah.
they? They absolutely love it.
In fact, it's gone down as runs to Reese. Did he got a touch on that, did he? I didn't see a touch, but it's gone down to runs for Reese.
Surely not.
No, but he didn't. I didn't think the umpire raised his
No.
arm.
No.
And the scorers can only score what they're told to score. But perhaps he did get a touch on that. I didn't think he'd made any attempt to play a shot. Really, Derbyshire 74 without loss.
No, I didn't either.
A little surprised that he's getting dark though, as this next delivery's down the leg side. There's cries of catch it.
Well, he might have hit that one.
Well, he was always going to catch it, Tom was, but the problem with the catch it shout was that his bat was above his head when it went past him. Marvellous. Only 10 to go, boys. Keep going. Keep going.
Toad in the hole tonight.
No, I've been offered nothing.
Oh.
No, after his disaster last night, I think he's given up cooking for the time being. 74 without loss is... that one strikes Reese on the back. He tried to duck underneath it.
I was expecting an appeal there, weren't you?
Well, yeah, it would have been very optimistic, I think, but yeah. 74 without loss, it wouldn't be a major surprise, would it, I suppose? There's Patterson again turning at the top of his mark. He's on his way in now, past the umpire and bowls to Lewis Reese, who goes up on his toes. Oof, he didn't know where that was because it dribbled back behind him, down the leg side. Probably missed the stumps by a foot in the end, but Lewis Reese had absolutely no idea that that ball had gone behind him there. It's the end of the over, 74 without loss. They've just got to be watchful for the final 10 overs here. It's been a good effort by these two. They don't want to chuck it away. Not that they have looked like chucking it away so far.
James Pattinson's found a friend down here, somebody to chat to. A couple of spectators. They're having a bit of a giggle amongst themselves. I gave you a bit of homework last night, actually, which is now relevant, to try and find out if Ben Aitchison was padded up as night watchman last
No,
night.
he wasn't. It was Sam Connors. Yes, I did ask.
So it may well be pertinent right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sam Connors.
As we enter the closing stages. Sam Connors.
I said to him, we did ultimately plump for Connors, as we thought that you'd tell everybody you were a better batsman than he was.
Patterson White in to bowl. Lyndon James very close there on the offside. Tony Gregg, he used to go in close there. He was a big, tall man. Those of you who don't remember who Tony Gregg was, we'll make them grovel.
I remember, yes. That wasn't before the old blackwash.
Next one's pushed back to the bowler, Liam Patterson White, but he used to get in there very close on the offside. Don't ever remember him taking a catch in there in that position.
Well, it's got to sort of hit you and stick, hasn't it?
It's just deterrent factor, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Next one is defended by Kame. Played very nicely indeed, and Liam Patterson White has become the only Nottinghamshire fielder as well allowed to touch the ball, it seems. He's fielded every delivery this over.
Today's 10th wicket stand between Connors and Scrimshaw was Derbyshire's highest 10th wicket stand of the season.
And it was a personal best as well for Big George.
Yes, he's breaking all sorts of records, George.
Ball is blocked, and this time James Pattinson will come into play, fielding it at mid-on.
Busy again on the roads.
Yeah. Patterson White bowls. Kane pushes it back to him.
I've made a bit of a schoolboy error. My petrol light came on before I arrived at the ground this morning. I should have gone for petrol this morning. I thought, I'll go tonight. Now I'm regretting it because I'm going to divert past a petrol station.
74 without loss. I was given a shopping list. I had to go shopping this morning before I arrived here.
Blimey.
And I managed to achieve my goal. This is pushed back to the bowler. my good lady cuts hair for a living,
Right.
not as much as she used to, but still has a number of clients, and the retail outlet, I was going to call it a warehouse, it's not that, is just off Pentagon roundabout, the industrial estate on the other side of the roundabout. So I'd got my shopping list of all these fancy hair products and what have you, and went in, and is there anybody available to help an idiot? And a kind lady went off with a list and took a basket and came back and sorted it out for me.
Yes, I think if I was sent into a shop looking for hair products, I might struggle.
Well, you know what I mean, there's all sorts of things. She looks after the Blue Rinse Brigade of Newark.
Dane Patterson going to continue.
I think they all want a bit of peace and quiet because they've sent Ben Duckett out onto the boundary on his own, but he's still trying to have a chat.
Yeah. He's directing Liam Patterson wide now. He's miles away from him.
Yep.
Back a bit, left a bit, right a bit. Here we go. He's ready. Oh, no, Lewis Rees pulls out.
I'm not surprised.
There's some chatting going
There
on,
was
I think.
plenty of chatting.
He's asking if they can just cut the chat out, please.
Yeah, Dane Patter wasn't too thrilled about that because that's when you pull a muscle, so I'm told.
Yeah. Well, it happened in the first game of the season down at Lord. Billy Godleman pulled out. And I think it was Tim Murter was in his delivery stride, stopped and didn't bowl again. Gone in the fetlock. So it remains 74 without losses.
Luke Fletcher looking tired, is down on his haunches there.
Patterson falls, that's hit the helmet. So we're going to have the concussion protocol here.
Well, there's plenty out there.
What's it gone for? It hasn't gone for anything because it's been fielded by Joe Clark. I didn't see that, but already Lewis Rees has his helmet off. We're going to see Julian, the physio, come out and administer whatever physios administer at these moments and ask the questions.
I mean, most importantly, he looks okay.
Yes,
Let's hope he's
Yes, he
okay.
does.
But that one was
It was a sharp one again.
right on the money. Although Lewis Rees was playing an attacking shot, he wasn't looking to get out of the way. He was struck, taking evasive action or whatever the phrase is. He was looking for a big hit. The most serious occasion that I was ever hit in the face was trying to hook a six off my nose, going straight through, ripped my top lip open, had to have it stitched back on.
Apologies if you're having your tea.
Yeah. And it broke all my fingers and dislocated them all many times. That's what really did for me, the amount of times either slip or fielding, or especially bowling, trying to take corn balls. I could never let one go through off your bowling because it's a wicket.
Yeah.
So you stick your hand out at one coming back at you like a tracer bullet, and well, a broken or dislocated finger. But I was sort of bad. I was hospitalised twice playing cricket. Once, as I say, batting, where it hit me in the face and I had to have my top lip stitched back on. And the second time I was stupidly fielding it short leg without a helmet or whatever. Got ridiculously close to somebody who bowled a long up. And he just pulled it straight into my face.
I broke a finger once, but I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's insignificant.
The time I was hit in the face and had to have my top lip stitched back on, what got me through that was it was down in Devon, playing in the Devon League, and I was in hospital, in Barnstable Hospital, and when you go in for A&E or what do they call it? Begins with C when you first go in. I don't know.
Triage.
Triage. Begins with T. Begins with C. Triage. But you're in the triage area, and the other side of the curtain where I was put was somebody who'd been brought in who'd just been bitten by a snake. Who'd been bitten by an adder, and so I was listening to all this, and the leg was swelling up like elephant man. I've never come across that. So I was listening to the description of that, and anyway, we're ready to play.
Patterson bowls. This one's a fuller delivery, and Lewis Rees defends it. He's got the original helmet, so it obviously wasn't damaged. And I'm just looking across to below the steps where Derbyshire's, both sets of players come out. There is somebody in whites, and I can't quite make out who it is, but he looks like he's got pads on. Might be Sam Connors. Has he got pads on? Okay, Dave.
I can't see the pavilion.
Lewis Reese has pulled out again, which will give me the opportunity to. My eyes are a bit wide apart. Can't find him. There he is. It's Wayne Madsen. Can't quite make out whether he's got.
That's a bit tough sending Wayne in as night watchman.
He doesn't have his pads on. This next delivery from Patterson's short and down the leg side, and Lewis Reese ducks underneath it.
When have you got to?
Oh, not until 25 to 7 or something like that. Have you got a half six?
Well,
You do your half six.
in theory,
In
theory, yes.
Yeah.
But this week we seem to have been somehow from 6 o'clock getting our programmes from BBC Radio Lincoln, who obviously don't know to come to me. It seems to be I don't know. So I'll.
Well, I can wait.
I shall listen for a minute or two and just see if anybody does come to me.
Patterson balls. That's ducked underneath again by Lewis Reese. So if Lauren comes in next to me, and then when Dave's finished his duties next door, I shall move aside, and hopefully the pair of them can get us through to the end of play. We've still got half an hour to go, 8 overs. We may never get out of here, Lauren. We may never get out of here.
This is a bit of a later end to the day than yesterday.
Certainly later than I envisaged. And the light is, yeah. But
You got somewhere you need to be?
me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you're right then.
No. I've got to be on a radio station in 10 minutes, but Patterson bowls, and that one is defended by Lewis Reese. Again, there's no run, but no, nowhere physically I have to be. I'd quite like to see Germany take on, is it Belgium?
Oh, I don't know.
I had it before. Might be Belgium. So what I've got to do is get petrol, get something to, it's Austria. Of course it's Austria, I knew that. The big local derby.
Yeah, there's a petrol station just down the road that way.
Yes, well, I'm going to go up to Morrison's, I think.
Yeah, my petrol light came on as well.
Should have gone this morning. Patterson in and bowls. That's down the leg side. A lot of effort for not much reward there for Dane Patterson, who's now bowled 9 overs for 37. That was a maiden. Successive maidens bowled by Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Following on a 74 without loss. Harry Kame has 35. Lewis Reese has 28. And they trail by 226. Well, they'll be relatively pleased with the way things are going so far.
Yeah, they'll want to get through to the end of the day, won't they? Hopefully none down.
That would be something, really, wouldn't it? That would be something. Oh, loads of games in there. I love the early stages of the Europa Conference League and the Champions League. You see names that you've never seen in your life before. Marvellous. I'm only talking about this because absolutely nothing is happening out there at the moment. Patterson White is going to bowl. Lauren's going to describe it. And I'm just going to look at the scores of the Conference League games that are taking place this evening. There's thousands of them.
Okay, there we go. Patterson White is in. That's played down to point by Kame there. Looked like that one got up off the pitch a little bit.
It was turn and bounce, wasn't
A
there?
little bit more bounce
Mm.
than we're used to. I was going to say James Pattinson looked like he was warming up for a minute then.
I think he always warms up, doesn't he?
Patterson White in again.
That's a good leave.
It's a good leave from Harry Kane there. Looked very close to his off stump.
Did a Sam Connors there.
Hoping the spin was going to be in his favour there. And it turns out it was, so it's a good leave. Patterson White in again here. It's driven down the ground by Harry Kane. To Ben took it down at mid-off. They are getting through their overs a bit now, aren't they? Not.
Well, sort of. Yeah. It's the gaps in between the overs that are the problem.
That one's padded away on the leg side by Kame. No danger with that one from Patterson White. Back in again here. And Kame defends that one. Back down to Patterson White for another dot ball. Likes a good step away as well, doesn't he? Step away from the crease. Calm it down a little bit.
Yeah, play at your pace.
Yeah, Patterson White in again. Padded away there. Couple of interested people there, but outside the leg stump, so couldn't be given out anyway. Finishes that over. Another maiden there. Patterson White. Derbyshire 74 for none.
7 to go. They had 38 overs to bat this evening. 7 to go. This has been a terrific effort by these. The umpires are having a chat about something or other. It looks as though they are going to bring James Pattinson on. So I wonder if they're just saying it might be a touch dark. Stephen Mullaney walking across to the umpires now to see what's going on, and the umpires talk to him. And Pattinson walks across, chats to the umpire.
They've chucked the ball to Ben Slater.
Yeah, I think it's been deemed too dark for James Pattinson to bowl. So Ben Slater, who's got 2 first-class wickets, one of them Alex Thompson, the other one Max Holden, is going to come on to bowl. And I never saw, in the time I covered Derbyshire when Slats was here, I never saw him bowl, I don't think. I often asked him why he didn't bowl. I think it was fairly obvious why he didn't bowl. Dave's going to come back anyway, so that's.
He's going to be excited.
He is. Well, I think he should. I think he should commentate on Ben Slater and his remarkable bowling. I'm going to take my laptop as well, so that I've got half a chance of knowing what the score is when I'm on the radio. But it's got to be Dave, because it's going to be Ben Slater, Lauren.
Here we go. We'll see what Ben Slater can do here. As Fletch said, 2 first-class wickets to his name so far. Didn't bowl when he was here at Derbyshire before, but see what he does here. Rees is on strike. A couple of changes in the field as we go along here. Got deep squares come in, sort of like a mid-wicket there. Fletcher's left the radio on. Slater in, defended out by Rees there. A little bit of excitement. Welcome back, Dave.
Best seat in the house to watch Ben Slater.
Slater in again here. It's left outside the off. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement here after every single ball.
Unless he gets slapped out of the ground a time or two. Started nicely though.
Slater in again here. Rees defends that one straight back down the pitch. It's a good start here. 3 dot balls so far.
Probably the preferred option to a bit of James Pattinson at this time of day, but they won't want to get out to him, will they?
Absolutely not. Slater comes in for another ball. It's played towards the point region there from Rees, but there'll be another dot ball.
It's a fiery last spell from Dane Patterson. He meant it, bowled quickly.
He bowled a lot of short ones as well, which was good to see. Slater comes in again here. And Rees defends it again. Bit of excitement from Mullaney there as well.
You know, they've given it a good old go. They've bowled a decent number of overs yesterday, the same again today. And got Derbyshire out in force to follow on and giving it their all.
Slater in again here, defended by Rees. Yet again, Duckett's going to pick that up on the offside for a maiden over for Slater first up.
I mean, he's begun with a maiden. There's some very presentable figures. Luke Fletcher, 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4. James Pattinson, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Stephen Mullaney, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. The only one that's gone for a few runs is Dane Patterson. Like I say, he's been really giving it everything. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37. So it's not been easy for Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, but they've safely negotiated everything thrown at them so far. 74 they've put on. Going to be Liam Patterson-White into bowl to Harry Kame. 6 overs left. First of those 36 deliveries just played up to Pattinson at mid-on. There's no run. First stumps of the day has been reached at Grace Road, where Glamorgan close on 111 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 584 all out as Kane blocks this next one. So the only other Division 2 game where there's cricket at the moment, Middlesex have fought back strongly through the course of the day, and they are 473 for 9. Century for John Simpson, the left-handed wicket-keeper bat. Really good player, John Simpson. I like him a lot. Next one is hit past the diving Paddison White. James Pattinson can't stop it, but scampers after it and they come back for 2. 76 without loss. Nice looking shot from Kane, who moves on to 35. So Middlesex 475 for 9. Still trail Sussex by 48. They've got 1 wicket left. You'd imagine that's heading towards a draw. Tomorrow tea time. Next ball allowed to pass through into the gloves of Tom Moores. 5 games still going on in Division 1. A little unusual not to have a 3-day finish anywhere up and down the country. All the match is going to go into a 4th day that started on Tuesday. Lyndon James lobs the ball back to the bowler here, having just picked it up at the feet of Harry Kane. Final ball of the 33rd over. Again blocked. It remains 76 without loss. So at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire are 144 for 4. Second time around, that's still a deficit of 112 against Hampshire. Lancashire in a run chase at Wantage Road against Northampton, 123 for 2, requiring 155 more. At Taunton, Somerset 218 for 5, leading Yorkshire by 366. At the Oval, Surrey 84 for 1, requiring a further 77 to win. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire need 320 more to win. They're 5 for 1 in their second innings.
Slater's coming in for another over from the City end here. As Reece defends that straight back to him.
I rang you before because I've got messages from you and Chris Dulwich just before the midday news saying, are you doing an update? And I thought,
Okay, we've got sort of a long leg. Dane
major incident going on.
Patterson coming in a bit shorter here. Slater comes in again. And Reece hits that one. Down to mid-off. Bit of an exaggerated dive over the floor there from Pattinson. But it's a dot ball again. I have noticed that Pattinson has lost a few more letters off the back of his shirt.
Has he?
Yeah. Slater back in again here. It's defended out into the offside by Reece. Mulaney's got his hand on his head again.
Yes, he said there was a sports best meeting. I said, well, I won't be there, obviously.
Go Slater asking for a couple of changes in the field here. I think he knows what he's doing here. Seasoned bowler by now.
They're not mad. Yeah, absolutely. No, makes perfect sense.
Go Slater in again here. Reece hits that straight back to Slater. Fields off his own bowling.
Yet to go for a run. That's 10 deliveries. All dots.
He'd be happy with that. Just bowl a few overs through, get to the end of the day. Slater in again here. Defended out by Reece again. Out to duck it. A lot of excitement going on. Here we go. Looks like we might be getting a helmet out again.
It's all part of a game within a game. Last ball of the over. We won't just bowl it and let him push it back. We'll try and put an extra element of doubt in his mind. We'll bring Lyndon James in right under the helmet there, close in.
Goes Slater for his last ball of this over. And that's played straight back to him by Reece for another dot ball. Another maiden there for Slater. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, well, indeed. Racking them up. 2 overs, 2 maidens. We've got 4 overs left in the day, so we're very much in night watchman territory if a wicket does go down. Lots of tried most things. Who's going to bowl at this end? Still going to be Liam Patterson wide. I think that's the right way to go. landing the ball in good areas, challenging both batsmen here to just to keep him out until the close. Just looking for the one magic ball, aren't they? The one that will just find a foot mark or
Yeah,
do something.
They'll want to finish on top here as well. If Notts can get a wicket this late on, they'll go into tomorrow, hopefully with a bit of momentum.
They've taken 8 today, haven't they? Next one is defended. They began the day needing 18 wickets essentially to win the match. They needed to bowl Derbyshire out twice. They knew that. If they can get one more, will at least mean, well, they've got to do tomorrow what they did today. Of course, we're not entirely sure if the weather's going to play ball tomorrow. I think we'll have done extremely well to get all the overs in today, as this one's allowed to pass through into the gloves of Tom Moores. How many hold-ups have we had? We went off for an early lunch, we went off for an early tea. That was just it, was it? Did manage to start on time, although it was drizzling up until about 10 o'clock. Over the wicket. This time, Liam Patterson-White bowls to Harry Kame. Again, he defends. Mead is in there, lobbing the ball back to the keeper. Made 196, Asiba Mead, his 3rd century of the season. Again, required to field. That was Harry Kame's 99th ball faced. And his 100th is on its way now as Patterson-White decides to go round the wicket to him. Short, and he'll cut that away for a run. So he moves on to 38 from 100 deliveries. Lewis Rees is 28 from 109. And the partnership is worth 77. One ball left in this over and then 3 more to come. And that will be it for the 3rd day of 4 here. Notts have won the last 3 matches against Derbyshire. Are they going to be frustrated tomorrow by a combination of good Derbyshire batting and perhaps maybe a little bit of help from the weather? Might not need that help if they carry on like this. Ben Duckett now being brought in fairly close on the leg side. Short mid-wicket catching. But Lewis Rees happy to block. 77 without loss. 1 from that over. Liam Patterson-White 10 overs, none for 11. And the ball will be back in the hands of Mr. Slater.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll just be looking to get through these last 3 overs, I reckon. Notts will. It's been a long day for everyone, I think.
Yeah, the umpires deserve a little bit of credit because as soon as they went off at whatever it was, 25 past 12, they announced there'd be an early lunch, and the same at tea. They quickly got them out there. Made sure there was no time lost. Take the meals when it was raining.
All right, Dom, you all right?
Yeah, we've got Lyndon James is sort of pointing to a few spots here on the wicket where he wants Slater to try and pitch it, try and get something out of it.
Talk nonsense, can't we, really? Yeah, good at that. Well, it hasn't yet. They've still got 3 overs to go.
Harry Kame's on strike here for another Slater over as he comes into bowl now. That's driven out to cover there by Kame.
First shot in anger against Ben Slater. Still picked out Liam Patterson-White in the covers.
Okay, Slater in again. Another ball. It's played to the leg side to Hamid there. Another dot ball. 14 dot balls for Slater now. Racking them up.
I've got both statements in front of me as well. So.
Slater in for another hit. Oh, a bit of interest there. Kame's gone to defend one. It's gone past him.
I'm not sure what the appeal was for. Whether he thought it clipped the pad, he thought it clipped the bat.
He just asked for everything.
Asked for everything. Jim Clark was dismissed last week with Glamorgan asking for everything.
Go Slater in. Kame defends that one James picks it up off the wicket from his position at short cover. He's being moved out a little bit now.
He was given out caught behind the keeper standing up, but the keeper had whipped off a bail, and when he was appealing to the square leg umpire. Extraordinary.
The scorers knew what was going on there.
Well, originally it came up on the scoreboard as bowled, which confused everybody.
Slater in here, defended, back down the track, straight to him.
But not as much as when I saw the replay and heard it had been changed to caught behind, but it looked to me as if Joe Clark had hit the ground with his bat. It had gone through to the keeper, who obviously felt he was leaning forward and whipped a bail off and appealed for stumping.
Slater in again here. Oh, played into the leg side there by Kane. Bit of interest there. Thought it might have broken through, but that's another maiden over for Slater.
The legend is being created here. Ben Slater. 3 overs, 3 maidens. 12 balls left. If the openers survive this over, whoever is scheduled to come in at number 3 can take the pads off. It's terrific stuff from Derbyshire, really. 38 overs they had to bat. They've survived 36 of them with Harry Kame and Lewis Rees together. There's Liam Patterson-White, then to bowl to the left-handed Rees. It really has looked nice and solid. Plays this gently down onto the leg side. Duckett at shortish mid-wicket. Picks it up, lobs it back to the bowler. 10 to 7, still playing. Next ball. It's outside the off stump this time, and Rees again behind it. Plays it down into the ground to Lyndon James.
I didn't think it was going to reach James then. Just sort of trickled towards him.
Yes, couldn't have played it any softer, could he? Next ball is edged, but again, I think with an open face, but again with soft hands, and it runs past Stephen Mullaney down towards third on the 45, and they take 2 runs. So the score will skip on to 79. Lewis Rees on to 30. And Patterson-White just asking Mullaney if he can move the field again. Not entirely sure what difference it is going to make, really. Moving A to B, B to C, C back to A again, but another man has gone in there. Might call me wrong now, and he might nick it straight to Ben Duckett, who's gone in a sort of a wideish second slip position. It is edged to Duckett along the ground, though. Duckett makes a good stop and did save. In fact, it was probably hit a little firmer. He might even have saved 4 runs there, but certainly saved 2. With that positional change. 2 balls left in this over. This one is pushed back to the bowler. So a maximum of 7 legal deliveries left this evening. Derbyshire 79 without loss. And this one is just padded away by Lewis Rees. 79 without loss with 1 over to go. Derbyshire began the day 164 for 2 with Wayne Madsen and Brooke Guest at the crease. Madsen was first out for 74. Caught Joe Clark, bowled Stephen Mullaney. Leas deployed, didn't last long. Caught behind him. Mullaney's next over. More standing up. Deploy out for 5. Hilton Cartwright fell for 14. Chopping on to fellow Australian James Pattinson, who then removed Anuj Dal for 25. Matty McKiernan was caught behind off Mullaney for 1. Brooke Guest had reached his 100. He was caught Moores, bowled Fletcher for 109. Ben Aitchison fell for 13 and Sam Connors for 6. Derbyshire all out for 318, made to follow on 300 behind, and we're in the final over.
Okay, Slater starts the final over. Well defended out there by Kane.
3 wickets for Luke Fletcher, 3 for Stephen Mullaney, 2 for James Pattinson, and 1 apiece for Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson-White.
Slater in here for the second ball, the over. Defended out by Kane again. I think this might be how every ball goes this over.
Yep.
Slater comes in again here. That's left outside the off stump there. Came happy to just let it go through.
And he's coming back at a good time for him. Firstly, just to point out that he couldn't play any recreational cricket either. He's only played 2 matches in the Derbyshire Premier League.
Fourth ball of the over here from Slater. That's played
The entire summer.
to the leg side there by Kane. To the hands of Hamid for another dot ball.
Birmingham's got a half century and a win on the back Brixley and then against Nottinghamshire.
And that's it, they've just got 2 balls to survive here, Derbyshire, to end the day. Slater was going to go round the wicket, but he's decided against it. Going to stick over. Here he comes again. Defended out by Kane there. Lyndon James looked like he wanted to dive across the wicket to try and catch that one.
Could hardly be any closer, could he?
But I think if he's any closer, he'll be stood with the batter. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Slight field change. Here we go. We're going to hold hands here.
Yeah. Joe Clark gone in alongside Lyndon James.
Now you're just moving him back slightly. Go Slater in for the last ball of the day. Defended out, kept out nicely there by Kane. Derbyshire will end the day 79 for none. Harry Kane 38 off of 112 balls. Reese 30 from 116. Partnership 79.
Terrific stuff, Lauren. Derbyshire, as Lauren has said, batting through those 38 overs unscathed. That's a great effort after earlier in the day losing the last 8 wickets as they fell from 194 for 2 to 318. Thanks everybody for listening today, and to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch. Dave Fletcher's away talking to BBC Radio Derby at the moment. I know he'd want me to thank Lauren. We've very much enjoyed your company today and yesterday, Lauren. Best of luck with your own playing season. Hope we can do it on the radio again in the not too distant future. But for all of you that have been following the game out there, remember we'll be back just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Depending on which side of the border or which particular allegiance you have, you may want to have a look at the weather forecast with either with your fingers crossed or with absolute delight, because 1 or 2 people saying it's going to be the end of the world tomorrow with regards to the rain coming, setting in and not leaving us, and 1 or 2 other people saying it'll be like today, a little bit of drizzle early on and maybe gone by before the start of play. We're really not sure, so we'll have to wait and see. That's one of the beauties of county cricket. Safe to say that if Derbyshire get out of this with a draw, it'll be their efforts in the last 38 overs of the day here with Kame and Reese that will have gone a long way to securing it. Notts have given it their all. Might have to do it again tomorrow. From Lauren, from Fletch, from myself, Dave Bracegirdle, once again from us all here at the County Ground, enjoy your Thursday evening, and from us all, a very good night.